Chapter 3606. After refining the 5 tufts of Genesis grass, Lu Ming took out a piece of dragon bloodstone and began refining it. The dragon blood turned into surging energy that was absorbed by Lu Ming. The second drop of primordial divine blood also grew stronger. After refining the 5 fist-sized dragon bloodstones, Lu Ming's second drop of primordial divine blood had reached perfection. It was the same size as the first drop of primordial divine blood. Like this, Lu Ming now had 2 perfect drops of primordial divine blood. The 2 perfect drops of primordial divine blood constantly emitted an ancient energy that entered Lu Ming's body, subtly strengthening Lu Ming's divine body. If this continued, Lu Ming's divine body would become even stronger. Those fire centipede race actually didn't come. Very good, then I'll continue refining. A wash basin-sized dragon bloodstone appeared in Lu Ming's hand. It was dozens of times bigger than the fist-sized dragon bloodstone. The energy contained within was extremely rich. Lu Ming didn't hesitate and directly started refining it. It was much more difficult to refine the wash basin-sized dragon bloodstone. Lu Ming spent a whole month to refine the wash basin-sized dragon bloodstone. Lu Ming obtained 5 complete drops of primordial divine dragon blood. Like this, Lu Ming had condensed a total of 7 drops of primordial divine dragon blood. 7 drops erupting together. I wonder how strong they will be. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. It was time to go to Golden Dragon Ridge. There were so many opportunities in Black Dragon Valley, but what about Golden Dragon Ridge? Lu Ming was looking forward to it. Walking out of his room, Lu Ming didn't inform Peng Zhou and the others. He directly went to Golden Dragon Ridge. Golden Dragon Ridge and the Golden Dragon family were completely occupied by the Fire Centipede race. There were at least 100 Fire Centipede race heavenly geniuses, and they were all divine lords. The Golden Dragon family couldn't resist at all, and could only be enslaved by the Fire Centipede race. They became slaves of the Fire Centipede race, plundering treasures for them. In a mountain range not far from the Golden Dragon family, a group of people from the Golden Dragon family were searching for divine herbs and other treasures. Damn it, these outsiders are too despicable. They really treat us like slaves. Someone roared in anger. That's right, and if we occupy the Golden Dragon Ridge, we won't be able to get any benefits. Our mother planet has finally recovered, and it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us to make rapid progress. But now we won't be able to get anything, and we have to hand everything over. How can we make progress? Damned outsiders. They're all demons. The ancient divine dragon clan was destroyed by these people. Many people complained, feeling incomparably angry. However, anger was anger. They didn't dare rebel against the Fire Centipede race. It wasn't like the Golden Dragon family didn't resist, but all of them died. Sigh, I heard that a lot of outsiders have come this time. They are everywhere on the mother planet. All the forces, big and small, have been controlled by them, just like us. It's our fault for being weak. Some people sighed. I heard that a peerless expert appeared in the Black Dragon family and killed the Fire Centipede race. I wonder if it's true. I heard about it too. The Fire Centipede race was furious. More than a month ago, they sent 10 experts to the Black Dragon family to destroy them. However, those 10 experts never returned. Could it be that they were killed? I really hope it's true. Could it be that our dragon clan's mother planet already has such an expert? It's hard to say. I heard that the Fire Centipede race is furious. Their leader has been in seclusion recently. As soon as he comes out, he will kill his way to the Black Dragon family. The people of the Golden Dragon family whispered again. They really hoped that a peerless expert would appear on the Dragon Clan's mother planet to destroy the outsiders. Look, there's someone there. Suddenly, someone looked at the sky. The other people of the Golden Dragon family also looked at the sky. In the sky, a young man with his hands behind his back and long hair was flying in the direction of the Golden Dragon family. This person is going in the direction of the Golden Dragon family? I haven't seen this person in the Fire Centipede race. Why is he going to the Golden Dragon family? Is he an outsider or someone from the Dragon Clan's mother planet? He's coming from the direction of the Black Dragon family. Could it be the expert from the Black Dragon family? Should we go and have a look? Let's go back quietly and have a look. Many people of the Golden Dragon family talked and showed their interest. Then they quietly followed Lu Ming and went in the direction of the Golden Dragon family. Lu Ming naturally noticed the people of the Golden Dragon family, but he was too lazy to pay attention to them. He walked forward quickly. Soon, a huge building complex appeared in front of Lu Ming. At this moment, in the main hall of the Golden Dragon family, the experts of the fire centipede race were gathered together. A red-haired young man sat at the top. This person was the most talented and the strongest in this batch of fire centipede race. He was the top genius of the fire centipede race. Now all of our cultivation has been restored to the peak, and my celestial glutton body has also broken through. The red-haired young man's words caused an uproar. What? Your celestial glutton body has broken through? Many of the fire centipede race's geniuses exclaimed in disbelief. They knew that the red-haired young man's celestial glutton body had reached an important bottleneck. If he broke through again, he would enter a new realm, and his combat strength would skyrocket. The red-haired young man's combat strength was already extremely amazing. Now how strong could he be? That's right. The resources on the dragon family's mother planet are too good. It's better than the cultivation holy land of our fire centipede race. My celestial glutton body has broken through. Now follow me to the Black Dragon family. I'd like to see who dares to kill the geniuses of my fire centipede race. The red-haired young man's eyes were cold. More than a month ago, they had sent 10 third-level divine lords to the Black Dragon family. They did not expect that they would not return. Most likely, they had met with misfortune. During this period, they had not killed their way to the Black Dragon family for revenge. Firstly, many of them had not recovered to the peak. Secondly, the red-haired young man's celestial glutton body was at the critical point of breaking through. To be able to kill 10 third-level divine lords of the fire centipede race's geniuses, the other party was not weak. Alright, let's kill our way to the Black Dragon family. I'd like to see which force is so bold to go against our fire centipede race. Someone said coldly. They thought that some force had occupied the Black Dragon family. Crawling insects of the fire centipede race, get out here. It was at this moment that a deafening roar sounded from outside, piercing through metal and shattering stone. The main hall suddenly quieted down. Everyone looked at each other for a while. Many of the fire centipede race's geniuses revealed murderous intent. Which bastard is shouting outside? Courting death. Kill our way out. The geniuses of the fire centipede race shouted angrily. Follow me outside to take a look. The red-haired young man said and strode forward. The others followed behind him and headed outside. Chapter 3607. When the prodigies of the fire centipede race walked out of the hall, they saw a young man standing above the Golden Dragon family with his hands behind his back. This person was naturally Lu Ming. Alone. The prodigies of the fire centipede race were slightly stunned when they saw that Lu Ming was alone. How dare he come here alone? He really didn't know what was good for him. Lu Ming looked at the prodigies of the fire centipede race with a calm expression and said, Now I'll give you a chance. Get lost immediately and leave this place. You can avoid death. Lu Ming's words made the prodigies of the fire centipede race so angry that they laughed. Giving them a chance to get lost would save them from death? Could this person be an idiot? Kid, who are you? The red-haired young man was more composed. He stared at Lu Ming carefully and asked in a deep voice. Don't you know who I am? You've been sending people to kill me previously. Have you forgotten so quickly? Lu Ming said coldly. You're from the Black Dragon family? The red-haired young man narrowed his eyes. They were about to kill their way to the Black Dragon family, but they didn't expect that the other party would come first. That's right. Lu Ming replied. This made the prodigies of the fire centipede race look very cold. Cold killing intent was emitted without concealing it. Kid, don't hide anymore. Call your companions out. You can't fool us if you want to hide in the dark and ambush us. A prodigy of the fire centipede race said coldly. Companions? Lu Ming smiled casually and said, Don't guess blindly. I don't have any companions. It's just me alone. The one who killed your fire centipede race was also me. I'll give you a chance. Get lost immediately. You're alone? Haha. The prodigies of the fire centipede race sneered, not believing him at all. No matter how they looked at it, Lu Ming was only a first-level divine lord. A first-level divine lord could kill a third-level divine lord? Moreover, there were 10 of them at once. How was that possible? Did they think that the prodigies of the fire centipede race were all trash? Stand there and let him kill him? Therefore, they didn't believe Lu Ming's words at all. They thought that Lu Ming was up to something and wanted to numb them so that others could launch a sneak attack. You guys protect me. I'm going to kill this brat and force the others out. One of the fire centipede race's sky pride spoke. Then he stepped out and pressed towards Lu Ming. The other members of the fire centipede clan spread out their spiritual senses and shrouded the void. There were even people who flashed and surrounded the nearby area to prevent the hidden people from launching a sneak attack. Seeing the fire centipede race being so cautious, Lu Ming was speechless. He was alone, all right? What's the point of doing so much? Why are there so many scenes? He looked indifferently at the prodigies of the fire centipede race who were closing in on him. Brat, stop acting all mysterious. Now that the surroundings have been sealed, your people can't save you. Die. The prodigy of the fire centipede race revealed a ferocious look. His entire body was covered in fiery red flames. His palm was like a heavenly blade as he slashed towards Lu Ming. The power was very strong, reaching third-level divine lord. Moreover, he was a prodigy of the powerful fire centipede race. With this palm, not to mention a first-level divine lord, even a second-level divine lord would be killed. The difference between each level of the divine lord realm was no joke. However, Lu Ming's expression was calm. He didn't panic at all as he greeted the attack with a punch. The moment he punched out, Lu Ming had already activated the battle symbol formula to increase his battle strength by 5 times. At the same time, he activated the power of a drop of primordial divine blood. A layer of dragon scales appeared on the surface of his fist. This guy is from the dragon human race, not an outsider. The eyes of many of the fire centipede race flashed. They were very surprised. They originally thought that Lu Ming was the same as them, an outsider race with many experts. They didn't expect that Lu Ming was actually a native of the dragon race's mother planet. He was a dragon human like the people of the Golden Dragon family. A first-level divine lord realm cultivation. And you dare to take my attack head-on? You're courting death. The youth from the fire centipede race who attacked sneered. His expression was ferocious, as if he had already seen the outcome of Lu Ming being split in half by his blade. Boom. The next moment, Lu Ming's fist and the other party's palm collided. A violent explosion erupted. Then there was the sound of bones breaking. The scene of flesh and blood flying everywhere. A shrill scream sounded. The prodigy of the fire centipede race retreated wildly. One of his palms had already exploded, flesh and blood flying everywhere. He retreated a few thousand meters. His entire body was covered in cold sweat as he looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. In a head-on collision, his palm was actually shattered by Lu Ming's punch. Although he had transformed into human form, his defensive power was still astonishing. He didn't expect such an outcome. The other members of the fire centipede race were also stunned. They were somewhat in disbelief. A first-level divine lord realm person was so strong. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. He stepped on the void and the wind-extinguishing boots appeared. They merged with his feet, making his speed extremely fast. He took a step forward and charged towards the other party. His palm grasped the void and the tyrant god spear appeared. Buzz! Lu Ming swung with all his might. A violent force surged into the tyrant god spear, and then smashed towards the other party. The sky shook. The force was terrifying. Not good. The prodigy of the fire centipede race was shocked. He retreated wildly. In the process of retreating, his body changed rapidly. He turned into a huge fire centipede. The legs around him turned into battle blades that flew out continuously. Clang, clang, clang. Hundreds of battle blades flew out, wanting to block Lu Ming's attack. However, under the pressure of Lu Ming's spear, the battle blades kept exploding. In the end, the tyrant god spear bombarded the head of the fire centipede. The upper half of the fire centipede exploded, and it died on the spot. It was almost an instant kill in one move. The scene fell into silence. All the members of the fire centipede race were looking at Lu Ming in a daze. Lu Ming's combat strength had really exceeded everyone's expectations. It shocked them. Not far away from the Golden Dragon family, many of them were watching from afar. Although they were some distance away, they still saw what had just happened clearly. At this moment, they were also dumbfounded. Dragonians, it's Dragonians. He's from the dragon race's mother planet. He's one of us. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect our dragon race's mother planet to have given birth to such a strong existence. He killed the fire centipede race in one move. This is great. Too powerful. Legend has it that the divine dragon race on our dragon race's mother planet is a great existence in the entire world. What's the big deal about having some peerless experts? The members of the Golden Dragon family were ecstatic. They desperately hoped that Lu Ming could kill the fire centipede race and save them from this disaster. This kid is evil. Let's attack together. That's right. Let's attack together and destroy him. Many prodigies of the fire centipede race spoke. Their auras constantly erupted and gathered together to suppress Lu Ming. Chapter 3608. Now the fire centipede race's prodigies no longer dared to underestimate Lu Ming. One move killed a third-level Divine Lord prodigy. This kind of combat strength was simply inconceivable. Now they believed that Lu Ming really came alone. The 10 prodigies who went to the Black Dragon family previously might really have been killed by Lu Ming. If you don't scram now, then you won't have the chance anymore. Lu Ming said coldly, killing intent erupting. He had already given them a chance. Since they did not cherish it, then don't blame him for being ruthless. Boom. Lu Ming was very decisive and directly attacked. The Overlord God Spear trembled, stimulating the power to sever shackles. Over 100 spear lights erupted, killing towards all the fire centipede race's prodigies. Erupting over 100 spear lights at once, the power was scattered. It was naturally impossible to kill them. However, he did not need to kill them. He just needed to block these fire centipede race's prodigies. As for Lu Ming, he held the Overlord God Spear and charged towards 2 of the fire centipede race's prodigies. Not good. Seeing Lu Ming charge over, the 2 fire centipede race's prodigies' expressions changed drastically. They both reverted to their true forms and released resplendent saber lights, slashing towards Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's strength was astonishing. He brandished the Overlord God Spear, breaking apart the saber lights. The spear pierced through the void, killing one of the fire centipede in the air. Save me. The other fire centipede was shocked and frantically retreated. Kid, you dare? Kill. Several fire centipede race's prodigies shouted and charged towards Lu Ming. The terrifying saber lights seemed to be able to destroy everything. Someone who severed their shackles? Lu Ming muttered. These fire centipede race's prodigies had astonishing strength. Their source secret technique had actually severed their shackles. It was rare for Lu Ming to encounter such a prodigy. However, this was also normal. The powerful races ranked on the primordial 10,000 races all had great talent. It was normal for them to sever their shackles at the 3rd-level Divine Lord realm. Although these few people's combat strength was similarly 3rd-level Divine Lord, they were a magnitude stronger than the other fire centipede race's prodigies. The other fire centipede race's prodigies were blocked by the spear light that Lu Ming blasted out. But after they erupted with their full strength, they broke through Lu Ming's spear light all at once, charging in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming could only turn around and fight these people. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming shook his spear. The spear light soared into the sky and collided with the saber light. A violent roar resounded, and the spear light and the blade light both disappeared. Kill. Kill. The top prodigies of the fire centipede race shouted. Their huge bodies were like terrifying battle sabers. They became one with their sabers and slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. These few people were indeed very strong. They had divine power of origin factors, and had also undergone 5 awakenings. In addition, their physical talents were strong, they had severed their shackles, and they were 3rd-level Divine Lords. Their strength was extremely terrifying. They were far from what the people of the Sacred Fire Saber sect could compare to. Although they were at the same level, their combat strength was worlds apart. Lu Ming had to be cautious. Boom. Lu Ming erupted with his full strength. He already had 3 types of divine power that had undergone 5 awakenings. He had also pushed them to the limit. At the same time, Lu Ming had the Bell of Evil, the Gate of Domination, and the Shield of Tianxian on his body. In an instant, 7 or 8 types of secret techniques of origin appeared. Each of them had severed their shackles. The Fire Centipede race's prodigies were almost stunned. Their eyeballs were about to pop out. One person had actually mastered so many secret techniques of origin and severed their shackles. What kind of monster was this? Ding, ding, ding. The Bell of Evil let out a crisp sound that shook the souls of the Fire Centipede race's prodigies. Although the prodigies of the Fire Centipede race all had treasures to defend their souls, they were still somewhat affected by the attack of the Bell of Evil. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Ming controlled the Gate of Domination to suppress one of the top prodigies. Then the Void-Shattering Sword, Sky Demon Blade, and other secret techniques of origin also blasted towards this person. Although this Fire Centipede was extremely powerful, it was forced to retreat after being attacked by so many secret techniques of origin. Wounds appeared on its hard carapace and blood flowed out. Kill. Finally, Lu Ming launched a fatal blow with the Overlord God Spear in his hand. Poof. The Overlord God Spear pierced the person's eye socket. Violent energy surged in, and then exploded. The Fire Centipede let out an unwilling roar as its soul was destroyed. A top prodigy of the Fire Centipede race had been killed by Lu Ming. All this happened in the blink of an eye. Just now, Lu Ming had activated the Bell of Evil and stunned all the prodigies of the Fire Centipede race. Lu Ming took advantage of this opportunity to launch an attack. It was too late for the others to help. By the time they launched their attacks, Lu Ming had already killed his opponent. His figure flashed and he dodged the attacks of the Fire Centipede race. Damn it, this kid is an ancient cultivator, and he can also attack souls. Be careful of his soul attacks. We will attack from the front. You guys attack from the side. Kill him. The Fire Centipede race roared. The strongest prodigies launched a storm of attacks on Lu Ming. The ordinary prodigies launched attacks from all directions. Countless saber lights slashed towards Lu Ming. They wanted to drown Lu Ming in the endless saber lights and chop him into minced meat. Lu Ming's figure flashed continuously. He dodged these attacks and seized the opportunity to counterattack. However, at this moment, Lu Ming suddenly felt a sense of danger coming from the side toward Lu Ming. Swoosh! From the side, a fiery red saber light slashed towards Lu Ming. It was a fiery red fire centipede. It was one with the saber and its entire body turned into a saber. It was extremely terrifying. This fire centipede's attack was a great threat to Lu Ming. It was more powerful than the strongest prodigies of the fire centipede race. I didn't expect the fire centipede race to have such a person. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This was obviously a terrifying prodigy of the fire centipede race. He had not attacked before because he was waiting for an opportunity. Once the opportunity came, he attacked directly. He attacked Lu Ming from the side. It was very insidious. With such strength, to launch an ambush, an ordinary person would have been killed by the other party. However, Lu Ming's strength was not limited to this. With a thought, the heavenly dark shield blocked his side. At the same time, the 7 drops of primordial divine blood in Lu Ming's heart were all activated. Roar! At this moment, there seemed to be a violent dragon roar coming from Lu Ming's body. It was as if the primordial divine dragon had awakened. In an instant, Lu Ming's body was filled with violent power. Clang! The opponent's attack bombarded the heavenly dark shield. The heavenly dark shield vibrated nonstop. A crack even appeared on it, and it was directly sent flying. From this, it could be seen how powerful the opponent's attack was. The attacker was the red-haired youth from the fire centipede race. After breaking the heavenly dark shield with one attack, the red-haired youth did not stop and continued to attack Lu Ming. However, what greeted him was the Overlord God Spear. Boom! Lu Ming waved the Overlord God Spear and collided with the saber formed by the red-haired youth. The area was filled with violent force, forming a layer of impact that swept in all directions. Chapter 3609. The energy surged wildly, and the incoming saber lights were scattered by the impact of the shockwave. In the next moment, a huge body retreated. It was the red-haired youth. The red-haired youth's eyes were filled with disbelief. He felt excruciating pain all over his body and he almost exploded. How could this be? He couldn't believe it. His own strength was extremely strong. His origin divine power had awakened 5 times. And his origin secret technique had severed the shackles. Not only that, his celestial whole body had just broken through. And his strength was a notch stronger than the other powerful fire centipedes. He had launched a sneak attack. Not only had Lu Ming blocked his full force attack, but he had also been sent flying by Lu Ming's spear. His body had almost exploded. The power contained in Lu Ming's earlier attack had left him in shock and fear. He never would have dreamed that a first-level Divine Lord person could actually contain such horrifying power. Run! A word flashed through the red-haired youth's mind. Run! He had never thought that he would have such a thought when facing a Divine Lord first-level person. But now he really wanted to run. But Lu Ming wouldn't give him such a chance. Kill! Lu Ming roared. He felt like he was filled with endless power. He held the Tyrant God Spear in one hand, and the Gate of Dominion in the other, as he charged at the red-haired youth. The primordial divine blood erupted. The power of Lu Ming's divine body was indeed astonishingly powerful. But his other origin secret techniques hadn't been enhanced. Only when Lu Ming held them in his hands could they be enhanced and explode with shocking power. Boom! The Gate of Dominion and the Tyrant God Spear became huge and completely enveloped the red-haired youth. The red-haired youth couldn't dodge, and could only take it head-on. Attack together and kill this person. The red-haired youth roared and exploded with all his strength. His divine power burned as he went all out. His body seemed to have transformed into a flaming saber, slashing the heavens and charging toward Lu Ming. The other fire centipedes also charged at Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming used the Gate of Sovereigns to exchange a blow with the red-haired youth. Lu Ming grabbed the Sovereign's Gate and waved it around. Its power was shocking, and it sent the red-haired youth flying. Then the Tyrant God Spear in his right hand swept out with a force that could sweep away 1,000 armies. Bang! Another top prodigy of the fire centipede race was struck by Lu Ming and exploded. At this moment, Lu Ming went all out. 7 drops of primordial divine blood and various kinds of divine power erupted. His battle prowess had reached an unimaginable level. Even the top prodigies of the fire centipede race found it hard to resist. One of them was killed instantly. Not only that, but 5 or 6 ordinary fire centipede race prodigies were also killed by the remaining power. Evildoer, retreat, retreat. This time, the fire centipede race's heaven's prides were truly afraid. They sucked in a breath of cold air and frantically retreated, no longer daring to fight Lu Ming. In their eyes, Lu Ming was simply a demon. Kill! As the fire centipede race retreated, Lu Ming focused on killing the red-haired youth. Boom boom. There were 2 consecutive booms and the red-haired youth screamed. A section of his body had exploded and flesh and blood flew everywhere. It was a tragic sight. Although he had avoided being hit in the vital parts, the red-haired youth was still severely injured. It had to be said that the red-haired youth was really strong. In a battle of the same level, among all the prodigies that Lu Ming had encountered, he was second only to Di Jiani and Murong Qiu Shui. After a few consecutive moves, he still couldn't kill the red-haired youth. However, the red-haired youth was almost scared to death. Where did this freak come from? How could there be such a powerful freak on the dragon race's mother planet? At this moment, he finally understood how powerful the dragon race was. Back then, the dragon race was ranked in the top 5 of the primitive 10,000 races board. It was far from what the fire centipede race could compare to. Although such a race was extinct, it was possible that some terrifying prodigies were born from their bloodline. At this moment he regretted coming here for the first time. He shouldn't have come to the dragon race's mother planet. Let's attack together, let's attack together. The red-haired youth wasn't willing to be killed just like that. He roared wildly, wanting to call the other fire centipede race members to attack. That way, he might be able to find a chance to survive. However, those fire centipede race members were already scared and didn't dare to attack. Not only did they not approach, they retreated even further. No one can save you. Kill! Lu Ming coldly shouted and launched a storm of attacks. You can't kill me. I'm the fire centipede race's peerless prodigy. My grandfather is the fire centipede race's great elder. The 10,000 dragon seals on your dragon race's mother planet will weaken sooner or later. If you kill me, my grandfather won't let you go. My fire centipede race won't let you go. The red-haired youth roared and made a final struggle. However, Lu Ming wasn't moved at all. His attacks were still wild. The tyrant god spear and the god's gate continued to attack. In the end, with a bang, the red-haired youth couldn't resist anymore. His body exploded in the air and his soul was destroyed. Run! The remaining fire centipede race members roared and frantically fled in all directions. Lu Ming didn't chase after them. There were too many people on the other side. There were nearly 100 of them fleeing in all directions. Even if he wanted to chase after them, he couldn't kill them all. At most, he could only chase after some of them. Therefore, Lu Ming couldn't be bothered to waste his energy. After the battle just now, he believed that the fire centipede race wouldn't dare to stay in this area. They would most likely run far away. His goal this time was the Golden Dragon Ridge. At this moment, the people from the Golden Dragon family surrounding them were all dumbstruck. One by one, they were tongue-tied and stunned. In the end, they looked at each other and saw shock and ecstasy in each other's eyes. The fire centipede race had been defeated and fled. Moreover, Lu Ming was actually a dragon human. They were saved. Strong, too strong. Our dragon human race actually has such an expert. Too strong, really too strong. Our dragon human race finally doesn't have to be afraid of outsiders. Ha ha ha. Many of the Golden Dragon family members were trembling with excitement. Previously, they couldn't resist the outsiders at all. They were all divine lords. They heard that the strongest on the dragon race's mother planet was only a peak divine king. This made them despair. Now, it seemed that there was someone on the dragon race's mother planet who had reached the divine lord realm. With such powerful strength, they could resist the outsiders. How could they not be excited? You're from the Golden Dragon family? Lu Ming stood in the air and glanced at the Golden Dragon family members. Quick, the Lord asked us something. Let's go. Let's go and reply. The Golden Dragon family members hurriedly flew toward Lu Ming with a respectful attitude. In their eyes, Lu Ming was most likely the most powerful person in the dragon human clan. Naturally, they would be respectful to him. Chapter 36:10. There were at least 1,000 members of the Golden Dragon family standing respectfully around Lu Ming. Sir, we are from the Golden Dragon family. Thank you for your help this time. Otherwise, we would have been enslaved by the outsiders for a long time. Thank you for your help, sir. The members of the Golden Dragon family bowed respectfully. It's nothing. I heard that the Golden Dragon family has a relic called the Golden Dragon Ridge. Can you take me there? Lu Ming went straight to the point and stated his intention. Of course. An old man stepped out from the Golden Dragon family and agreed without hesitation. Although the Golden Dragon Ridge was a relic left behind by the Golden Dragon family patriarch, it contained great opportunities and many divine herbs. However, it had been occupied by the fire centipede race, and they had obtained many divine herbs. Moreover, they believed that Lu Ming was from the Dragonborn race and his strength was amazing. So many experts from the fire centipede race were defeated by Lu Ming. Now that Lu Ming wanted to enter the Golden Dragon Ridge, how could they dare to refuse? How do I enter the Golden Dragon Ridge? What do I need? Lu Ming asked. You can enter directly. There are no restrictions. The old man from the Golden Dragon family said. Lu Ming was surprised. He had thought that the Golden Dragon Ridge, like the Black Dragon Valley, would require something like the Black Dragon token to open the restriction before one could enter. It seemed that not all the relics on the Dragon Clan's mother planet required a token to enter. Not all ruins had prohibitions or something like that. After asking, Lu Ming found out the location of the Golden Dragon Ridge. It was deep in the mountains of the Golden Dragon family. By the way, I need the help of the Golden Dragon family, Lu Ming said. He then took out the portraits of Autumn Moon and Xian Yanqing and asked the Golden Dragon family to help him find them. The Golden Dragon family naturally nodded and bowed. Then Lu Ming went deep into the Golden Dragon family. There was a small mountain in the depths of a large building. Is this the Golden Dragon Ridge? It's so small. Is it the space folding technology? Lu Ming muttered curiously. Then he took a step forward and walked forward. The difference of a single step was so close yet worlds apart. In the next moment, the surrounding scenery rapidly changed. The small mountain ridge in front of Lu Ming rapidly expanded, turning into a boundless mountain ridge. It looked vast and majestic. The extremely dense divine qi drifted in the air. Just by taking a breath, one would feel refreshed. It is indeed the space folding technique. It looks small on the outside, but it contains a large amount of space. The density of the divine qi is no less than that of the Black Dragon Valley. Lu Ming thought for a while, and then revealed a look of joy. In the Black Dragon Valley, there were large amounts of divine herbs. Furthermore, he had found the life genesis grass and the dragon blood stone. What could be here? Lu Ming was looking forward to it. Lu Ming didn't stop and started to search this area. Unfortunately, although the divine qi here was extremely dense, he didn't find anything. He didn't see any traces of divine medicine. Lu Ming knew that this was the periphery of the Golden Dragon Ridge. It was likely that the fire centipede race had plundered everything. It would be strange if they could find any divine medicine. The fire centipede race has been here for so many days. I wonder what they have found. Let me see. Lu Ming's heart stirred and a few storage rings appeared in his hands. These storage rings were obtained from the fire centipede race's sky prides that he had killed. The storage ring of the strongest red-haired young man was also in his hands. However, Lu Ming was soon disappointed. In the storage rings, apart from some ordinary divine crystals, divine qi, materials for refining equipment and elixirs, he didn't see any outstanding divine medicine, let alone treasures like the life genesis grass. Lu Ming shook his head and smiled. The fire centipede race must have refined these treasures. With more than 100 fire centipede race occupying this place, there might not be enough treasures to go around. I'd better look for them myself. There are probably more treasures in the depths of the Golden Dragon Ridge. Lu Ming smiled and headed towards the depths of the Golden Dragon Ridge. The Golden Dragon Ridge was similar to the Black Dragon Valley in that there were many dragon beasts. However, the dragon beasts outside the Golden Dragon Ridge weren't very strong, and were easily killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming increased his speed and headed deeper. It was very similar to the Black Dragon Valley. The deeper he went, the stronger the dragon beasts were. Furthermore, Lu Ming was suppressed by a powerful pressure, making it difficult for him to unleash his full strength. Very soon, Lu Ming crossed the 7th mountain ridge and entered the 8th mountain ridge. Roar. The roars of desolate beasts were like thunder. A powerful desolate beast that was 10 meters tall and dozens of meters long pounced at Lu Ming like a fierce tiger. Strong gales surged and energy surged. It was extremely powerful. This was a 3rd-level Divine Lord Desolate Beast. Lu Ming activated the battle character art to increase his battle strength by 5 times. He circulated his divine power at full strength and held the Tyrant God Spear in his hand. He activated all the power within the Tyrant God Spear and stabbed out. Whoosh! This spear's power was extremely strong. Currently, Lu Ming already had 3 kinds of divine powers awakened 5 times. Erupting at full power, 11 kinds of divine powers twisted into one, the power becoming stronger and stronger. The spear light swept through like a hot knife through butter, directly killing this dragon beast. Even under the situation of being suppressed, ordinary 3rd-level Divine Lord Desolate Beasts were also not Lu Ming's match. After killing this dragon beast, Lu Ming continued forward. Following that, he killed a 3rd-level Divine Lord Desolate Beast. Lu Ming finally had a discovery. He discovered 2 stalks of divine medicines with extremely thick life force. Lu Ming revealed a look of joy. It seemed like this place already reached the limits of the Fire Centipede clan's exploration. Made sense, this was the 8th mountain ridge. The dragon beasts that lived on it were virtually all 3rd-level divine lords. Actually, on the 7th mountain ridge, there were already many 3rd-level divine lord desolate beasts. Although the Fire Centipede clan's numbers were large, they were greatly suppressed here. Wanting to kill the coarse skin and thick flesh of the dragon beasts was not that easy. Furthermore, many of the Fire Centipede clan's people had just recovered to 3rd-level Divine Lord cultivation not long ago. Therefore, they did not explore too far. At most, they only stepped foot onto the 8th mountain ridge. Therefore Lu Ming's harvest started. Following Lu Ming's exploration, stocks of divine medicines were discovered by Lu Ming and entered into Lu Ming's storage ring. Not long after, Lu Ming obtained more than a dozen stocks of divine medicines. But unfortunately, treasures like the life source grass and dragon bloodstone, Lu Ming did not see any. Lu Ming was unresigned and continued searching. The Golden Dragon Ridge was seriously too big. Just one mountain ridge, the range was very vast. Searching for a while, he found some divine medicines again. Roar! At this time, another roar sounded out. An enormous dragon beast rushed toward Lu Ming. This dragon beast was covered all over in dragon scales, but it had a pair of wings. When the wings spread out, it was several hundred meters long. With a roar, its aura pierced through the sky. 4th level Divine Lord. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. This dragon beast's cultivation reached 4th level Divine Lord. It was incomparably powerful. If it were outside, 4th level Divine Lords were also not Lu Ming's match, and could be killed at will. But in this place, Lu Ming was greatly suppressed and found it hard to unleash all of his strength. Chapter 36:11. Swoosh. The flying dragon beast flapped its wings, triggering a series of wind blades. Like blades, they enveloped Lu Ming, the power extremely astonishing. Lu Ming's mind stirred, the wind-extinguishing boots appeared, making his speed increase explosively. His figure moved, akin to a series of phantoms, avoiding the assault of the wind blades. Closing in on the flying dragon beast, a spear pierced toward the flying dragon beast's head. But the flying dragon beast reacted very quickly. Flapping its wings, it swept the Overlord God spear like a divine blade. Bang! An intense rumble, force overflowed. The Overlord God spear trembled endlessly. Lu Ming's figure drifted backward. What powerful strength! 1 level higher Divine Lord realm cultivation. The difference in strength is indeed heaven and earth. Looks like I have to go all out. Lu Ming's thoughts revolved rapidly. The 7 drops of primeval divine blood in his body erupted with a loud bang. In an instant, Lu Ming was filled with explosive power. In the past, Lu Ming was just a drop of primeval divine blood. When it was stimulated, it already made his strength increase explosively, let alone now that he possessed 7 drops of primeval divine blood. The powerful strength made Lu Ming roar, as if he was going to break out of his body. Kill! Lu Ming gave a long howl, the Overlord God spear sweeping out once more, colliding with the flying dragon beast. This time, one of the flying dragon beast's wings directly exploded, flesh and blood flying everywhere. When Lu Ming stimulated 7 drops of primeval divine blood, his power already crushed the flying dragon beast. The flying dragon beast retreated explosively. Lu Ming followed, spear shadows like a dragon, sweeping out continuously. After several consecutive spears, the flying dragon beast suffered heavy injuries. Then, it had its head pierced by Lu Ming's spear, killing it on the spot. If outside, under the situation where I'm not suppressed, I can kill ordinary 5th level Divine Lords. Lu Ming summarized his combat strength. In the Divine Lord realm, to be able to kill a 5th level Divine Lord with a 1st level Divine Lord, this kind of combat strength was simply unheard of. Of course, this was referring to ordinary Divine Lords, not including the various races Heaven's chosen characters. For example, almost all those who entered the Dragon Clan's mother planet this time were prodigies. There were even more terrifying characters in those powerful races. For example, there was the red-haired youth in the Fire Centipede race. Faced with such a prodigy, Lu Ming naturally couldn't fight across so many levels. After killing the flying draconic beast, all the draconic beasts in the nearby area were swept clean. Lu Ming began to search with peace of mind. That is, not long after, Lu Ming made a discovery. A huge metal rod was inserted into the ground. It was dozens of meters long. Dragon horn. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that it was a dragon horn that was constantly emitting dragon might. What was special was that this dragon horn was made of metal. Its tail was smooth as if it had been chopped off from the divine dragon's head. Golden Dragon Ridge? Could it be the horn of a metal dragon? Lu Ming muttered. The Divine Dragon Clan was divided into many branches, and there were all kinds of divine dragons. For example, Black Dragon, White Dragon, Silver Dragon, Golden Dragon, Blood Dragon, Demonic Dragon, Water Dragon, Wind Dragon, Fire Dragon, metal dragon, etc. Among them, the metal dragon could be classified as a type of metallic life form. Its entire body was made of metal, similar to Qiuqiu. This dragon horn was completely made of metal, and it was very likely to be the dragon horn of a metal dragon. Moreover, after so many years, it still contained a strong dragon might. The owner of this dragon horn was no small matter. This dragon horn is mine. On Lu Ming's wrist, Qiuqiu had long been restless. At this moment, it rushed out and turned into a huge metal ball. Like a liquid, it wrapped around the metal dragon horn. This guy. Lu Ming smiled, but he was looking forward to it. Qiuqiu's physique was very special. He didn't know what he would gain after refining this dragon horn. During this period of time, under Lu Ming's observation of the divine artifacts supply, his progress was very fast. Now he had reached the second-level Divine Lord realm. However, when they entered the dragon race's mother planet, Qiuqiu had also suffered heavy injuries along with Lu Ming. It had only recovered during this period of time. When it was a heavenly god and divine king, Qiuqiu's strength was not bad. It could fight across realms and was equivalent to the geniuses of other races. But at the Divine Lord realm, Qiuqiu was already somewhat unable to keep up. In the primordial god spirit world, Qiuqiu had swallowed a broken sword. If it transformed into that broken sword, its combat power would be very strong, and it would be able to fight against a third-level Divine Lord. Even so, it would not be of much help to Lu Ming. However, with this dragon horn, Lu Ming was still looking forward to it. Qiuqiu wrapped around the dragon horn like a pool of liquid, constantly wriggling. As Qiuqiu wriggled, its body slowly shrank. Of course, that dragon horn also shrank. In the end, Qiuqiu returned to its normal size. That dragon horn naturally entered Qiuqiu's stomach. Lu Ming, I'm full. I want to refine it. Qiuqiu mumbled a few times, turned into a bracelet once more, and wore it on Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming smiled. Although he did not have any great gains on this trip yet, Qiuqiu obtaining a dragon horn was also considered not a wasted trip. Lu Ming's figure flashed, continuing to search. Finishing searching this area, Lu Ming obtained some divine medicines again. Then he continued heading towards the depths of the Golden Dragon Ridge. Continuing forward, he would definitely have to face the challenge of dragon beasts. The following 2 days, Lu Ming explored the Golden Dragon Ridge, fighting with dragon beasts. 2 days' time, a total of 8 4th-level Divine Lord Dragon beasts died at his hands. Of course, if he ran into 5th-level Divine Lord Dragon beasts, Lu Ming would run away. In this place, Lu Ming was greatly suppressed. Encountering 5th-level Divine Lord Dragon beasts, he was definitely not a match. These 2 days, Lu Ming also had considerable gains. Especially among them, there were 3 heavenly source fruits that made Lu Ming beam from ear to ear. Heavenly source fruits were the same as life source grass. Also a kind of peerless treasure, a priceless treasure. However, the effects of heavenly source fruits and life source grass were different. Life source grass could help cultivate source divine power factors, while heavenly source fruits could help cultivate source secret arts. It was extremely helpful towards severing the shackles of source secret arts. Lu Ming had a smile all over his face. This was a great gain. What made Lu Ming feel regretful was that he did not find dragon bloodstones here. 2 days later, Lu Ming withdrew from the Golden Dragon Ridge. Because if he continued forward, the pressure would become greater and greater, and the dragon beasts would become stronger and stronger. He could casually run into 5th-level Divine Lord Dragon beasts. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, it was very hard to continue charging. Lu Ming planned on withdrawing and properly digesting the gains he obtained during this period of time, increasing his strength a little. Withdrawing from the Golden Dragon Ridge, and giving instructions to the Golden Dragon family clan's members, Lu Ming returned to the Black Dragon family clan. Thinking about it, he took out the Dream Divine Jade to see what news there was inside. The moment he took a look, he jumped in fright. The public area already exploded. The reason was because the Fire Centipede race's people released an image. Lu Ming took a look. It was precisely the image of him rushing to the Golden Dragon family clan and killing the Fire Centipede race. The Fire Centipede race's people complained tearfully, saying that the dragon race's homeworld's natives were too arrogant, calling for the various races outside to join forces to kill Lu Ming. The moment the news came out, many people appeared in the public area, clamoring. Chapter 36:12. Before this, Lu Ming had seen that the public area of the Dream Divine Jade was very quiet. No one was talking. However, when the Fire Centipede race released the video, it immediately caused an uproar. There's actually such a strong local. This person's combat strength is very strong. He can't be underestimated. It seems that we've underestimated the local. We have to be careful in the future. A local dares to be arrogant. I suggest that the people nearby join forces to kill this person. That's right. I also suggest that the Fire Centipede race release the specific location. The experts of the surrounding races will go and kill this person. This will completely disappoint the local. The public area was in an uproar. Most people said that they wanted to join forces to kill Lu Ming. They would not allow a local to be so arrogant and powerful. They wanted to strangle him in the cradle. Hehehe. Lu Ming almost cursed when he saw this. Wasn't he just pretending to be a local? It actually attracted so many people to suppress him. Then the Fire Centipede race released the specific location in the public area. Then, a group of people began to discuss how to kill Lu Ming. Of course, they did not hide anything. They made all kinds of suggestions. They did not expect that Lu Ming would see all of this. In their minds, Lu Ming was a local. It was impossible for him to have a treasure like the Dream Divine Jade. Lu Ming definitely did not know what they said. They did not know that Lu Ming had seen all of this. The winged men did not expose me? Lu Ming muttered to himself. The Fire Centipede race had released a video. It should have been recorded by a Fire Centipede race's genius with the Dream Divine Jade during his battle. Logically speaking, the members of the Winged Men clan should have seen Lu Ming before. As long as the elites of the Winged Men clan saw him, they would definitely be able to recognize Lu Ming and know that he was not a local. However, none of the Winged Men jumped out to say it. They're trying to kill me with a borrowed knife. Lu Ming thought for a moment and sneered. He quickly understood the Winged Men's idea. If he were to reveal that Lu Ming was not a local, but an outsider, he was afraid that many people would not attack Lu Ming. After all, there were countless clans and forces in the outside world. It was normal for these clans and forces to fight and kill each other. Lu Ming had killed a member of the Fire Centipede race, so why would the others attack Lu Ming and help the Fire Centipede race? Perhaps there would be many people who would rejoice in his misfortune. But Lu Ming was a local, so things were different. If the natives were so strong, how were they going to suppress the natives and make them work for them? If the other natives knew that there was such a strong person among them, would their morale be boosted, and they would rebel against them? That was why they had joined forces to kill Lu Ming. Humph. I, Lu Ming, have nothing to fear. Come, I'll kill whoever comes. Lu Ming sneered, then continued to browse the public area, wanting to get more information. Suddenly, another message caused an uproar. Another clan posted a video. Like the Fire Centipede race, this video was also an image of a local killing a foreign prodigy. Lu Ming took a look. In the video, a divine dragon with 8 dragon claws on its abdomen was roaring at the sky. It tore apart more than a dozen foreign prodigies in a row, and many of them fled in a sorry state. An 8-clawed divine dragon. That was a pure 8-clawed divine dragon. The public area was in an uproar again. There was actually a pure divine dragon on the dragon race's mother planet, and it was an 8-clawed divine dragon. Although there were still many divine dragons living in various parts of the primitive universe, many powerful forces kept many divine dragons as mounts and enslaved them. Even the Taishu sacred emperor kept some divine dragons as tools to pull his chariot. However, most of them were 5-clawed divine dragons, 6-clawed divine dragons, and at most 7-clawed divine dragons. As for 8-clawed divine dragons, they were extremely rare. There were very few 8-clawed divine dragons in the primitive universe now. In the divine dragon race, 8-clawed divine dragons were the top prodigies. Any 8-clawed divine dragon had great talent and endless potential. Of course, there was a 9-clawed dragon above the 8-clawed divine dragon. However, a 9-clawed dragon was even rarer. It could even be said to be extremely rare. 9-clawed dragon was almost extinct in the primitive universe now. Even dozens of stellar years ago, During the heyday of the divine dragon race, nine-clawed dragon was extremely rare. Every appearance of a nine-clawed dragon would excite the divine dragon race because it represented talent. A nine-clawed dragon was a peerless prodigy of the dragon race. Its talent and potential were endless. As long as it grew up, it would definitely become an unparalleled expert. The public area was in an uproar. Many people began to talk about this eight-clawed divine dragon again. This reduced the number of people who were targeting Lu Ming. Many people suggested that they join forces to kill this eight-clawed divine dragon. Some even said that they wanted to subdue this eight-clawed divine dragon and make it their mount. The public area was getting more and more lively. Many people came out to talk. Well, after coming to the dragon race's mother planet for a while, most of them had recovered from their injuries. With their injuries healed, they were more confident. They were not like before, afraid of being targeted by others. As the crowd chatted, suddenly, someone played a video that caused an explosion. In the video, a person wearing a flaming armor with divine dragons coiled around the armor held a dragon sword in his hand. He stepped on the void. There were at least a few hundred nine-clawed dragons floating around him. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they fought with a group of outsiders. He was very powerful. Within a few breaths, he had killed more than a dozen outsiders. Another local prodigy of the dragon race's mother planet. Everyone could tell at a glance that this person was from the dragon human race, a native of the dragon race's mother planet. Sure enough, someone said that they had met this person on the dragon spirit continent. He was a local dragon person and was extremely powerful. Divine dragon aspect art. What caught Lu Ming's attention was that the secret technique used by the dragon human aspect art was the divine dragon aspect art. Those few hundred nine-clawed dragons were the divine dragon aspect art condensed from the divine dragon aspect art. It seems that the dragon race's mother planet is not simple. Lu Ming whispered. He was a fake and not a native of the dragon race's mother planet. However, the eight-clawed divine dragon and the young man in the flaming dragon armor were most likely natives. Feng Zhou previously said that the strongest native of the dragon race's mother planet was only a peak divine king. Now it seemed that was not correct. What Feng Zhou saw was only the surface. The dragon race's mother planet was not simple. However, this was good too. It could take a lot of Lu Ming's firepower. In the public area, there was a lot of discussion about how to kill Lu Ming, the eight-clawed divine dragon, and the others. After watching for a while, Lu Ming kept the illusory heavenly jade. It seems that these people will come to me sooner or later. I have to raise my cultivation as soon as possible. Also, get the people from the Black Dragon family to leave first so that they won't be in trouble. Lu Ming thought. Chapter 36:13. Lu Ming was very powerful. He could defeat more than 100 members of the Fire Centipede clan and kill many experts. However, the Fire Centipede race was only ranked in the top 10,000 on the Wilderness 10,000 races list. There were many races stronger than the Fire Centipede race. Those stronger races might have terrifying heaven's prides. On the dragon race's mother planet, there were heaven-defying treasures like the Genesis grass and the heavenly source fruit. How could those major races not have similar treasures? Those heaven's prides of those major races had powerful bloodline talents. With similar treasures, origin divine force, and origin secret arts, how could they be weak? Some of them might be very terrifying. Lu Ming had to be careful. He couldn't be careless. Immediately, Lu Ming went to Peng Zhou and told him that he had recently discovered many outsiders spying on them. He was afraid that they would be unfavorable to them. He asked Peng Zhou to lead the Black Dragon family members away from the Black Dragon family temporarily. He would guard the Black Dragon family alone. Peng Zhou and the others were shocked. They could only follow Lu Ming's method and let the Black Dragon family members leave temporarily. This way, they could also inquire about some information. Not long after, the Black Dragon family was empty. There was not a single person. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in a courtyard of the Black Dragon family. With a wave of his hand, at least a few hundred divine herbs floated in the air. Old Liang, I'll leave them to you. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to the measuring word formula. He planned to let the measuring word formula refine these divine herbs to help him break through to the next realm. Previously, Lu Ming needed to directly absorb the life energy of these divine herbs to heal his injuries. This was more effective. However, after the measuring word formula refined them, they would turn into pure energy, and the life energy inside would be insufficient. Therefore, Lu Ming did not let the measuring word formula refine the divine herbs. But now Lu Ming planned to use these divine herbs to break through to the next realm. Letting the measuring word formula refine them was the most suitable. Don't worry, these divine herbs are very pure and easy to refine. Leave them to me. The voice of the quantifying character formula rang out, and then a suction force burst out, sucking in the divine medicine, and beginning to refine it. As expected, it didn't take long for pure energy to flow into Lu Ming. Lu Ming circulated the cosmos myriad Daos incantation, and the 11 types of God power and star cores in his body began to absorb the energy and convert it into God power. In his Dantian, the 11 stellar cores were shining brightly, and the stellar ring around them was becoming more and more resplendent. In Lu Ming's body, the godly power was also growing stronger and stronger. As he cultivated, he split a portion of his attention to observe his surroundings while waiting. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Soon 15 days had passed. 15 days later, Lu Ming's heart stirred slightly. He sensed something flickering in the distance. There was someone there. However, they were very far apart. Indeed, 2 young figures had appeared in the distant space, and they were sizing up Lu Ming from afar. "It's that kid. He seems to be cultivating." One of the young men said. "Should we make a move?" The other young man said. "Don't be anxious. We can see from the image that this kid is very strong. More than 100 fire centipedes were forced to retreat. We can't underestimate him. Let's wait for the others to arrive first." The young man at the beginning said, and he was more steady. "He only defeated some fire centipedes. How strong can he be?" The young man at the back sneered, as if he was disdainful of the fire centipedes. However, he didn't act rashly and didn't make a move. They retreated a distance and hid in a cloud, watching Lu Ming from afar. However, they didn't know that they had been discovered by Lu Ming. They didn't make a move. Looks like they're waiting for the others to arrive, so that they can attack together. Lu Ming sneered and continued to cultivate. After half a month, Lu Ming's accumulation in his body had reached its limit. The star cores glowed, and the stellar ring shone brightly. His cultivation had reached the peak of first-level Divine Lord. "Begin the breakthrough," Lu Ming muttered, and began to break through to the second-level Divine Lord with all his might. Bang! 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 Lu Ming's body trembled incessantly, but outside his body, no aura leaked out at all. He felt very calm. After several consecutive attacks, finally, in his Dantian, a second stellar ring suddenly appeared above the 11 star cores. Second-level Divine Lord breakthrough. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled into a smile. However, he constantly revolved his divine power and suppressed his aura, so as to prevent it from erupting and alarming those few young men not far away. Finally broke through to the second-level Divine Lord. "Come on, I'll kill as many as come." Lu Ming sneered. Breaking through to the second-level Divine Lord, Lu Ming was brimming with confidence. Divine Lord realm, the gap between each level was huge. Wanting to break through was also very difficult. One needed to spend endless resources and time. If not for being on the dragon race's mother planet and having several hundred stocks of divine medicine, Lu Ming definitely wouldn't break through so quickly. Of course, after breaking through, the improvement was also very great. Breaking through to the second-level Divine Lord, Lu Ming's combat strength skyrocketed. Now if he erupted with full power, he could easily one-shot that red-haired youth from the fire centipede race. However, Lu Ming maintained his composure and continued to cultivate several hundred stalks of divine medicine. There was still a portion of medicinal strength that had not been refined. It was just nice to continue absorbing and stabilize his cultivation. While at this time, several more young men appeared around Lu Ming. In this area, there were more and more figures. But these people did not act rashly either. 3 days later, more than 30 young men already appeared in this area. All of them were top heaven's prides. They had seen the video of Lu Ming fighting with the fire centipede race before and knew how powerful Lu Ming was. Since they knew and still dared to come, Although they had the intention of relying on their numerical advantage, they themselves also had extremely strong combat strength. Almost everyone is here. This kid has been there all along without moving. Furthermore, this area is only him. Could it be that he discovered us long ago? Someone discussed softly. So what if he discovered? Humph, I'll kill him. You guys help me hold the fort. An extremely burly youth shouted coldly. As his eyes opened and closed, they were filled with violent killing intent. After saying that, he took a step forward. A violent aura erupted, causing the void to tremble. At the same time, his body rapidly expanded, becoming 100 meters tall. His figure was extremely burly, as if he was cast from metal. This was his original body, but it was still in human form. It was like an ordinary person that had expanded many times. Giant race. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. In the primitive universe, there was a giant race. Their strength was much stronger than the ordinary human race. They were extremely powerful, and were also a race on the primitive 10,000 races list. Brat native, die for me. The giant race's Heaven's Pride shouted and blasted a punch towards Lu Ming. The air exploded. The speed was astonishing. The violent fist pressure pressed towards Lu Ming. He's very strong. He's not weaker than that red-haired youth from the fire centipede race. Looks like he's a top Heaven's Pride of the giant race. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Not only was he not afraid, but he revealed a look of excitement. Chapter 36:14. Kill. Lu Ming roared and soared into the sky. In an instant, Lu Ming activated the battle character art to increase his combat strength by 5 times. At the same time, he activated the power of a drop of primordial divine blood. A layer of dragon scales appeared on his fist. He punched out and his fist collided with the fist of the giant tribe prodigy. Boom. It was like 2 planets colliding. The fist force overflowed and the 2 figures continued to retreat. What a strong force. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. But just now, he had only used his first-level Divine Lord cultivation, and did not use his full strength. Kid, you have some strength, but it's not enough. Kill. The giant tribe prodigy roared and clenched his fist. A huge axe appeared in his hand, making his aura even more violent. Boom. The huge axe seemed to split open the sky as it slashed towards Lu Ming. This person's strength was really strong. He was definitely not weaker than the red-haired youth of the fire centipede race. But now Lu Ming did not put him in his eyes. Kill. Lu Ming roared and his aura erupted. The tyrant god spear appeared in his hand. At the same time, Lu Ming activated all the primordial divine blood in his body. With all the primordial divine blood activated, and the power of the tyrant god spear, Lu Ming's strength was extremely strong. Boom. The tyrant god spear and the opponent's axe collided, erupting with a violent explosion. Then the giant tribe prodigy's body trembled and he retreated, his face pale. That attack just now made his entire body numb. The bones in his arm almost broke and the axe in his hand almost shattered. Lu Ming's strength made him tremble. It was impossible to accurately judge the other party's combat strength from the video. Only when he personally fought did he understand how terrifying Lu Ming was. Kill, kill, kill. Lu Ming roared and had already launched a storm of attacks. In an instant, the tyrant god spear had already struck out dozens of times. Spear light enveloped the giant tribe prodigy's body. The giant tribe prodigy roared and waved his axe to block. But after a few moves, he spat out large mouthfuls of blood, and cracks appeared on the axe in his hand. This was his origin secret technique. Save me, come and save me. The genius of the giant tribe roared in fear. Kill. Let's attack together. Loud roars could be heard. There were at least a dozen figures in the surroundings, pouncing toward Lu Ming. Every single one of them exuded a terrifying aura. These people were all top-notch geniuses of various races. They were extremely powerful. Many of them were no weaker than the geniuses of the giant tribe. In fact, some of them were even stronger. Kill. Lu Ming's gaze was cold as the tyrant god spear continuously blasted out. Bang. Finally, the battle axe in the hands of the giant tribe prodigy exploded. The tyrant god spear carried with it a terrifying aura as it blasted towards the giant tribe prodigy, making it impossible for him to dodge. No, the genius of the Titan race roared out in fear. At this moment, he was filled with regret. He shouldn't have been impulsive. He shouldn't have charged up alone. He should have attacked together with the others. As the tyrant deity spear descended, the gigantic body of the sky pride of the giant tribe exploded as his body and soul were destroyed. Brat, you're courting death. The other geniuses were furious. In the next moment, more than 10 terrifying attacks were launched. Lu Ming rushed towards Lu Ming. Good timing. Lu Ming roared as the tyrant god's spear vibrated and blasted out more than 10 spears. Boom, boom, boom. Violent explosions rang out. Lu Ming successfully blocked these attacks, although he was forced to retreat. He can't block it. Kill. Kill. More than 10 top-notch geniuses shouted as they unleashed their full strength. All sorts of terrifying attacks were launched towards Lu Ming. With a thought, the wind-extinguishing boots appeared. With the wind-extinguishing boots on his feet, Lu Ming's speed increased explosively. His figure flashed rapidly as he dodged more than half of the attacks. Lu Ming successfully blocked the remaining attacks. Heavenly Evildoer Bell. At the same time, Lu Ming used the Heavenly Evildoer Bell. With a ringing sound, the sound waves that attacked the soul rushed out in all directions. It's a soul attack. The faces of the geniuses changed slightly. Although they all had mysterious soul defensive treasures, under the attack of the Heavenly Evildoer Bell, their divine power still couldn't circulate smoothly. This was Lu Ming's opportunity. He set his sights on a giant snake and charged towards it. This giant snake was the glacier python tribe that Lu Ming had seen before. They were the arch-enemies of the sacred sparrow tribe. This glacier python was very strong and was no weaker than the giant tribe's genius. However, when it saw Lu Ming coming over, it quickly retreated. However, it was too late. How could its speed compare to Lu Ming's? Sovereign's Gate, Void-Shattering Sword. Lu Ming waved his hand and 5 types of origin source secret techniques flew out towards the glacier python. The glacier python was shocked. Its huge body twisted to block these attacks. Boom. Boom. Although the attacks were blocked, Lu Ming's thunderous attack had already been launched. Poof. The tyrant god's spear stabbed into the glacier python's head. Ah! The glacier python screamed in agony and then stopped moving. Its body fell to the ground and was no longer breathing. Everyone else's expression changed. Lu Ming was still able to kill one of them despite being besieged by so many people. His combat strength was terrifying. Why aren't you guys attacking? Attack him together. He can't last long after using so many origin source secret techniques. Someone shouted. There were more than a dozen people around them who had not attacked. Some of them disdained to join forces with so many people, while others were observing. At this moment, seeing how powerful Lu Ming was, these people could no longer sit still. All of them charged toward Lu Ming. Today, so many of them had joined forces to kill Lu Ming. If they still could not get rid of Lu Ming, it would be very embarrassing. Dozens of experts attacked from all directions. All kinds of attacks were extremely violent and sealed off the area. Lu Ming's expression turned serious. Finally, you guys are attacking together. Fine. Today all of you will die. Lu Ming shouted coldly, stepping on the wind-extinguishing boots. He kept flashing like a phantom, dodging the attacks. Don't go. You can't hide. Today, you must die without a doubt. Many people roared. Is that so? At this moment, Lu Ming revealed a strange smile. Bang. The next moment, the aura on Lu Ming's body suddenly erupted. Second-level Divine Lord cultivation fully erupted. Previously, Lu Ming had been using first-level Divine Lord cultivation all along. The reason why he did so was to lure everyone to attack together, so that he could finish them off in one fell swoop. What? Feeling Lu Ming's aura, the faces of the heavens prides present changed wildly one after another. Not good. He concealed his strength previously. Someone roared, shocked beyond belief, his voice carrying fear. Previously, Lu Ming was already so powerful. But he actually still concealed his strength and did not fully erupt. Now he fully erupted. How powerful would he be? Ring, ring, ring. The bell of heavenly evil sounded again. The power of the origin source secret technique was also related to severing the shackles. But without a doubt, the higher the cultivation, the stronger the power of the Origin Source secret technique. Second level Divine Lord cultivation powering the bell of heavenly evil. The power was a notch stronger than before. Chapter 36:15. The stronger one's cultivation was, the more powerful the Origin Source secret technique would be. Under the activation of Lu Ming's second level Divine Lord cultivation, the wicked bell also erupted with shocking power. Everyone present was the top prodigies of their respective clans. It was normal for them to have soul defense treasures. Moreover, they were very powerful. Previously, when Lu Ming controlled the wicked bell, it had almost no effect on these people. However, now that the wicked bell's power had increased, it more or less affected these prodigies. Many people trembled. Lu Ming needed this opportunity. Kill! Lu Ming roared and became one with his spear. He turned into a bright spear light and attacked one of the prodigies. The prodigy's face was pale. It was too late for him to dodge. Poof! Blood splattered everywhere. The prodigy was killed. Then Lu Ming pressed the Overlord's spear in his hand and changed direction, sweeping towards another prodigy. With a bang, this prodigy was also killed. Lu Ming was bathed in blood. After killing 2 people in a row, he charged towards the third. At this moment, the remaining people finally reacted and their faces changed. Especially the prodigy that Lu Ming was charging towards. His face changed drastically and he subconsciously retreated. However, Lu Ming activated his Sovereign's Gate and other Origin Source secret techniques, and charged towards this person, blocking his retreat. Meanwhile, he was stepping on the wind-extinguishing boots and charging with his spear. The Overlord's spear blasted out like a storm. This person only took 3 moves before he was killed by Lu Ming. Kill him! Someone roared. The remaining people attacked with all their might. Dozens of attacks surged towards Lu Ming, sealing off all the space. Lu Ming's figure kept flashing and dodging most of the attacks. However, there were still some attacks that were difficult to avoid. Swoosh! Swoosh! The Overlord's spear kept vibrating, bursting out a bright spear light, blocking these attacks. There was a huge explosion in the sky above the Black Dragon family. In the end, Lu Ming blocked these attacks. At this moment, a terrifying whistling sound came from behind Lu Ming. A saber light slashed towards Lu Ming with shocking power. Lu Ming turned his hand and shot out a spear. Clang! With a violent vibration, the Overlord God's spear buzzed and trembled, and that blade light directly shattered. Lu Ming turned around and attacked, his spear light like a dragon. The one who attacked him just now was a burly young man. This person was very strong. He was one of the strongest among the people who attacked him. His combat strength was even higher than the red-haired young man from the Fire Centipede race. In an instant, Lu Ming stabbed out more than 10 times. The burly young man's expression changed. Divine power burned all over his body as he unleashed all his strength. He slashed out with his saber and collided with Lu Ming's spear light. This person was indeed very strong. His battle prowess was astonishing. After exchanging more than a dozen moves with Lu Ming, he was forced to retreat and blood kept flowing out of his mouth. However, he managed to withstand the attacks and was not killed. At the same time, the attacks of the others were continuously directed at Lu Ming. With a thought, Lu Ming activated the Gate of Domination and the mysterious Sky Shield. 7 or 8 Origin secret techniques blocked around Lu Ming's body. At the same time, a layer of dragon scales appeared on Lu Ming's body. After setting up the defense, Lu Ming ignored the attacks around him and focused on dealing with the burly young man in front of him. Boom, boom, boom. Attacks came from all directions. The first to bear the brunt of the attacks were various Origin secret techniques. The sounds of explosions were continuous. The 7 or 8 Origin secret techniques were definitely unable to withstand the attacks of these prodigies. They were constantly vibrating and then sent flying. Then those attacks attacked Lu Ming's body. There were sword light, saber light, spear light, fist prints, flames, and so on. Every attack was incomparably terrifying. However, Lu Ming did not dodge or evade. He attacked the burly young man in front of him with all his strength. Those attacks all landed on Lu Ming's body and instantly drowned Lu Ming. However, the Overlord God Spear in Lu Ming's hand did not stop attacking. It kept blasting at the burly young man. The burly young man finally could not withstand it. His chest was pierced by the Overlord God spear, and a hole appeared. However, this time Lu Ming also did not feel good. The various lights disappeared, and several wounds appeared on Lu Ming's body. He had stimulated the primordial divine blood, and turned it into dragon scales. His defensive power was extremely shocking. Of the dozens of prodigies, only a few were able to break through his defense and leave a wound on his body. However, after being blocked by the dragon scales, the power of those attacks was already very weak. Lu Ming only suffered superficial injuries. It was not a big deal. At this moment, he was covered in blood and looked even more sinister and terrifying. "You lunatic!" The burly young man in front of him roared in horror. His eyes were filled with terror. Lu Ming did not hesitate to get injured to keep staring at him. This kind of person was too terrifying. He wanted to escape, but his chest had been pierced by Lu Ming, and his heart had exploded. He was already heavily injured, and his chi and blood had withered. He could not escape even if he wanted to. "I'll send you on your way," Lu Ming shouted. Holding his spear with both hands, he pressed down like Mount Tai. Boom! A huge spear light attacked the burly young man. That spear was unstoppable. The burly young man roared in horror. He tried to use his remaining strength to block it, but it was all in vain. Under the pressure of the tyrant god spear, the burly young man's body exploded, his body and soul destroyed. An extremely terrifying prodigy had fallen. The others were shocked, and fear appeared in their eyes. He's already injured. Moreover, he's fought continuously. He must have used up a lot of divine power. Don't retreat, continue attacking. That's right. If we retreat now, I'm afraid we'll become a laughingstock and be ridiculed by others. A few of the young men shouted, their eyes still filled with killing intent. That's right. Continue attacking. He won't be able to last much longer. Kill. The others also roared. Clenching their teeth, they continued to attack Lu Ming, using all their strength. Courting death. Lu Ming's gaze was cold as he stared at a purple-skinned young man. This person was one of the people who insisted on killing Lu Ming earlier. Furthermore, his strength was very strong, able to breach Lu Ming's defenses. Lu Ming's footsteps stepped repeatedly, his figure flickering continuously, avoiding a portion of the attacks. Then man and spear became one, spinning non-stop, breaking through one attack after another, charging toward the purple-skinned young man. The purple-skinned young man's expression changed. A streak of purple sword light burst forth from his hand, sparkling and translucent, slashing toward Lu Ming. With a bang, the sword light dissipated. The purple-skinned young man's figure flashed repeatedly, hiding behind the other young men. The outcome of that burly young man just now. He saw it with his eyes and did not dare to be targeted by Lu Ming. His expression was very grim. He really miscalculated this time. He did not expect that Lu Ming's combat strength was even stronger than imagined. Before coming, he was very confident, because his combat strength was extremely powerful. Although he was also a third-level Divine Lord, he killed other third-level Divine Lord Heaven's prides as easily as chopping melons and vegetables. But he did not expect that Lu Ming's combat strength was even more terrifying. Facing Lu Ming, he could only retreat. However, Lu Ming clearly would not let him avoid. Lu Ming stepped on the wind-extinguishing boots, his speed extremely astonishing. Furthermore, he ignored the others, staring fixedly at the purple-skinned young man. Chapter 36:16. Lu Ming's speed was even faster than the purple-skinned youth's. He quickly caught up and unleashed a barrage of attacks. Spear light filled the sky, enveloping the purple-skinned youth. He had no way to retreat. Damn it, attack with all your strength. Attack with all your strength. He won't be able to resist. The purple-skinned youth crazily roared. At the same time, he crazily attacked. His purple sword light whistled, slashing towards Lu Ming's spear light. However, he was completely suppressed by Lu Ming. The sword light and spear light collided. The sword light trembled and then directly shattered. The other heavenly geniuses naturally didn't give up on attacking. All sorts of attacks constantly bombarded Lu Ming's body, but Lu Ming didn't care. Only a few people were able to break through his dragon scales. This was also because Lu Ming now had 7 drops of primordial divine blood. After activating them, they were extremely powerful. If it was just one drop, they definitely wouldn't be so strong. Lu Ming didn't care about the others' attacks. He only focused on the purple-skinned youth. This caused the purple-skinned youth to panic. He truly panicked. How is this possible? How can this brat's attacks still be so fierce? How can he still maintain his divine power? The purple-skinned youth was horrified. He couldn't understand how Lu Ming's divine power could be so strong. However, no matter how horrified he was, his fate was already sealed. Although he was strong, he was only on the same level as that burly youth from before. Under Lu Ming's barrage of attacks, he was finally killed by a single spear strike. At this moment, the remaining geniuses were filled with shock and fear. In this short period of time, 4 or 5 of their heavenly geniuses had already been killed by Lu Ming. Furthermore, 2 of them were peak heavenly geniuses. Most importantly, they seemed unable to break through Lu Ming's defenses. Even if they did, Lu Ming would only be lightly injured. If this continued, Lu Ming would sooner or later kill them one by one. Let's go, we're leaving first. Right, let the heavenly geniuses of the stronger races kill him. I heard that some people have already broken through and reached the 4th level Divine Lord realm. Let those people kill him. The remaining people didn't dare to continue fighting. They all retreated, turning and flying into the distance. Humph, do you think it's that easy to come and go as you please? Lu Ming harumphed coldly. With a cold look in his eyes, he stepped on the wind-extinguishing boots and turned into a series of shadows, dashing towards the sky prides. Not good. The expressions of those sky prides changed drastically, and there was not a trace of blood in their faces. Kill. Lu Ming let out a long roar. His spear light stretched for tens of thousands of miles and pressed down on the few sky prides. Ah! Block it! Those heavenly geniuses roared in terror. They used all their strength to block Lu Ming's attack. But their strength was still lacking compared to the purple-skinned youth. They were unable to block Lu Ming's full-powered attack. As the spear light fell, the bodies and souls of the geniuses were destroyed. This made the other geniuses even more terrified. They scattered and ran for their lives. Kill. Lu Ming chased in another direction and killed a few more people. In the end, a total of more than 10 geniuses were left here forever, while the rest escaped. With so many sky prides fleeing, no matter how strong Lu Ming was, there was no way he could keep them all here. Very quickly, the area calmed down. Lu Ming collected the spatial rings of the slain heavenly geniuses and checked them one by one. Regretfully, he was disappointed. He didn't gain anything. Even if these people had obtained divine medicines or treasures like the life genesis grass or heavenly origin fruit, they would have already used them. After all, the current dragon race's mother planet was filled with experts. Refining these treasures to raise their cultivation bases and strength was the best way. The stronger you were, the better you could suppress the crowd and obtain better treasures. It was a virtuous cycle. Lu Ming had originally wanted to see if there were any treasures like the dragon bloodstone. But regretfully he didn't see any. After tidying up, Lu Ming returned to the Black Dragon family. Not long after, the dream space was in an uproar. Someone posted the recording of the battle between the Sky Prides and Lu Ming to the public area of the dream space, causing a commotion. Lu Ming killed many Sky Prides in a row. Such powerful strength was shocking. Some people secretly rejoiced that they didn't participate in the hunt for Lu Ming. As for the majority of the people, they were furious. Especially some races, whose Sky Prides had died in Lu Ming's hands, were even more furious. A mere aboriginal is so arrogant, courting death. Our strongest Sky Pride is currently breaking through to the 4th level Divine Lord realm. Once he succeeds, immediately kill him. The Divine Dragon race has already become a thing of the past. The dragon race's mother planet is our training ground. We can't allow the local aboriginals to rise. Many powerful existences spread the word that they wanted to gather more experts to kill Lu Ming. However, they were soon slapped in the face. Because there were others who went to kill the 8-clawed divine dragon, as well as another young dragon man wearing a flaming dragon armor, they didn't succeed either. Many of them were killed, and the other party broke out of the encirclement. This also caused a commotion. The fantasy space was quiet for a while, and then there was an even greater clamor. Someone spread the word that they must completely suppress and kill the local sky prides of the dragon race. For a time, a storm was brewing. It's really lively. Lu Ming looked at the fantasy space for a while and smiled faintly. Regarding this, he didn't care. As long as he was strong enough, he didn't need to fear these people. However, Lu Ming had to consider another problem. It was him who killed so many races' sky prides. Could it be that he wouldn't leave the dragon race's mother planet in the future? Once he left the dragon race's mother planet and trained in the primitive universe, there would probably be enemies everywhere. There's no other way. If I don't kill them, they will kill me. I'll take it one step at a time. At the critical moment, I can reveal my identity and say that I'm not from the dragon race's mother planet. In this way, I'll only offend a portion of people and not all of them. Lu Ming was thinking. However, unless it was a last resort, Lu Ming wouldn't do this. He now needed the locals of the dragon race's mother planet to help him find the whereabouts of Xian Yanqing and Qiuyu. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lu Ming circulated the universe myriad Dao technique and began to cultivate. In the surrounding space, a steady stream of divine qi gathered toward Lu Ming and was refined by Lu Ming. Not long after, Lu Ming recovered to his peak state. Then, Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to Feng Zhou. Not long after, Feng Zhou and the others returned to the Black Dragon family. Unfortunately, there was still no news of Qiuyu and Xian Yanqing. However, they heard some other news. Many of the native Dragonians of the dragon race's mother planet had already broken through to the Divine Lord realm. Some of them even had conflicts with outsiders and were forcefully suppressed. The conflict between the outsiders and the native Dragonians was getting deeper and deeper. Lu Ming thought for a moment and then asked Feng Zhou to open the Black Dragon Valley. He entered the Black Dragon Valley again. With his current strength, he could enter deeper into the Black Dragon Valley. Moreover, Qiuyu was teleported away from the six-clawed Black Dragon's base. This was the Black Dragon Valley. Lu Ming had always suspected that Qiuyu might be in the depths of the Black Dragon Valley. Although Feng Zhou once said that the Black Dragon had left behind many ruins on the dragon race's mother planet, the Black Dragon Valley was not the only one. Chapter 36:17. Very quickly, Lu Ming arrived at the same place he had been last time and continued forward. Not long after, he encountered a fourth-layer Divine Lord Draconic Beast. Lu Ming used his full strength to kill the fourth-layer Divine Lord Draconic Beast and continued his exploration. This exploration lasted for a few days. However, Lu Ming's luck seemed to have run out. Or perhaps, Lu Ming had already dug up all the dragon bloodstones in the Black Dragon Valley. In these past few days, Lu Ming hadn't found a single dragon bloodstone. However, he had found quite a few divine herbs. Moreover, the deeper he went into the Black Dragon Valley, the denser the divine energy, and the more extraordinary the divine herbs. Lu Ming guessed that there might be divine herbs in the depths of the Black Dragon Valley that would be useful to divine emperors, or even higher experts. In addition, Lu Ming had obtained 7 stalks of Genesis grass. This was a great harvest. Lu Ming retreated at this time because the draconic beasts were too strong, and he couldn't continue forward. After leaving the Black Dragon Valley and returning to the Black Dragon family, Lu Ming began to refine the Genesis grass. After refining all 7 stalks of Genesis grass, Lu Ming had 2 more divine powers that had undergone their 5th awakening. In this way, Lu Ming had a total of 5 divine powers that had undergone their 5th awakening. His strength had increased by a bit. In addition, Lu Ming had also refined 3 heavenly source fruits. The heavenly source fruit could help people sever the shackles of their origin secret arts. However, all of Lu Ming's origin secret arts had severed 1 shackle. Wanting to sever the second shackle was too difficult, 10 times harder than the first. Lu Ming had originally wanted to sever the Tyrant God Spear's second shackle, but unfortunately, even after refining 3 heavenly source fruits, he still hadn't succeeded. However, he could feel that he had already taken a huge step forward. He wasn't far from severing the second shackle. If he had a few more heavenly source fruits, he would definitely succeed. Once he severed the Tyrant God Spear's second shackle, it would release an even more terrifying power. Let's go take a look at the Evil Soul Valley. Lu Ming muttered. Lu Ming had learned about the Evil Spirit Valley from Feng Zhou. It was located to the north of the Black Dragon Valley, a long distance away. There was a strange place here called the Evil Soul Valley. It was strange and unpredictable. Before the Dragon Clan's mother planet recovered, this was a forbidden area. After the mother planet of the Dragon Clan had recovered, this place had become even more sinister. The native dragon people did not dare to go there. However, in Lu Ming's eyes, some of the relics and forbidden areas on the dragon race's mother planet might contain great opportunities. Now that Lu Ming had already explored the Golden Dragon Ridge and the Black Dragon Valley, it would be very difficult to go any further unless Lu Ming's battle prowess had another major breakthrough. However, Lu Ming's cultivation had just broken into the Divine Lord realm not too long ago. Even if he had the best cultivation environment, it was impossible for him to make a breakthrough in a short period of time, unless he had a massive number of divine medicines. Therefore, Lu Ming's eyes were fixed on other relics, holy lands, forbidden areas, and so on. The Evil Soul Valley was the closest to the Black Dragon family, so Lu Ming planned to explore it. The Dreamland was still in an uproar, but it would not be so easy to organize experts to deal with Lu Ming again. Moreover, Lu Ming had warned Feng Zhou and the others that if a powerful enemy came, they should immediately leave the Black Dragon family and scatter to various places. It was more important to protect their lives. After preparing, Lu Ming set off and headed north. Along the way, he did not encounter any outside sky prides. Now, the sky prides from outside were eager to explore the various relics and holy lands to obtain opportunities, so they would not wander around. However, Lu Ming did encounter some native dragon people. Some of these people were controlled by outsiders, who asked them to search for divine medicines and treasures. Some dragon people were unwilling to be controlled by outsiders. Like the people of the Black Dragon family, they scattered to various places to avoid outsiders and search for divine medicines to cultivate. Lu Ming ignored these people and flew north. On the dragon race's mother planet, Lu Ming's flying speed became extremely slow. After flying for 3 days, Lu Ming arrived at his destination, the Evil Soul Valley. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Gusts of cold wind blew, making people shiver. Lu Ming used his divine power to resist. In front of him, there was a huge valley. It was incomparably wide and filled with fog. He could not see the end of it. Lu Ming did not hesitate and directly rushed in. In the Evil Soul Valley, the cold air was even more intense, and the cold wind whistled. Lu Ming used his divine power to protect his body, slowed down, and slowly walked into the Evil Soul Valley. Will a place like this really contain opportunities? Will it give birth to treasures? Lu Ming whispered, expressing some doubts. Soon, Lu Ming traveled a few hundred miles. Roar! Caw! There were roars and cries, and the wind whistled, pouncing toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming thought it was a dragon beast. With a wave of his hand, divine light flashed and swept out, and several creatures of different forms exploded. There were tiger-shaped creatures, bird-shaped creatures, and some other strange creatures. There were as many as 7 or 8 of them. However, these creatures seemed to be illusory. After being broken by Lu Ming's divine light, they condensed again and let out all kinds of strange cries, pouncing toward Lu Ming again. Spirit bodies. Lu Ming frowned. These creatures were not flesh and blood creatures, but spirit bodies. No wonder the move just now was useless. It was as if he had hit empty air. All kinds of strange cries came from all directions, and it was extremely ear-piercing. Then all kinds of spirit bodies appeared. These soul bodies were very brutal. There was a murderous aura in their eyes, and they were filled with murderous intent. They charged at Lu Ming crazily. The tyrant god spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand and swept out. Bang! 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 These spirit bodies all exploded, but in the next moment, they condensed again. What strong and strange spirit bodies. They can't be killed. Lu Ming was a little surprised. Even if they were spirit bodies with their attack power, they would be destroyed in one blow. However, these spirit bodies had astonishing vitality and were fine. As expected of the Evil Soul Valley, it lives up to its name. There was a terrible war on the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Not only did the Divine Dragon Clan suffer heavy casualties, but the other clans that came to attack also suffered heavy losses. I don't know how many experts died in the war. Could these souls have mutated from those experts who died in the war? Lu Ming guessed in his heart. The battle back then was incomparably fierce, and who knows how many experts died in the battle. Moreover, these experts were astonishingly strong. They were not as simple as divine kings or divine lords. Even divine emperors and stronger existences had died in the battle. These existences mutated into evil spirits after death. It was incomparably strange. Is there really an opportunity in this place? Lu Ming seriously doubted and wanted to retreat. Moreover, he did not see any other outsiders occupying this place. He reckoned that he would really have made a wasted trip. However, since he was already here, he was not willing to let Lu Ming retreat like this. Lu Ming was a little unwilling. He planned to continue exploring. Son of the sun. Lu Ming's heart stirred. His body lit up, and a sun appeared above his head. Chapter 36:18. The sun was extremely young, and it was most effective against evil souls. As expected, the sun emitted a dazzling light. When those evil souls were swept by the light, they let out a sizzling sound and quickly retreated. It's effective. Lu Ming smiled and stepped forward. As soon as he stepped forward, those evil souls retreated, as if they were afraid of the sun's light. Lu Ming smiled and increased his speed. On the way, more and more evil souls surrounded Lu Ming. These evil souls came in all kinds of shapes and sizes, and they came from different races. Lu Ming carefully identified these races. The majority of them came from the great races of the Great Desolate 10,000 races. In this way, Lu Ming traveled another 10,000 miles. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything. This territory seemed to be a barren land. Kid, go to the left. There's something there. Suddenly, Bone Devil spoke. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with anticipation. Could there really be a treasure? Lu Ming immediately went to the left. Not long after, Lu Ming saw a stalk of grass. Evil Soul Valley was barren and deathly silent. But now he saw a stalk of grass. It was simply a miracle. This stalk of grass was pitch black, and it emitted powerful spiritual strength. This is 10,000 soul grass. It's extremely precious. Even God Kings would be envious of it and fight over it. After consuming it, not only will it strengthen your soul and increase your lifespan, but it will also increase the strength of your soul. Bone Devil explained. Lu Ming's eyes brightened. Ignoring everything else, just the fact that even God Kings would be envious of it was priceless. There weren't many things that were valuable to God Kings, and each of them was precious. For example, the divine medicines Lu Ming had obtained before were only useful to divine sovereigns. They weren't useful to God Kings. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that Golden Dragon Ridge or Black Dragon Valley had divine medicines that were useful to God Kings. But Lu Ming couldn't get them right now. Lu Ming strode forward, wanting to pick the 10,000 soul grass. But suddenly, dozens of evil souls flew out from the ground around the 10,000 spirit grass. They roared and charged at Lu Ming. Even the light of the sun could not stop these evil souls. The top 100 races of the wilderness 10,000 races. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He could tell that these phantoms were from the top 100 tribes of the ancient desolation 10,000 tribes ranking. These tribes were not to be underestimated. They possessed incredible talents, and the phantoms they turned into after their deaths were extremely powerful as well. The sun did not have much effect on them. However, Lu Ming still had a backup plan. Bell of Evil. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and the wicked bell appeared, making a ringing sound. The bell of heavenly evil was used to affect souls. Since it could attack souls, it could naturally attack these evil souls as well. The sound of the heavenly evil bell spread out, and the evil souls were greatly affected. Their soul bodies began to tremble, and their faces became ferocious. They twisted together and let out ear-piercing screams. Go. Lu Ming waved his hands and the great sun flew out, sprinkling rays of strong yang rays. Those soul bodies emitted sizzling sounds, emitting bursts of black smoke. It was indeed effective. The combination of the wicked bell and the sun finally had a great effect on these evil souls. Lu Ming stepped forward, and the evil souls retreated in fear. Soon Lu Ming arrived in front of the 10,000 spirit grass. He took out a jade box and put the 10,000 spirit grass into his storage ring. If the old Taishu Saint Emperor knew about this 10,000 spirit grass, he would probably go crazy. Lu Ming muttered. The 10,000 spirit grass was very useful to divine emperors, as it could extend their lifespan. The Taishu Saint Emperor had searched for this treasure for his entire life, but he could not find it. After Lu Ming put it away, he left. The evil souls did not dare to chase after Lu Ming. After obtaining the 10,000 spirit grass, Lu Ming became interested in this area. Although it was deathly still, the treasures it produced were not to be underestimated. Life was a strange thing. Life could be born in any harsh environment. The worse the environment, the more likely it was to produce peerless treasures. Sure enough, in the next half a day, Lu Ming found 2 more divine herbs. These 2 divine herbs contained a large amount of life energy. A deathly still place could produce treasures that contained a large amount of life energy. It was really strange. Moreover, Bone Devil speculated that this divine herb would be very useful to divine emperors, as it could help them break through. But for divine emperors, the energy was too strong and could not be refined. It would cause them to explode. Even so, if they sold it, it would be invaluable. Old Liang, can you refine this divine herb? Lu Ming asked about the measure formula. This divine herb was very useful to divine emperors. If the measure formula could refine it, wouldn't his cultivation advance by leaps and bounds? I can refine it, but it's a divine herb exclusive to divine emperors. Its medicinal strength is too strong. My ability to refine it is closely related to your cultivation level. Given your current cultivation level, I won't be able to refine it as fast as you. Said the measure formula. It's fine if it's slow. I'll give you one. Lu Ming took out a divine herb, and had the measure formula swallow it. At this moment, the black mist churned, and several figures appeared, surrounding Lu Ming. They're not evil souls. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. These few figures were filled with powerful vitality and blood aura. They were not evil souls at all, but living creatures. He hadn't expected that there would be other people in Evil Soul Valley besides him. Wu people. Then Lu Ming looked around and narrowed his eyes. There were 4 people in total, all wrapped in black robes embroidered with strange patterns. Lu Ming recognized them at first glance. They were the elites of the Wu people. The sorcerer tribe had done a lot of research on souls and specialized in souls. This place might be very attractive to the sorcerer tribe, so it was normal for them to come here. I didn't expect that there would be other people here besides us. What should we do? The Wu people talked for a while and sized up Lu Ming. Kill him, of course. We can't let this kid ruin our plan, said one of the Wu people. Then the Wu people took out all kinds of treasures such as wooden fish, small bells, and so on. Let's attack together. This kid also uses a secret art that attacks souls. Be careful. Several members of the Wu tribe glanced at the bell of evil. Ring ring ring. Clang. Then the 4 Wu people's elites attacked directly. 4 kinds of sounds turned into sound waves that attacked souls and surged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming also activated the heavenly evil bell to block the attacks of these people. At the same time, the 4 Wu people's elites waved their hands, and puppets appeared one after another. They screamed and attacked Lu Ming. There were at least dozens of puppets, and they were all very strong. Kill. Lu Ming shouted coldly. He waved the Overlord spear and stared at one of the Wu people's elites. The spear light shone brightly and exploded 7 or 8 puppets. The 4 Wu people's elites were shocked. Obviously, Lu Ming's strength was beyond their expectations. Chapter 36:19. Lu Ming stared at a Wu people youth and attacked fiercely. He wiped out a group of puppets in an instant, and his spear stabbed toward that person like a dragon. Boom. The puppets in front of that person exploded. That Wu people youth was only a 3rd-level divine lord, and he was just an ordinary prodigy, not a top one. Lu Ming had already killed a few of such people before entering the dragon race's mother planet. How could this person stop Lu Ming? The spear light completely enveloped the Wu people youth, and his expression changed drastically. He was about to use a scarecrow substitute to dodge the sure-kill attack. However, Lu Ming had fought with the Wu people a few times and knew their tricks. With a thought, the gate of domination flew out and released a powerful suction force, sealing the void. Then the spear light pressed down, and the Wu people youth screamed as his body was torn into pieces. Under the suppression of the gate of domination, that person's scarecrow substitute couldn't be used at all. All of this seemed to take a long time, but it actually happened in an instant. In an instant, Lu Ming had already killed a Wu people prodigy. At the same time, the puppets used by the other Wu people were only approaching Lu Ming. Boom! The Overlord God spear swept out, and the puppets exploded one by one. The remaining 3 Wu people had ugly expressions. In their eyes, Lu Ming was their nemesis. Soul attacks were useless against Lu Ming, and they couldn't even use Scarecrow substitute. Distance yourself. A Wu people youth's hoarse voice rang out as he quickly retreated. The Wu people had strange means and powerful soul power, but their divine bodies weren't strong enough, and they couldn't fight in close combat. If they encountered an ordinary opponent, they could use soul attacks to disturb the opponent, and release puppets to kill the opponent directly. However, it was obviously ineffective against Lu Ming. They could only retreat and use other means to attack Lu Ming. The 3 Wu people youths rapidly retreated. Then, with a wave of their hands, rays of gray divine light shot towards Lu Ming. These rays of divine light were filled with corrosive energy, and had an incomparably foul stench. Lu Ming waved his hand and several spear lights burst out, destroying the gray energy. He then stepped on the wind-extinguishing boots and quickly approached the 3 Wu people youths. The time has come. At this moment, one of the Wu people shouted and quickly formed a seal. As his hands formed a seal, Lu Ming's body suddenly felt a tearing pain, as if he was being bitten by thousands of insects. Lu Ming took a look and discovered that countless light spots had appeared on the surface of his body. They were densely packed. These light spots were actually worms. Countless tiny bugs, with mouths like 2 knives, kept biting Lu Ming's body, as if they wanted to tear Lu Ming apart. Goo worm. Lu Ming frowned slightly. This should be a type of goo worm. It was very powerful. And it was very strange. Lu Ming actually didn't notice when the other party had planted the goo worm on him. These Wu people are really not easy to deal with. Even if you're stronger than them, you can still be killed by them. But now that you've met me, break. Lu Ming shouted and activated the power of the primordial divine blood. Roar. A dragon's roar resounded. Countless divine dragons seemed to rush out of Lu Ming's body. These were all formed from boundless energy, and their power was boundless. When they charged out, those goo worms exploded one after another. In the blink of an eye, the densely packed goo worms were all smashed to pieces. Puff! The Wu people youth who had planted the goo worms trembled, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Run! With a loud roar, he tried to escape. But how could Lu Ming let them escape? At this moment, he activated the power of the primordial divine blood. His battle strength was extremely strong, and he caught up with the 3 Wu people prodigies like a gust of wind. Boom! The Overlord spear swept out with the Overlord God's gate. Bang! Bang! After 2 consecutive explosions, 2 of the sorcerer tribe's geniuses exploded and died on the spot. The 3rd Wu people youth didn't explode, but he was severely injured. He flew 100 meters and fell to the ground, spitting out blood. He couldn't move anymore. Of course, Lu Ming had shown mercy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived. Lu Ming purposely left one of them behind because he had something to ask. In a flash, Lu Ming landed beside the young man from the sorcerer tribe and stepped on him. This step was like a mountain pressing down on the Wu people youth, making it difficult for him to move. Kid, how dare you kill the Wu people? You're dead. Do you know how powerful the Wu people are? 120 on the 10,000 races list. The Wu people youth shouted. At the same time, his forehead glowed and a jade talisman appeared. This was the dreamy sacred jade. He wanted to use the dreamy sacred jade to spread the news. However, Lu Ming would not let him have his way. He kicked the man's eyebrows, causing him to feel dizzy. Then Lu Ming grabbed the dreamy sacred jade with his palm. Tell me, what are the Wu people doing here? How many people are here other than you? Lu Ming asked coldly. He didn't believe that only 4 people from the Wu people were here. There must be more. Kill me if you want. Dream on if you want me to say something. The Wu people youth looked coldly at Lu Ming. Then I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming exerted force with his foot and stomped the person to death. If the youth didn't say anything, he didn't care. At most, he would be more careful. It seems that there are indeed a lot of Wu people here. I have to be more careful. I can't be so ostentatious. Lu Ming looked at the heavenly evildoer bell, which was suspended in the air with a headache, and the sun. Both of them were too ostentatious. The solar sun was suspended above his head, like a big light bulb. It could be seen from a distance. Although the wicked bell didn't emit any light, it had to ring nonstop in order to deal with the evil souls in the surroundings. It could be heard from far away. Therefore, he couldn't use these two things. After thinking for a while, Lu Ming had an idea. With a thought, he put away the heavenly evildoer bell and the great solar sun, leaving only the wind-extinguishing boots. As soon as the evil bell and the solar sun were put away, the evil souls around screamed and rushed at Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming increased his speed. His body flashed like a phantom, avoiding the evil souls one by one. He passed through the gaps between these evil souls, and went deep into the evil soul valley. These evil souls were also fast, but they were still slower than Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure seemed to have turned into an illusion. He kept flashing and successfully avoided the evil souls as he continued to move forward. Ordinary evil souls couldn't catch up with Lu Ming. Of course, there were some evil souls with amazing strength and speed. They were the evil souls ranked in the top 100 of the list of 10,000 primitive tribes. When he encountered these evil souls, Lu Ming took a detour from afar, and did not fight them head-on. Chapter 36:20. Just like that, Lu Ming walked for about 3 hours. Suddenly Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He found that the number of evil souls here had decreased by a lot. They were very sparse. He didn't even encounter a single evil soul. It was empty. Something's wrong. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. He reduced his speed, restrained his aura, and moved forward carefully. True enough, Lu Ming made a discovery not long after. There were hundreds of people in front of him. They were all wearing black robes. Their faces were skinny and their eyes were cold. They were all prodigies of the Wu people. There were hundreds of Wu people prodigies, and they were surrounding a mound. He didn't know what they were doing. Lu Ming restrained his aura and hid behind a huge rock, looking ahead carefully. The mound was very big. It was at least 100 meters tall. From afar, Lu Ming finally made a discovery. There were runes on the surface of the mound. These runes intertwined to form a large array that covered the mound. The Wu people prodigies were breaking the array. Among the hundreds of elites of the sorcerer tribe, dozens of them stood guard around the area. The rest of the sorcerer tribe prodigies dashed around the mound, and ran in a strange and mysterious manner. Every time they ran, a beam of light would fly out and into the mound. They were obviously breaking the array. Lu Ming was curious. What was under the mound? There were hundreds of Wu people prodigies breaking the array. Lu Ming waited quietly. After a few hours, the Wu people prodigies stopped and sat down cross-legged to rest. After resting for a while, the Wu people prodigies started breaking the array again. Lu Ming was very patient. He waited. He guessed that there was something extraordinary under the mound. If there was some treasure, he could take it when the Wu people prodigies broke the array. Now he just had to wait quietly. This wait lasted for 7 days. After so many Wu people trying to break the array finally loosened. Lu Ming discovered that some of the runes on the mound were beginning to dim. Some of the runes on the edges had even disappeared. It's effective. Put in more effort and you'll succeed. There's definitely something extraordinary sealed below. Once we get it, we'll be rich. On the Dragon Clan's mother planet, we might even be one step ahead of others. Many Wu people youths were overjoyed, and continued to work hard to break the formation. Everything was difficult at the beginning. As the runes on the mound began to weaken, the Wu people's geniuses began to break the formation faster and faster. Those runes continued to disappear. Then 3 days later, the runes on the mound completely disappeared. The great formation had been broken. The Wu people's eyes lit up as they stared at the mound in front of them. "Break him," someone said. Following that, several Wu people's prodigies took action together. Divine force pervaded the air, forming 2 large gray hands. They grabbed the mound of dirt and forcefully pulled it apart. Rumble. With a loud rumble, the mound of dirt was split into 2 halves. Roar. At this moment, a dragon's roar came from the mound of dirt, piercing through the sky. Then rays of light filled the air, so dazzling that it was difficult to open one's eyes. What's that? All the Wu people's youths as well as Lu Ming were very curious. They stared at the mound of dirt. The mound of dirt was completely split apart, and the light dimmed. Then, everyone saw a crystal floating in the air. It was a square crystal about 3 meters in length, width and height. What was surprising was that there was a human, no, a dragon in the crystal. There was a divine dragon in the crystal. It was very small, less than 2 meters long. It was sealed in the crystal, motionless. Is this a 9-clawed dragon? Lu Ming's pupils suddenly constricted. He was shocked. The divine dragon in the crystal had 9 dragon claws under its abdomen. A 9-clawed dragon. This was the first time that Lu Ming had seen a 9-clawed dragon. There was a 9-clawed dragon sealed in the crystal in this mound of dirt. Then was it dead or alive? The people of the Wu people were also stunned. They stared at the crystal with wide eyes. Obviously, it was also beyond their expectations. They had thought that there would be treasures in the crystal, but they didn't expect that there was a 9-clawed dragon sealed in the crystal. The talents of the Wu people looked at each other and didn't know what to do next. What should we do now? A talent of the Wu people asked. The 9-clawed dragon is a legendary divine dragon. It was extremely rare even at the peak of the divine dragon tribe. Every one of them was a peerless talent with great strength. I think that since we have encountered it, we can't miss it. Let's take this crystal out and give it to the ancestors of the tribe. They will definitely reward us handsomely. A young man of the Wu people said. That's true, but who should go? Another Wu people spoke. The scene suddenly became quiet. The young men of the Wu people looked at each other, but no one dared to go. Was this 9-clawed dragon alive or dead? How strong was its cultivation? If it was a top master of the divine dragon tribe and was still alive, wouldn't it be courting death if they attacked it? Thinking of this, they felt a chill in their hearts. Some people couldn't help but take a few steps back. Crack. At this moment, a crisp sound rang out. It was extremely clear in the silent environment. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the crystal. They saw that a crack had appeared on the crystal. Everyone was shocked and couldn't help but step back again and again. Their faces were solemn. The crystal cracked. Was the 9-clawed dragon inside the crystal really not dead, and was going to come out? The people of the Wu people were a little scared. Don't be afraid. This divine dragon may not be alive, and I think this divine dragon's horn should be very young. A young man of the Wu people suddenly said and calmed down. Very young. The other young men of the Wu people were curious. That's right. I've studied the divine dragon clan before, and looked through several ancient books. The age of the dragon clan can generally be determined from their dragon horns. Different dragon horns represent different ages. Judging from the length of this divine dragon clan's dragon horn, I estimate that he is definitely not more than 500 years old. The young man of the Wu people said. Not more than 500 years old. The eyes of the prodigies of the Wu people lit up. How old could 500 years old be? It was too young and immature for the immortals. In their view, this was just a small dragon. How strong could a small dragon less than 500 years old be? They immediately felt relieved. This was not a mystical dragon at the level of an old monster, but a young dragon. They had nothing to fear. Those under 500 years old could at most be regarded as the younger generation. Crack. Crack. More and more cracks appeared on the crystal. 2, 3, 4, 5. After a while, the crystal was full of cracks. Chapter 36:21. As more and more cracks appeared on the surface of the crystal, everyone couldn't help but feel nervous. Bang. In the end, the crystal completely exploded. A 9-clawed dragon floated in the air, motionless. Everyone in the Wu people looked at the 9-clawed dragon. It's not dead. It's still alive. Judging from his life aura, he's really from the younger generation. He's quite young. The young men in the Wu people exclaimed. It was indeed possible to tell a person's approximate age from their vitality. Although it was impossible to tell how young they were, it was still possible to tell their approximate age. They could sense that the 9-clawed dragon was really young. It was definitely not more than 500 years old. Many people's eyes lit up. A young 9-clawed divine dragon was simply too valuable. If he could tame it and turn it into his mount or guardian beast, how powerful would it become in the future? How much would the powerful cultivators of the Wu people be rewarded if they could capture the nine-clawed dragon and hand it over to them? Capture it! A young man in the Wu people couldn't help but shout. He flew forward and formed a giant hand, grabbing at the nine-clawed dragon. The giant hand covered a radius of dozens of miles, and was about to grab the nine-clawed dragon. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon roar sounded. The nine-clawed dragon suddenly opened its eyes. 2 beams of light shot out from them. Then it twisted its body and flew out. Its 9 dragon claws tore the giant hand apart. Roar! The divine dragon roared. Its dragon might shook the void and souls. The young man and the Wu people turned pale. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. The 9-clawed dragon rushed over and clawed at the young man and the Wu people. The young man screamed and his body was torn apart. Then the 9-clawed divine dragon scanned the surroundings with an extremely cold gaze. Watch out! Many Wu people were frightened and retreated. However, they quickly calmed down. Don't panic. This 9-clawed dragon is only a 2nd-level divine lord. Someone shouted. Everyone sensed that he was indeed a 2nd-level divine lord. Although legends said that the 9-clawed dragon was a peerless prodigy of the divine dragon clan, and each one was incomparably powerful, it was only a 2nd-level divine lord. No matter how strong it was, there was also a limit. Moreover, their Wu people had over 100 people. All of them were proud sons of heaven. Their cultivations were all 3rd-level divine lords. Among them, some of their talents were also very shocking. With so many people, why would they be afraid of a 9-clawed dragon? You are from the Wu people? Die. The 9-clawed dragon glanced at the crowd and let out a furious roar. Its body rapidly expanded. Originally, it was only 2 meters long, but in the blink of an eye, it grew to 10,000 meters long. Its body was shining with divine light as it charged toward the Wu people's prodigies. Let's take him down together. Attack! The prodigies of the Wu people shouted and took out their weapons. Their weapons were all soundwave-type weapons, and their voices were sent out to attack the 9-clawed dragon's soul. Roar! The 9-clawed dragon roared, and invisible sound waves spread in all directions. It actually blocked the soul attacks of the Wu people. The 9-clawed dragon is indeed extraordinary. Its roar contains a soul attack. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This way, the soul attacks of the Wu people were ineffective against the 9-clawed dragon. After blocking the soul attacks of the Wu people, the 9-clawed dragon roared and charged toward a direction. Its body was covered in divine light as its 9 dragon claws continuously stomped on the air. Its power was shocking. Kill! The prodigies of the Wu people shouted and waved their hands. One by one, wooden puppets flew out. These wooden puppets wielded all kinds of weapons and charged toward the 9-clawed dragon. Their power was also very shocking. Each wooden puppet had the battle power of a 3rd-level divine lord. However, when the 9-clawed dragon's claws stomped on them, the wooden puppets exploded. The 9-clawed divine dragon was extremely ferocious. As it rushed past, the wooden puppets shattered. Then it stomped its claws repeatedly, causing a huge explosion in the air. The 2 young sorcerer tribesmen were killed before they could even let out a scream. So strong! Lu Ming was also a bit shocked. The 9-clawed dragon's power was beyond his imagination. Its battle power was astonishing when it went berserk. They were both 2nd-level divine lords. Lu Ming reckoned that he would have to go all out and unleash all his strength in order to suppress the other party. The 9-clawed dragon was actually so powerful? Then why didn't the 9 dragons show such power in the small world? When he was in the primordial realm of the heaven world, Lu Ming had heard of the legends of the 9 dragons. Although the 9 dragons were strong, they weren't too strong. Could it be that they need to reach a certain level to unleash all their potential? Lu Ming pondered. This was the case for some powerful races, or people with special constitutions. Before their cultivation reached a certain level, they couldn't unleash their potential. For example, Autumn Moon's 9 orifices sacred heart. Before Autumn Moon became an immortal, he couldn't unleash the power and potential of the 9 orifices sacred heart. When Autumn Moon became an immortal, he awakened the 9 orifices sacred heart. Perhaps the same was true for the 9-clawed dragon. Before reaching a certain level, it couldn't unleash all its potential. After all, The 9 dragons were only heavenly emperors in the small world. As Lu Ming pondered, the battle in front of him became more intense. In just a short while, a few more young prodigies of the Wu people were killed by the 9-clawed dragon. The trump card of the Wu people was soul attacks. Once their soul attacks were ineffective, their battle power would be greatly reduced. Damn it! Stay together. Don't split up. A young prodigy of the Wu people shouted. The remaining 90 or so people gathered together, and threw out a large number of puppets. There were at least a few hundred puppets that charged towards the 9 dragons. However, the 9-clawed dragon's battle power was really strong. Its defense was even more amazing. The puppets' attacks couldn't even break the dragon's scales when they landed on the 9-clawed dragon's body. The 9 dragons charged forward and destroyed the puppets, charging towards the sorcerer tribe. It's time. Attack. Suddenly, a young prodigy of the Wu people said. Then he quickly formed hand seals with his hands. At the same time, a dozen young men of the Wu people also formed hand seals with their hands. Roar. At this moment, the 9-clawed dragon roared at the sky. It seemed to be in great pain. Even from a distance, Lu Ming could clearly see that there were many insects on the 9-clawed dragon's body. Goo worms. All of them were goo worms. Many of the goo worms attached themselves to the 9-clawed dragon's body and bit it continuously. There were also some very small goo worms that burrowed into the 9-clawed dragon's scales and started biting it. The 9-clawed dragon roared and twisted its body continuously. It seemed to be in great pain. Ha ha ha, no matter how strong the 9-clawed dragon is, it's still going to die. A young man from the shaman tribe laughed loudly. He was very pleased with himself, and his hands moved even faster. Chapter 36:22. 9-clawed dragon, is that all you've got? Lu Ming muttered. He didn't help because he wanted to see what the 9-clawed dragon was capable of. Legend had it that the 9-clawed dragon was extremely powerful. Was that all? Sure enough, things took a turn for the better in the next moment. The 9-clawed divine dragon roared into the sky. His body emitted a dazzling divine light. Then, the goo worms on the surface of his body exploded one after another, killed by the divine light. In an instant, all the goo worms were gone. Wu people, all of you must die. The 9-clawed dragon roared with cold murderous intent. It seemed to hate the Wu people. Poof. The Wu people who controlled the goo worms spat out mouthfuls of blood as their goo worms were destroyed. They retreated and their faces became even paler. The 9-clawed dragon charged over with an unstoppable force. 2 beams of light shot out from its dragon horn. These 2 beams of light were extremely sharp. They swept out and cut a dozen puppets in half. 5 Wu people youths were cut in half and their souls were destroyed. This caused the prodigies of the Wu people to panic. They couldn't help but retreat. The 9-clawed dragon took the opportunity to attack. Damn it. Set up the 10,000 souls array. I don't believe we can't kill it. A top prodigy of the Wu people shouted. This person was extremely powerful. He was one of the prodigies of the Wu people. He opened his mouth and a small flag flew out and floated in the air. Lifebound shaman artifact. A Wu people youth exclaimed. Every member of the sorcerer tribe would cultivate a natal sorcerer weapon. Their souls resided in the natal sorcerer weapon. For the members of the sorcerer tribe, the natal sorcerer weapon was of utmost importance. Once the natal sorcerer weapon was damaged, the consequences would be dire. Normally, they would only use it when they were in a desperate situation. What are you waiting for? Take out your lifebound shaman artifact and set up the 10,000 souls array. Do you want to die? The youth roared. Okay, set up the 10,000 souls array. Let's fight. The other elites of the Wu people gritted their teeth. Their bodies glowed and a Dharma artifact flew out from each of their bodies. They all had different appearances. More than 80 prime witchcraft artifacts flew in mysterious trajectories. Roar. The 9-clawed dragon rushed over. However, the 80 natal magical weapons connected with each other and formed a light screen in front of the 9-clawed dragon. The 9-clawed dragon reached out with its claw, but it was unable to pierce through the light screen. Rise. All the young men from the sorcerer tribe shouted. Their bodies were covered with a dark divine light. Their natal sorcerer weapons shone with a dazzling light and danced in the air. Then black chains suddenly appeared and wrapped around the nine-clawed divine dragon. In an instant, at least 100 black chains appeared in the void. These black chains were as thick as an arm. They weren't real, but were formed from soul power. Roar. The nine-clawed dragon roared and rushed in one direction. Its dragon horns glowed, and 2 beams of divine light slashed out. These 2 beams of divine light were extremely sharp, and seemed to be able to cut through anything. However, when they hit the black chains, they bounced back as if they had hit leather. The nine-clawed dragon's 9 dragon claws stomped on the black chains. The dragon claws that could tear through anything could not tear through the black chains. It was as if the black chain could not withstand any force. Any attack would be reflected back. In an instant, the nine-clawed dragon was surrounded by hundreds of chains. The nine-clawed dragon kept roaring and attacking, but it was useless. It could not break through the chains. The hundreds of black chains formed from soul power enveloped the void, and trapped the nine-clawed dragon in a space. Then they began to shrink. The nine-clawed dragon's attacks were useless. As the chains shrank, the nine-clawed dragon's range of movement slowly became smaller. Soon, they would wrap around the nine-clawed dragon's body. The nine-clawed dragon could only shrink its body, but it was useless. The black chains also kept shrinking and continued to wrap around the nine-clawed dragon. It's useless. In the myriad soul array, it doesn't matter how high your cultivation is or how strong your attacks are. Be obedient and let us extract your soul. A Wu people's prodigy sneered. Sure enough, no matter how the nine-clawed dragon resisted, it was useless. It could not change the situation. Its body was slowly wrapped around by the black chains. Then a shocking scene appeared. On the nine-clawed dragon's body, another nine-clawed dragon appeared. Of course, this was not a second nine-clawed dragon, but the nine-clawed dragon's soul. It was being extracted from its body. The nine-clawed dragon's soul kept struggling and roaring. It kept resisting, but it was useless. After all, its strength alone was no match for the strength of more than 80 Wu people's prodigies. His soul was slowly being extracted from his body. At first, it was its head. Slowly, its body was also extracted. Soon more than half of its soul was extracted. It's time to make a move. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He did not intend to just watch. Putting everything else aside, the sorcerer tribesmen had attacked him twice in a row. He was not that magnanimous, and he was very unhappy with the sorcerer tribesmen. If he could destroy them, he would destroy them. On the contrary, he had a good impression of the Dragon Clan. Along the way, he had a lot of fate with the Dragon Clan. He had the 9 dragons' blood essence, and the primordial divine dragon blood in his body. Therefore, when he saw the 9-clawed dragon about to be captured, he would not sit idly by. Also, this was a good opportunity to make a move. All the Wu people's prodigies had set up the 10,000 souls array to deal with the 9-clawed dragon. Now that he made a move, he would definitely catch the other party off guard. Swish. Lu Ming activated the Wind Destroyer boots and rushed out at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he was above many young sorcerer tribesmen. As he rushed out, Lu Ming activated the battle art, which increased his combat power by 5 times. All 7 drops of primordial divine blood were activated, raising his combat power to the peak. Then the gate of domination flew out and suppressed the void. The Overlord spear came down like a mountain, making a violent sound. Lu Ming's full-strength attack was so powerful that the Wu people were caught off guard. It was too late for them to dodge. They did not even have time to use their scarecrows. Bang! Bang! As the Overlord spear came down, at least 20 young Wu people exploded and died on the spot. More than 20 young Wu people died in an instant. The 10,000 souls array collapsed on its own. The black chains wrapped around the 9-clawed divine dragon's body immediately collapsed. Roar. The 9-clawed dragon let out an angry roar. The moment the chains were broken, its soul returned to its body. Then it twisted its body and charged towards the young Wu people. Before the young Wu people could react, the 9-clawed dragon had already arrived and slashed down with its claws. A dozen young Wu people were killed. In the blink of an eye, there were only around 40 of the 80 young sorcerer tribesmen left. Oh no, retreat! We've been ambushed. The remaining young Wu people were in a mess. They flew everywhere. Chapter 36-23. Lu Ming suddenly arrived and killed more than 20 young men of the Wu people. Together with the 9-clawed dragon's counterattack, the Wu people suffered heavy losses. There were only 40 Wu people left. They were in complete chaos. Boom! The God's Gate became 10,000 feet large and emitted an extremely powerful suction force. It suppressed the space in this area and didn't give the Wu people a chance to use scarecrows. At the same time, the 9-clawed dragon also knew this. It let out an earth-shattering dragon roar, shaking the space and also affecting the space. Lu Ming pushed his strength to the extreme. He was too powerful. Every time his spear fell, a young man of the Wu people would be killed. In a flash, 7 or 8 people were killed by Lu Ming. On the other side, the 9-clawed dragon was also powerful and killed the Wu people's overlords. These shaman race powerhouses were all proud sons of heaven. They were all third-level divine lord existences. Placed outside, each one of them was an existence that made the scalps of their peers tingle. But in front of Lu Ming and the 9-clawed dragon, they couldn't withstand a single blow and were killed continuously. After the soul attacks that they were most proficient in lost their effectiveness, their strength became even weaker than ordinary sky prides. Run! The rest of the sorcerer tribe members scattered and ran for their lives. They did not dare to stay any longer, and ran away in a frenzy, trying to escape. But how could Lu Ming let them escape? Since he had already attacked, he would kill them all. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and used the Wind Destroyer boots. Every time his body flashed, a young man of the Wu people would be killed. The 9-clawed dragon was even more murderous. Just now, he was surrounded by the sorcerer tribesmen, and almost had his soul extracted. He was incomparably furious, and at this moment, his killing intent was extremely violent. He unleashed his terrifying power to the extreme. His body was winding, and his dragon claws tore through the air. His dragon horn shone with a bright light, and it emitted a sharp and terrifying divine light. Every time he attacked, a young man of the Wu people would be killed. The two of them killed dozens of young men of the Wu people. It was completely one-sided. Terrified and desperate screams were heard. A moment later, the area was quiet again. Because all the young men of the Wu people were killed. Not a single one was left alive. They couldn't even send a message with the Dream Divine Jade, because they didn't have the chance. They didn't even have time to run for their lives. How could they have time to send a message? Roar! After killing all the Wu people, the 9-clawed dragon let out a joyful roar. Then his body shrunk quickly and turned into a human. The 9-clawed divine dragon transformed into a young man. He was tall and slender and looked very handsome. He stared at Lu and seemed to be curious. Are you a human? The 9-clawed divine dragon sized up Lu Ming. Obviously I am. Lu Ming said. A human who has the bloodline of the 9-clawed dragon, and cultivated the primordial divine blood. Strange. The 9-clawed divine dragon muttered in a low voice. There was a sudden burst of fighting intent in its eyes. Its figure moved and like a phantom, it pounced toward Lu Ming. Boom. The 9-clawed dragon bent his fingers like a claw and clawed at Lu Ming. The sharp energy whistled and tore at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's face changed. Fortunately, he was still in peak condition. He waved the Overlord God Spear and stabbed at the opponent's palm. The opponent's claw changed direction and grabbed at the Overlord God Spear. But Lu Ming waved the Overlord God Spear again. Boom. After a few consecutive exchanges, the two attacks finally collided with each other, causing a violent explosion. But in the next moment, the 9-clawed dragon exploded with an even more violent attack. F***CK, don't think that I am afraid of you. Lu Ming was furious. He had saved the opponent, but the opponent actually attacked him. This made him extremely unhappy. Buzz. 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 The Overlord God Spear swept out continuously, and the attacks were extremely fierce. However, Lu Ming did not use any killing moves. Although the 9-clawed dragon's attacks were violent, they did not contain any killing intent. Lu Ming's spiritual senses were sharp and he could feel it clearly. The two of them continued to exchange blows. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. The 9-clawed dragon's fighting power was extremely strong. Like Lu Ming, it was also a second-level divine lord. But its fighting power was stronger than anyone Lu Ming had seen. It even surpassed Emperor Jiani. However, it was still not a match for Lu Ming. When Lu Ming finally used all of his origin source secret techniques, the nine-clawed dragon was no match for him and retreated. Wait, stop fighting, stop fighting. The nine-clawed dragon waved its hands repeatedly. However, Lu Ming did not have the intention to stop. He rushed out and bombarded the nine-clawed dragon. Hey, I said stop fighting. The nine-clawed dragon shouted. Stop fighting just because you said so? Lu Ming sneered. He had a stomach full of anger, and he had yet to calm down. In the end, the nine-clawed dragon's handsome face was kicked by Lu Ming. After it was swollen, Lu Ming finally stopped. You are really vengeful. I just wanted to test your fighting power. The nine-clawed dragon looked at Lu Ming with an aggrieved face. However, there was extreme shock in its eyes. With its fighting power, it was actually suppressed by a human. This was something unbelievable. No wonder the old ancestor said that although the human race is weak, they have endless potential and endless possibilities. Seeing it today, it is indeed worthy of its reputation. A thought flashed across the nine-clawed dragon's mind. I saved you, but you attacked me. You deserved that kick just now. Lu Ming said coldly. The nine-clawed dragon was speechless and could only accept it silently. After a while it said, Don't worry, I have no hostility towards you. There are no humans who attacked the dragon race. I didn't expect the Wu people to still be on the mother planet of the dragon race. Brother of the human race, may I ask, how long has it been since the races of the universe attacked the dragon race? The nine-clawed dragon asked with a confused look. How long has it been? You really don't know? Lu Ming was curious. Judging from the nine-clawed dragon's tone, could it have been from dozens of stellar years ago? How could a divine lord live for so long? Perhaps it had something to do with the crystal and the seal from before. I don't know. When the battle was at its fiercest, I was sealed here by an old ancestor. I don't know what happened after that. The nine-clawed dragon shook its head. Sure enough, this nine-clawed dragon was left behind from that era. Lu Ming speculated that the divine dragon race knew that they would lose, so all the experts of the dragon race made preparations to seal the prodigies of the dragon race and leave behind a seed to prevent them from going extinct. The nine-clawed dragon had been sealed for dozens of stellar years. The battle back then ended long ago. Now more than 30 stellar years have passed. Lu Ming said. What? More than 30 stellar years? That long? The nine-clawed dragon's body trembled and revealed a look of disbelief and confusion. Yes, more than 30 stellar years have passed. Lu Ming nodded seriously. Chapter 36-24. More than 30 stellar years? More than 30 stellar years have passed. I cultivated for more than 100 years, but when I woke up, more than 30 stellar years had passed. Ha ha ha. The nine-clawed dragon laughed crazily. It took a long time for it to calm down. Lu Ming was stunned. What? This nine-clawed dragon had only cultivated for more than 100 years? It had reached the second-level Divine Lord realm after cultivating for more than 100 years. What kind of monster was this? Lu Ming was a little dumbfounded. It was already very fast for him to cultivate to his current level, but it had been 1 or 2,000 years. But the other party had only cultivated for more than 100 years. This kind of talent was absolutely amazing. Of course, this had to do with the fact that the other party lived on the dragon race's mother planet. However, the dragon race's mother planet back then was definitely not as good as the current cultivation environment of the dragon race's mother planet. The reason why the cultivation environment of the dragon race's mother planet was so good now was that the dragon race's mother planet had been sealed for dozens of stellar years. After so long, the cultivation environment had already become amazing. Otherwise, the prodigies of the other major races would not have racked their brains to come here. Moreover, when the dragon race was at its peak, their numbers were astonishing and there were many prodigies. The resources allocated to each person were also very limited. Although it was already very superior compared to ordinary people, to be able to cultivate to the second-level Divine Lord realm in just over 100 years, this kind of talent was also extremely amazing. More than 30 stellar years have passed. Then, why are the Wu people still on the dragon race's mother planet? Why are you here? The nine-clawed dragon's eyes were full of doubts. It's a long story. Lu Ming sighed. I'm Aoguan, may I know your name? The nine-clawed dragon cupped its fists. Lu Ming. Lu Ming replied. Brother Lu, please tell me what happened in the past few years. Also, how was the dragon race in the battle back then? Aoguan said, looking at Lu Ming expectantly. Sigh. Lu Ming sighed, not knowing what to say. Aoguan had been sealed during the intense battle back then. Clearly, he did not know the outcome of the dragon clan. If he knew, who knew how he would feel? However, Lu Ming still decided to tell him. In that war, the dragon race was annihilated. Lu Ming heaved a long sigh. What? The nine-clawed dragon's body shook violently, and a sorrowful look appeared in its eyes. Although he had already expected this, the battle back then was too tragic. Moreover, the dragon clan's ancestor had sealed him because there was no other way out. Therefore, he could guess some things. However, hearing Lu Ming say that the dragon clan had been destroyed with his own ears, he still found it hard to accept. Next, Lu Ming told him what he knew. After saying this, Aoguan stood there, his entire body trembling. He didn't say a word, but his eyes were completely red, the grief unbearable. Angel race, soul race, Wu people, and the heavenly palace. Aoguan let out a low growl. His eyes were filled with intense killing intent and deep-rooted hatred. Lu Ming stood quietly at the side and didn't say anything. Anyone would have known that such a blow would be like this. After a period of time, Aoguan slowly recovered. Thank you for saving me this time, Brother Lu. Aoguan cupped his fists. It's nothing. Moreover, I'm fated with the dragon race, but the Wu people have a grudge with me. I won't let go of the chance to attack the Wu people. Lu Ming smiled casually. No matter what, you saved me this time. I, Aoguan, clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges. Aoguan said, then sighed again. I didn't expect that after so many years, the people of the various races would come to the dragon race's mother planet. They've gone too far. Lu Ming didn't say anything. He was a little embarrassed, as he was also one of them. It's just the younger generation that came in. Very well. Now that I've broken out of seclusion, I'll start a massacre and collect some interest. Aoguan muttered to himself again, his killing intent as cold as a knife. Lu Ming still didn't say anything. Brother Lu, don't worry. I clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges. You saved me, so I'll repay your kindness. Follow me, Aoguan said. After saying that, he flew behind him and arrived in front of the mound where he was previously sealed. Lu Ming looked curious. After pondering for a moment, he also followed. By now, the mound had already exploded. When he walked in, he saw that there was actually a cave underground. It went straight down, and he didn't know how deep it was. Follow me. After saying that, Aoguan jumped into the cave in a flash. Lu Ming hesitated for a moment before following him. Aoguan had no reason to harm him. Firstly, there were no humans who besieged the dragon race back then. In fact, the human race was a very special race in the primordial universe. There were a lot of humans, more than most races. They were spread across the universe, but they were not united. They were like a plate of loose sand and did not form any powerful factions. They were unlike the races on the primordial universe's 10,000 races list, which were almost all gathered together, and were very united and powerful. Although there was no lack of experts in the human race, they were very scattered. Secondly, Lu Ming had just saved Aoguan, and did not feel any hostility from Aoguan. Hence, Lu Ming only hesitated for a moment before following. The cave was very deep. After going down for a few thousand miles, they suddenly arrived at an underground space. When he arrived at the underground space, Lu Ming's eyes involuntarily widened in deep shock. There were dozens of small trees growing in the underground space. There were dozens of fruits growing on each small tree. Heavenly Genesis fruits. These were all Heavenly Genesis fruits. Lu Ming's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. There were more than 30 Heavenly Genesis fruits. There were at least 100 Heavenly Genesis fruits. These were supreme treasures that could help sever the shackles of secret techniques. There were so many of them here. In Golden Dragon Ridge, Lu Ming had only obtained 3 Heavenly Genesis fruits, and they had already been refined by Lu Ming. There were over 100 of them here. Lu Ming felt his breathing quicken. The battle back then was very intense. the corpses of our enemies were thrown here, and their blood was used to nourish these heavenly Genesis fruits. I didn't expect them to ripen after so many years. Aoguan explained. Lu Ming finally understood what was going on in the Evil Spirit Valley. The evil spirits of so many races in the Evil Spirit Valley were formed by the enemies of the dragon race. The blood of those races had seeped into the ground to nourish these heavenly Genesis fruits. Brother Lu, you saved my life. Let's split these heavenly Genesis fruits in half. I also need these heavenly Genesis fruits to raise my strength, so I can go out and kill those people to collect interest. Aoguan said. His eyes were filled with hatred at the mention of the races that attacked the dragon race. Many thanks, Brother Ao. Lu Ming did not hesitate in the slightest. He would be a fool to be polite to a treasure like the heavenly Genesis fruits. The two immediately took action, each taking half of the heavenly Genesis fruits. Lu Ming roughly calculated that he had obtained a total of 51 heavenly Genesis fruits. Chapter 36:25. Lu Ming's heart began to pound. 51 heavenly source fruits. If he were to take this out, wouldn't people go crazy? After refining these 51 heavenly source fruits, he was sure that his secret origin technique would definitely be able to sever the second shackle. And not just one type. With so many resources piled up, even a pig would be piled up. Bah, what nonsense was he thinking? Brother Lu, we shouldn't stay here for long. Let's leave this place first. Aoguan said. All right. Lu Ming nodded. The two left this place. The evil spirits in the Evil Spirit Valley naturally couldn't stop them. Soon the two left the Evil Spirit Valley. Brother Ao, what are your plans next? Lu Ming asked. Find a place to cultivate, then come out and kill. I won't let any of the races that attacked the dragon race back then off. Aoguan said angrily. You still have to be careful. There are many geniuses from the various races, and some of them are very powerful. Lu Ming warned seriously. Aoguan's talent was amazing, and even Lu Ming had to admire him. After all, Lu Ming had the Origin Ancient character. If he didn't have the Origin Ancient character, he probably wouldn't be Aoguan's opponent in a battle of the same level. However, Aoguan's cultivation was still a little low. Among the geniuses from the various races, there were probably some who had broken through to the 4th level Divine Lord realm. Moreover, during this period, Lu Ming thought of another problem. That was 33 years ago. There was also a group of people who broke through the 18 weak points. Although it was said that the power of the weak points was amazing at that time, and most of the people who broke through died. However, who could guarantee that no one successfully broke in? Even if they broke in with serious injuries, so many years had passed, and they had cultivated in such a good environment like the dragon race's mother planet. Their injuries would have recovered long ago. Moreover, they had been in here for decades, so how powerful would their cultivation be? Therefore, Lu Ming felt a sense of crisis from time to time. Thank you, I won't mess around. I still have to keep my useful body, and kill my way to the heavenly palace in the future. Aoguan smiled. His heroic spirit reached the clouds, and he was also extremely bold. In the primitive universe, anyone who talked about the heavenly palace would be respectful and reverent. However, Aoguan actually said that he wanted to fight his way to the heavenly palace. Just this courage alone was hard to come by. Lu Ming smiled, cupped his fists, and bid farewell to Aoguan. The two of them left in two different directions. Lu Ming headed towards the Black Dragon clan. Upon returning to the Black Dragon clan, Lu Ming impatiently went into secluded cultivation. Taking out a heavenly source fruit, Lu Ming swallowed it. With the help of the heavenly source fruit's energy, he cultivated the Overlord God Spear. After a period of time, the energy of the heavenly source fruit was completely absorbed. Of course, a single heavenly source fruit was not enough for the Tyrant God Spear to sever his second shackle. Lu Ming had refined 3 heavenly origin fruits before, and although he felt that he was not far from severing his second shackle, he still hadn't fully recovered. However, the difference of a single line was like the difference between heaven and earth. Wanting to cross it was as difficult as ascending to the blue sky. However, with so many heavenly source fruits in hand, Lu Ming was full of confidence. With so many heavenly source fruits in hand, if he still couldn't succeed, Lu Ming might as well buy a block of tofu and smash his head against it. Continue refining, and then refining. 2-3 For a month later, Lu Ming had refined a total of 10 heavenly source fruits. Lu Ming's face began to turn green. 10 heavenly source fruits in a row. And he still couldn't sever his second shackle? There was no justice in this world. Fortunately, when Lu Ming refined the 12th heavenly source fruit, Lu Ming clearly saw an incomparably powerful energy turn into a ray of divine light and sever the second shackle on the tyrant god's spear. Boom! As if the seal had been broken, an incomparably terrifying aura rushed out from the tyrant god's spear, piercing through the clouds and alarming the people of the Black Dragon clan. Brother Lu's strength is truly unfathomable. Feng Zhou sighed as he gazed in the direction of Lu Ming's cultivation. I've finally succeeded. Lu Ming grasped the tyrant god's spear and felt the boundless power within it. A confident look appeared on Lu Ming's face. The second shackle was 10 times harder to sever than the first, but once it was severed, the power released was also several times stronger. This allowed Lu Ming's battle strength to reach an even higher peak. Including the 3 heavenly source fruits from before, it took a total of 15 to sever the tyrant god spear's shackle. I still have 39 heavenly source fruits left, but considering that my understanding and usage of the tyrant god spear is the deepest, it will be relatively easier to sever the second shackle. If I want to sever the other origin secret techniques, I'm afraid I'll need more heavenly source fruits, but 1 or 2 will be enough. Lu Ming calculated for a moment. The remaining 39 heavenly source fruits were enough for him to sever the second shackles of 2 origin secret techniques. Then he continued refining. For the second origin secret technique, Lu Ming chose the wind extinguishing boots. For offensive techniques, the tyrant god spear was enough for the time being. If the wind extinguishing boots severed the second shackle, his speed would increase explosively. In this way, his speed and attack would be combined to increase his battle strength. This time, he used a total of 17 heavenly source fruits to sever the second shackle of the wind extinguishing boots. There were still 22 heavenly source fruits left. Lu Ming's third choice was the Wicked Bell. During this period, the Wicked Bell had been of great help to him. It could attack the opponent's soul. If the Wicked Bell severed the second shackle, its power would be even greater. Even if the opponent had a soul defensive treasure, it would still be greatly affected. Contrary to Lu Ming's expectations, the second shackle of the Wicked Bell was even more difficult to sever. He used a total of 19 heavenly source fruits to successfully sever the second shackle of the Wicked Bell. In this way, there were only 3 heavenly source fruits left out of the 51. This made Lu Ming feel a pang of heartache. He had used them too quickly. However, Lu Ming had severed the shackles with 3 consecutive origin secret skills: the attack type, speed type, and soul type. With the combination of the 3, Lu Ming was looking forward to seeing how powerful his combat ability would be. It was worth it. During this period, no one came to disturb Lu Ming. Lu Ming cultivated very peacefully. At this time, Lu Ming took out the illusory sacred jade and looked at it. The public area was even more lively. Many people were discussing the secrets of the various ruins and sacred grounds. In addition, there was a great battle with the native experts of the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Over the past few months, the native experts of the Dragon Clan's mother planet had been increasing. They kept popping up all over the 3 continents. Some were from the Dragon Human clan. However, there were even more from the Divine Dragon clan. There were more than a dozen 8-clawed divine dragons. These 8-clawed divine dragons were most likely sealed in the ruins and sacred grounds back then. Lu Ming pondered. These were obviously left behind by the Dragon Clan's experts back then. Back then, the Dragon Clan's experts had sealed countless Dragon Clan prodigies. Big news: the 9-clawed dragon has appeared. Another piece of news attracted Lu Ming's attention. He clicked on it and saw that it was a video. On the screen, a 9-clawed divine dragon slaughtered a dozen or so foreign geniuses in a row and left. Ao Guan. Lu Ming recognized at a glance that it was Ao Guan. Chapter 36-26. The appearance of the 9-clawed dragon had caused an uproar in the public area. The 9-clawed dragon was a top-notch prodigy even in the heyday of the divine dragon race. It was extremely rare. But now one had appeared. And its combat power was shockingly strong. I heard that this nine-clawed dragon said that it wants to kill all of us. Someone revealed the news, causing the crowd to be angry. Kill, we can't let this nine-clawed dragon live. Let's join forces and kill this nine-clawed dragon. Many people spread the news that they wanted to join forces to hunt down the nine-clawed dragon. Especially the races that had attacked the dragon race in the past, such as the winged men and the Wu people. They were even more active and actively contacted experts to surround and kill the nine-clawed dragon. Let's hope we can get through this. Lu Ming whispered. Relatively speaking, he still had a good impression of the dragon race and did not want Ao Guan to be killed. He paid attention to the situation in the illusory divine jade while cultivating. Soon a month later, finally there was an explosive news. The Wu people, the winged men, and other major races had joined forces to hunt down Ao Guan, but they were hunted down instead. That was because Ao Guan was not alone. In this battle, in addition to Ao Guan, a young nine-clawed dragon, 3 eight-clawed divine dragons, and more than a dozen top-notch prodigies of the dragon-human race had appeared. After an intense battle, the outsiders suffered heavy losses and hundreds of experts were killed. In the end, Ao Guan and the others were unable to kill them. Ao Guan and the others fled. In this battle, the outsiders suffered heavy losses and caused a huge uproar. There was not only one nine-clawed dragon but two. What trump card did the dragon race leave behind on the dragon race's mother planet? How many dragon prodigies did they leave behind? The illusory divine jade was not only connected to the dragon race's mother planet, but also to the entire Eldritch universe. Not only were the prodigies of the various races on the dragon race's mother planet discussing it, but the stronger prodigies of the various major races and the older generation experts were also in an uproar. Not long after, it even shocked the top 10 powerful races. Not long after, a big shot from the angel race, the soul race, and the blood race each called for the prodigies of the various races on the dragon race's mother planet to join forces and hunt down the remaining dragon race members. Those who succeed will be heavily rewarded by the 3 clans. As soon as this news came out, it shook the entire starry sky. The angel race, the soul race, and the blood race were all terrifying races that were ranked in the top 10. The strength of each clan was unimaginably powerful. They had a deep foundation and countless experts, enough to intimidate the entire starry sky. Back then, among the clans that attacked the Dragon Clan, these 3 clans were the strongest. Now the experts of the 3 clans had announced that they wanted to hunt down the remaining members of the Dragon Clan. Those who succeeded would be rewarded handsomely. These were the top 10 clans. How shocking would their rewards be? Countless people were envious. The prodigies of the various races outside the dragon race's mother planet couldn't wait to rush into the dragon race's mother planet and kill the remnants of the dragon race. Meanwhile, the sky prides of various races on the dragon clan's mother planet were in an uproar as if there was an earthquake. One after another, messages appeared in the public area. They were all about the experts that had emerged from the Dragon Clan. There were 9-clawed dragon, 8-clawed divine dragon, and dragon human. Lu Ming was also among them. What does this have to do with me? Lu Ming was speechless. He wasn't a dragon human. It was really an unexpected disaster. Moreover, someone from the Winged Men clan knew him, but they didn't come out to explain. Of course, the Winged Men clan couldn't wait to kill him. It would be strange if they came out to explain. Lu Ming was speechless. He quickly took action and asked the people of the Black Dragon Clan and the Blood Dragon Hall to hide in the Black Dragon Valley. The Black Dragon Valley was very special. As long as they hid inside, no one could enter without the Black Dragon token. Lu Ming also entered the Black Dragon Valley. He wasn't afraid, but he didn't want to cause more trouble. Now the 3 top 10 clans had ordered the experts of countless races to join forces to deal with him. If he went out and fought with these races, wouldn't he offend the forces of the entire universe? Then how would he survive after leaving the Dragon Clan's mother planet? He would probably be hunted down all over the universe. Therefore, if he could avoid it, it was better to avoid it. Of course, if he couldn't avoid it, Lu Ming wasn't afraid. No matter what race they were, he would kill them first. With the experts of the 3 top clans speaking, everyone was very active. Soon news kept spreading. The various clans joined forces to besiege the Dragon Clan experts on the Dragon Clan's mother planet. However, the Dragon Clan experts were very sensitive. During this period they all disappeared. Obviously, they were all hiding. The Dragon Clan's mother planet was the territory of these Dragon Clan experts. No matter how many people there were, they couldn't find them if they hid. During this period, the experts of the various clans went out and searched everywhere. They only found an 8-clawed divine dragon, and a few dragon human experts. These people were killed one by one. On the other hand, the native dragon human race was implicated and many of them were killed. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, a few months had passed. After a few months, they still couldn't find the 9-clawed dragon and the others. The enthusiasm of the various clans finally died down. They refocused their attention on the relics and cultivation sacred grounds. Just like that, a few more months passed. There was a piece of news. There was a place that was suddenly filled with multicolored light and divine aura. It was extremely mysterious and attracted many people to go there. However, no one could get close to the core area. During this period, more and more people gathered at that place because some people felt that there was a great opportunity there. It's in the soaring dragon continent, and it's not far from here. Lu Ming's eyes moved. After staying in the Black Dragon Valley for more than half a year, Lu Ming decided to go out. Although he had 3 secret techniques to sever his second shackle, and his battle strength had greatly increased, he had been going deep into the Black Dragon Valley and obtained some divine medicine. However, his cultivation was still at the 2nd level of the Divine Lord realm. He hadn't broken through yet, and he had reached the limit of the Black Dragon Valley. If he wanted to continue, he would have to make a major breakthrough in battle strength. Therefore, staying in the Black Dragon Valley was a waste of time. He had to go out and find other relics and sacred grounds to obtain opportunities. Otherwise, he would be left behind by others. Lu Ming left the Black Dragon Valley and headed north of the Black Dragon Clan. Songlang Lake. That was Lu Ming's destination. The name of this lake was given by an outsider because there was no lake here in the past. It suddenly appeared not long ago. Lu Ming speculated that the Songlang Lake should have been hidden by the Dragon Clan's spatial folding technique. That was why it suddenly appeared. Something that could be hidden by the Dragon Clan's spatial folding technique was definitely extraordinary. Many people also thought of this point. Therefore, during this period of time, the surrounding area of the Songlang Lake all gathered at the Songlang Lake. When Lu Ming arrived, he found an incomparably huge lake. Around the lake, there were constantly flickering figures. Lu Ming looked from afar. In the center of the lake, there was a beam of multicolored light shooting into the sky, illuminating half the sky. That's the island in the middle of the lake. But it's not that easy to go up. Lu Ming pondered. Through the information given by the others in the illusory jade, Lu Ming already had a good understanding of the Songlang Lake. Chapter 36-27. The Blue Waves Lake was very wide. There was a small island in the center of the lake, and the light was coming from that island. However, the entire lake was covered by a large array that could not be broken. It was impossible to fly on this lake, and one could only walk on the water. The longest distance one could fly was no more than 100 meters. If one wanted to reach the island, one could only walk on the water. However, the water in this lake was not to be underestimated. Every drop was extremely heavy, and the closer one was to the island, the stronger the waves were. If they were swept in by the waves, they would definitely die given their Divine Lord cultivation. The closer one was to the island, the stronger the waves were. Thus, no one had reached the island yet. Swoosh! Swoosh! Lu Ming was sizing up the lake when he saw a group of people flying out and landing on the lake. They walked on the water and rushed toward the center of the lake. There were fewer people at the shore of the lake. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming did not stay any longer. He moved and dashed toward the lake. Hey, why does that kid look so familiar? Not far away, there was a group of people. One of them looked at Lu Ming. In this group, there were 11 creatures with wings on their backs. They were the prodigies of the Winged Men clan. The person who spoke was also from the Winged Men clan. As soon as this person spoke, the others also looked at Lu Ming. It's that kid. The eyes of the Winged Men clan's prodigies were filled with cold, murderous intent. Before entering the Dragon Clan's mother planet, the Winged Men clan had a deep impression of Lu Ming. At the 19 weak points, Lu Ming had killed many Winged Men clan's prodigies and was extremely arrogant. All the Winged Men clan's prodigies had a deep impression of Lu Ming and wanted to cut Lu Ming into pieces. It's that kid from the Dragon Clan. That kid actually ran out on his own and dared to come here. He's courting death. The prodigies of the other clans also recognized Lu Ming. Of course, they had seen Lu Ming's appearance in the illusory Divine Jade and thought that Lu Ming was a native Dragon Clan's mother planet. Many people's eyes shone with a fiery light. The experts of the Angel Race, Soul Race, and Blood Race had announced that anyone who could kill the prodigies on the Dragon Race's mother planet would be heavily rewarded. Previously, they had been searching for Lu Ming and the others but were unable to find them. Now that Lu Ming had run out on his own, how could they let him go? The Sky Pride of the Winged Men race was the fastest. With a flap of his wings, he dashed towards Lu Ming like a bolt of lightning. That brat is mine. Don't even think about taking it from me. The Sky Prides of the other races shouted as they charged towards Lu Ming. What bad luck. Lu Ming's face was somewhat gloomy. There were a lot of people around the lake, and people were rushing towards the lake from all directions. He originally thought that no one would notice him so quickly, but he didn't expect to be discovered so quickly. Lu Ming couldn't help but speed up. In the blink of an eye, he rushed into the lake. As soon as he reached the lake, Lu Ming felt a terrifying pressure pressing down on him, causing Lu Ming to fall into the water. Lu Ming circulated his divine power and stabilized himself on the water surface. Just as he was about to run forward, a few extremely fast Winged Men race had already caught up to him. Die, brat. A few Winged Men race members shouted coldly as they flapped their wings. Hundreds of blades swept towards Lu Ming like a storm. You're the ones who will die. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as the Overlord God Spear appeared in his hand and swept it out. A series of explosions rang out as the blades shattered. Lu Ming's long spear shook once again, and a few spear radiances shot out towards the Winged Men race's Sky Prides. The Winged Men race's Sky Prides' faces changed. Their bodies spun rapidly as if countless blades were spinning rapidly, slicing through everything. When the spear radiances collided with the Winged Men race, an ear-piercing sound erupted. In the next moment, the Winged Men race's Sky Prides retreated frantically, their faces pale. However, this delay allowed the other Winged Men race and the other race's Sky Prides to arrive. Kill. He's mine. The Winged Men race roared. They saw Lu Ming as a delicious steamed bun, a treasure that could be exchanged for rewards. They scrambled to kill Lu Ming. All sorts of attacks emitted dazzling rays of light that enveloped Lu Ming. You're courting death. Lu Ming's face darkened, and his killing intent grew stronger. He didn't want to offend too many races, but these races wanted to kill him the moment they saw him. Lu Ming wasn't someone who was afraid of trouble. Boom. A violent aura erupted as the battle character art was activated. At the same time, the energy of the Overlord God Spear that had severed the shackles was unlocked. Although the primordial divine blood wasn't activated, the Overlord God Spear had severed 2 shackles. The Overlord God Spear swept out, and a crescent-shaped spear radiance burst out. Wherever the crescent-shaped spear radiance passed by, all the attacks were destroyed. Lu Ming stepped on the surface of the water, and his body grew taller. The Overlord God Spear stabbed out continuously. In an instant, 9 spear radiances burst out. They were like stones as they stabbed towards 9 of the Winged Men race. The Winged Men race's Sky Prides were shocked. They tried their best to block, but they couldn't. The spear radiance flashed and the 9 Sky Prides were killed, including 5 Winged Men race's Sky Prides. Kill. After killing the 9 Sky Prides, Lu Ming didn't hold back. The Overlord God Spear swept out, and another 5 to 6 Sky Prides were killed. As a result, the other Sky Prides were scared. They looked terrified and retreated. Kill me if you want to, and leave if you want to. It's not that easy. Since you've made a move, stay. Lu Ming said coldly. He stepped on the surface of the lake and chased after those people. Since he had already taken action and formed a deadly feud, Lu Ming would not show mercy. Lu Ming's body shot out like an arrow. The Overlord God Spear stabbed, pressed and smashed. It was a simple attack, But every attack was powerful and unstoppable. Every attack would kill a Sky Pride. Although these Sky Prides were all third-level divine lords, their strength wasn't very strong. Otherwise, they wouldn't have stayed at the island by the lake. Among the various races, those who came in were considered ordinary Sky Prides. There weren't any Sky Prides that were too monstrous. How could they be a match for Lu Ming? All of them were killed. Run! This freak. I'm from the Bien race. How dare you kill me? These people cried for their parents, but it was useless. Not long later, they were all killed. In the distance, other people saw this and their faces changed. No one dared to help. Damn it! The monstrous Sky Prides of our various races are all challenging that island. Otherwise, how could he be so arrogant? That's right. But looking at him, he's going to go to that island later too. He'll meet the monstrous Sky Prides of the various races. At that time there's only death for him. How greedy. He still dares to come out now. If he hides obediently like a coward, he'll be fine. Now that he wants to snatch the opportunities here, there's only death for him. This kid's combat power isn't weak. If we kill him, the 3 major races will probably reward us handsomely. Speaking of this, many people revealed greedy looks. Chapter 36-28. After killing the winged men and some other races, Lu Ming scanned his surroundings and snorted coldly. He stepped on the water and headed toward the center of the lake. The pressure on the lake was very high. Although the pressure was reduced a lot by walking on the water, his speed was not fast. A moment later, a small island appeared in front of him. It was very far away and looked hazy. It looked quite tall. Rumble. In front of him, huge waves that were a few hundred meters tall kept rolling and surging out from the inside. Lu Ming saw many figures flashing in front of him. All kinds of divine light burst out as they broke through the waves. Only by passing through the huge waves could they move forward. Lu Ming had seen people discussing it in the illusory divine jade. The closer they were to the island, the stronger the waves here. At the periphery, there might only be 1 giant wave, but further in, there would be 2 giant waves, 3 giant waves, and more. Ah! Suddenly there was a miserable shriek. Lu Ming saw a huge elephant being swept by the huge waves, and directly swept into the lake. The huge elephant was extremely terrified and struggled madly. However, it was useless. In the blink of an eye, the flesh and blood on its body disappeared, leaving behind only a skeleton that sank to the bottom of the lake. What a powerful lake! Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. That huge elephant was a 3rd-level divine lord. It was not weak, but it was swept by the huge waves and died without any resistance. The others were even more cautious. They used all their strength. Saber light, sword light, and fist energy soared into the sky, breaking through the huge waves and charging forward. Lu Ming did not hesitate and walked on the water. The place Lu Ming had stepped on was very calm. There were no huge waves, but the first huge wave appeared in front of him. Whoosh! A huge wave that was 100 meters tall rushed toward Lu Ming, wanting to sweep Lu Ming into the huge wave. Break! Lu Ming held the Overlord God's spear with both hands and pressed it down. A huge spear light that was a few hundred meters long blasted toward the huge wave. Boom! The huge wave roared and exploded from the middle. It blasted open a passage. Lu Ming's figure flashed and rushed through the passage. It's that kid from the Dragon Human clan. It's him. This brat actually dares to come. How dare he? But this brat is really strong. He broke through a huge wave with 1 move. That passage hasn't closed yet. Let's take the opportunity to rush in and save some energy. Some of the surrounding geniuses recognized Lu Ming at a glance. Then, their figures flashed as they rushed towards the tunnel that Lu Ming had broken open. They wanted to take advantage of him and save energy. Trying to take advantage of me? You're dreaming. Lu Ming sneered. He waved his hand and fired a shot. Crash! The spear light bombarded the huge wave, causing the huge wave to roll and the lake water to splash in all directions. Not good. This bastard is so vicious. Ah! Those who wanted to take advantage of the situation screamed in horror and frantically retreated. However, more than half of them were too late, and were swept away by the huge wave and died in the blink of an eye. Although the remaining people managed to avoid a calamity, they were still splashed by the lake water. This kind of lake water was extremely terrifying. Their protective divine power was completely useless and was directly penetrated. Those geniuses had small holes in their bodies and were heavily injured. Damn it. Those people looked at Lu Ming with resentment. Lu Ming smiled and continued forward. Send a message to the people in front. Tell them that this dragon human bastard has arrived and let them kill him. Good idea. Immediately, someone used the illusory divine jade to send a message to the people in front. After passing through a huge wave, the lake had calmed down a lot. However, looking forward 100 miles away, there were still huge waves surging to the sky. There were 2 huge waves. Many geniuses were breaking through the waves. Lu Ming stepped forward. However, after walking for dozens of miles, he saw a group of people leaping over. There were at least 30 of them. They walked on the water and formed a fan shape as they surrounded Lu Ming. It seems that the people behind me have spread the news. Lu Ming's expression was somewhat gloomy. Soon more than 30 geniuses approached. Lu Ming looked over and saw that these geniuses came from 7 or 8 different races. Almost all of them were powerful races on the primitive desolate 10,000 races list. Among them, there were 2 geniuses from the winged men race. The 2 winged men race did not point out that Lu Ming was an outsider. They just coldly looked at Lu Ming. It really is this kid. This dragon human brat actually dares to come here. Haha, capture him, and you will be heavily rewarded. Dozens of geniuses looked at Lu Ming with fiery eyes. I'll give you a chance. If you turn around and leave now, you can live. If you want to attack me, be prepared to be killed. Lu Ming said coldly. Haha, we have so many people. Who can you kill? Ridiculous. Attack. How could these people retreat just because of Lu Ming's words? With a roar, they stepped on the surface of the lake and charged toward Lu Ming. Some of them were very strong. For example, the 2 winged men race geniuses were definitely not weaker than the red-haired youth from the fire centipede race. Lightning, flame, ice. All kinds of terrifying attacks swept toward Lu Ming. If an ordinary person was besieged by so many people, they would have been beaten to a pulp in an instant. However, Lu Ming was not an ordinary person. I gave you a chance, but you just had to court death. Lu Ming roared. Spear radiance shot up into the sky and then pressed down. Boom. Under the pressure of the spear radiance, everyone's attacks directly collapsed. The few geniuses who were in front of the spear radiance were pressed down by it. They screamed and their bodies exploded. The rest of the people's faces changed slightly. However, they did not retreat. In a flash, they attacked Lu Ming from 4 directions. Especially the 2 winged men race. They attacked Lu Ming from different directions at an alarming speed. The 2 winged men race were from the thunderous winged man race and the golden winged man race. The thunderous winged man race held a lightning spear in his hand and stabbed it toward Lu Ming's glabella at an alarming speed. As for the golden winged man race, thousands of sword radiances appeared around him and stabbed toward Lu Ming. With the 2 winged men race and the other people's attacks, it was a sure kill attack. I'll kill you first. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. With a roar, he threw out a punch. With this punch, more than 100 nine-clawed dragons immediately rushed out. Divine Dragon Aspect Art. More than 100 nine-clawed dragons blocked these attacks. Lu Ming moved and rushed toward the golden winged man race. The golden winged man race's face changed. He wanted to retreat, but Lu Ming was faster than him. In a blink of an eye, he caught up with him and became one with his spear. He turned into a dazzling spear radiance and stabbed toward the golden winged man race. Not good. The golden winged man race's face changed. He felt a fatal threat from this spear. The golden feathers all over his body flew out and gathered together to form a golden feather shield in front of him. However, Lu Ming's current strength was too strong for him to block. The spear radiance pierced through and the golden feather shield exploded. The spear radiance flashed and the golden winged man race's body stiffened. His glabella was pierced by the spear radiance and his body fell into the lake. Chapter 36-29. Given Lu Ming's current ability, he could kill anyone who was 1 level higher than him, unless they were extremely monstrous. Even if they were like the red-haired youth from the Fire Centipede clan, there was no suspense at all. After killing the golden winged man, Lu Ming did not stop. He swung the Overlord spear and it flew towards the thunder-winged man like a bolt of lightning. It was unstoppable and unstoppable. The Overlord spear broke through all the attacks and defenses of the thunder-winged man, and pierced through him. How is this possible? The thunder-winged man's eyes were filled with disbelief. Lu Ming's cultivation was only a second-level divine lord, one level lower than him. With his strength, he was killed by Lu Ming. How was this possible? There were not many in the entire universe who had such combat strength, unless it was those freaks on the universe prodigy list. Could it be that this dragon human race native's talent was comparable to those freaks on the universe prodigy list? He found it hard to believe, but in the next moment, his vision turned black and he fell into the lake. Let's go. Retreat. Seeing Lu Ming kill two freaks from the winged man race in an instant, the others were scared. They broke out in cold sweat and frantically retreated, no longer daring to attack Lu Ming. Kill. Lu Ming shouted coldly, grabbed the Overlord spear, and chased after them. He killed a few more before the others retreated. Lu Ming stepped forward and soon arrived in front of the huge wave. The nearby prodigies who were charging through the huge wave were shocked when they saw Lu Ming. They had seen Lu Ming kill the winged man race's prodigies from dozens of miles away. They knew that Lu Ming's combat strength was not something they could fight against. In an instant, everyone in the area retreated, not daring to get close to Lu Ming. Rumble. Two huge waves came crashing towards Lu Ming with shocking power. Lu Ming's expression did not change. The Overlord spear became a few thousand meters long and pressed down. The huge wave was split open, creating a path. This scene made the surrounding people even more shocked. They had worked so hard but still found it difficult to break through two giant waves. However, Lu Ming had broken through them with just a casual strike. This level of power was truly shocking. It far surpassed them. Lu Ming was expressionless. He stepped forward and passed through the two huge waves. What should we do? Are we just going to watch this dragon-human aboriginal act so arrogantly? That's right. There are so many of us here, yet we can't do anything to him. If news of this gets out, it'll be embarrassing. After Lu Ming left, those people discussed animatedly. This brat's combat strength is indeed abnormally strong. With our strength, we're definitely not his opponent. However, he's not invincible. This brat keeps moving forward. In front of him, there are many top experts from various races. A young man said, "That's right. Let's send a message to the people at the front. Let the group of heavenly geniuses at the front to attack this brat. There are fourth-level divine lords at the front, as well as some terrifying monsters. The Wu people, the winged race, and the other races ranked in the top 200. I'll have quite a few people at the front. Alright, send the message." Immediately, these people used the illusory divine jade to send out the message. After Lu Ming passed through the two huge waves, there was another area in front of him that was calm. Of course, there were huge waves 100 miles ahead. One could see from afar that there were 3 huge waves. Each wave was higher than the previous one. There were also many heavenly geniuses breaking through the waves. To reach that small island, one had to break through layer after layer of huge waves. Up until now, no one had broken through all the huge waves and rushed to that small island. Lu Ming stepped forward and soon arrived in front of the huge waves. As soon as Lu Ming arrived, many eyes filled with killing intent looked at Lu Ming. Their eyes were like sharp swords, as if they wanted to penetrate Lu Ming's body. However, no one made a move. No one made a move. It seems like they received the voice transmission from those people before, and don't dare to make a move on me. Do they want to let me in, and let the experts in front kill me? A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind, and he guessed the other party's plan. However, Lu Ming was fearless. Now he already had 3 kinds of origin secret arts to sever the second shackle, adding in second-level Divine Lord cultivation, 7 drops of primordial divine blood. With so many means added together, even Lu Ming himself could not figure out how strong he was when he unleashed his full power. No matter how monstrous the other party was, as long as their cultivation did not exceed his by too much, he was confident that even if he was not a match, he could still escape. Break! Lu Ming roared, brandishing the Overlord God Spear, bombarding the 3 huge waves. When the 3 huge waves converged, the offensive power was indeed very shocking. It was much stronger than the 2 huge waves. However, it still could not stop Lu Ming. The Overlord God Spear pressed down and broke through the huge waves. Lu Ming rushed through. Very soon, Lu Ming arrived in front of the 4 huge waves. There were also many heavenly geniuses here. After seeing Lu Ming, they still did not make a move. They just looked at Lu Ming coldly. Some people's eyes contained burning flames. Lu Ming did not stop, and continued to break through the huge waves and advance. In front of him was the 5 huge waves. Still no one made a move. After that, there were 6 huge waves. Still no one made a move. After breaking through the 6 huge waves, there was still a calm lake in front of him. 100 miles away, the huge waves surged to the sky. This time there were 7 huge waves. In front of the 7 huge waves, there were a dozen figures scattered in different directions. Looks like I'll have to make a move here, Lu Ming muttered as he stepped forward. As expected, when Lu Ming arrived in front of the huge waves, a dozen sharp gazes swept over Lu Ming. Then, with a flash, a dozen people moved at the same time, surrounding Lu Ming. A Wu people and a winged clan. Lu Ming looked around and found that there were Wu people and winged clan. It was really a small world. This brat is finally here. Let's deal with him here. Do we need so many people to deal with this brat? These people discussed secretly. They looked at Lu Ming as if they were looking at a dead man. This person has a great feud with the winged clan. I've received news that he has killed many of our prodigies. Leave him to me, the winged clan prodigy said coldly. This winged clan prodigy was also a golden winged clan prodigy. His entire body was golden, and even his eyes were golden. The golden winged clan was the royal clan of the winged clan. They were very powerful. He stepped forward, and a terrifying aura spread out from his body. Although he was also a 3rd-level divine lord, the pressure he gave off was very great. Those who were able to make it this far and break through the 6 waves were all top-notch geniuses. Geniuses among geniuses, and experts among experts. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. Even he felt a trace of pressure. Kill! The golden winged clan prodigy suddenly shouted. He flew towards Lu Ming like a golden winged rock. His golden wings were like 2 divine blades, slashing towards Lu Ming's neck. After activating the battle character art, the Tyrant God Spear swept out. Boom! The Tyrant God Spear and the golden winged clan prodigy's wings collided, and a violent explosion erupted. The golden winged clan prodigy retreated, and the Tyrant God Spear vibrated nonstop. Lu Ming also retreated more than 10 steps. Chapter 36:30. Severed the 2nd shackle. Lu Ming muttered to himself. This golden-winged man was not to be underestimated. Lu Ming was able to determine his strength as soon as they exchanged blows. The golden-winged man had awakened his divine origin power factor 5 times, and severed the 2nd shackle of his origin secret technique. Apart from Aoguan, this was the most powerful prodigy that Lu Ming had seen so far. Indeed, he could not underestimate these powerful races. The stronger the race, the stronger the bloodline talent. In other words, they were closer to the primordial god spirit. Therefore, it was easier for these races to comprehend the primordial god power factor and cultivate the primordial god spirit secret technique. This was the power of their bloodline talents. Your origin secret technique has also severed the 2nd shackle? The golden-winged man growled in disbelief. Kill. Lu Ming could not be bothered to talk nonsense with him. He waved the Overlord God Spear and charged forward. Don't think that you can fight me. Kill. The golden-winged man roared and charged towards Lu Ming. Golden divine light danced in the sky and turned into a dazzling golden divine sword that slashed towards Lu Ming. Clang! Clang! The two clashed continuously. After exchanging more than 10 blows, Lu Ming had completely gained the upper hand and forced the golden-winged man to retreat. Brother E, let me help you. At this moment, a hoarse voice could be heard, following which, clanging sounds could be heard. A gush of powerful and strange energy charged toward Lu Ming's soul. Wu people. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. This Wu people's strength was also very shocking. He was probably a prodigy that was on par with the golden-winged man. His soul attack was even more terrifying. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be greatly affected or even have their soul torn apart. However, Lu Ming was already prepared. When he heard the sound, Lu Ming's heart stirred and the heavenly evildoer bell appeared, ringing. It was also a soul attack. It blocked the Wu people's soul attack. What? The second origin secret technique has also severed 2 shackles? The Wu people's prodigy's expression changed drastically. The expressions of the others also became very unsightly. They all came from powerful races, and they were all the prodigies of their races. They knew just how difficult it was to sever the second shackle of a secret technique. They relied on their powerful talents and vast amounts of resources to be able to achieve this at this age and at this realm. On the other hand, Lu Ming not only had many secret origin techniques, but also 2 of them had severed 2 shackles. This was quite astonishing. This person is a monster. I suggest that we attack together and take him down. The heavenly son of Wu people said gloomily. All right, let's attack together. I agree. The others nodded in agreement. However, just as the few of them were conversing, Lu Ming was already slaughtering the golden-winged race. Ring ring ring. The heavenly evildoer bell rang, and a soul attack surged toward the golden-winged men. Although the golden-winged men had powerful soul defensive treasures, the heavenly evildoer bell had severed its shackles twice. Its power had become extremely terrifying. The golden-winged men were still affected and their bodies trembled slightly. Boom. The tyrant god spear swept out and hit the golden-winged man. His body shook violently and he was sent flying, blood spurting out of his mouth. Kill. Lu Ming stepped forward. The primordial divine blood in his body was stimulated. His entire body seemed to have turned into a long spear as he charged toward the golden-winged man. Save me. The golden-winged man's face changed drastically. He felt a fatal threat from Lu Ming's spear. Attack! The heavenly son of Wu people and the others roared and attacked. However, it was too late. The spear rushed past and pierced through the golden-winged man's body, killing him instantly. Following that, Lu Ming stepped forward and rushed forward to avoid the attacks. You want to leave? Stop right there. A young lady screamed and waved her hands. Suddenly, a dozen vines rushed out from the lake under Lu Ming's feet. These vines were each as thick as an arm and had barbs on them. They wrapped around Lu Ming. Plant race. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. That lady was clearly a plant race. Plant races were very famous in the desolate universe. Some of them were very powerful. For example, this lady could make attacks rush out of the lake. One had to know that the lake water here wasn't ordinary. Lu Ming was careless and almost got entangled by the vines. The tyrant divine spear swept out and bombarded the vines. However, the vines shook and didn't explode. How tough! Lu Ming's heart stirred. His attack just now was powerful, but it didn't break these vines. It was clear how tough these vines were. Those who could reach this place couldn't be underestimated. Each one of them was shockingly strong. You won't be able to break through my vines. Just give up. The lady shouted. Her hair wasn't ordinary hair. It was also made of vines that looked like small snakes. They were constantly twisting and turning. It was extremely strange. Is that so? Lu Ming's expression didn't change. With a thought, the sun appeared. The nemesis of plant life was fire. The sun was full of yang energy and could definitely restrain plant life. Sure enough, as soon as the sun appeared, raging flames spread out toward the vines. Oh no! The lady screamed. The vines were enveloped by the flames and burned fiercely. Lu Ming swept out with his spear again, and the vines exploded. Ding-ling-ling. The heavenly evildoer bell rang. A soul attack spread out and rushed toward the Sky Prides. However, the Wu people's Sky Pride struck the stone bell in his hand, and also released a soul attack. It cancelled out the heavenly evildoer bell's soul attack. I'll block his soul attack. Don't worry and attack. The Wu people's Sky Prides shouted. Okay, kill. Kill him. The remaining dozen Sky Prides shouted and attacked. These people's strength was extremely shocking. They weren't weaker than the gold-winged man from before. Kill, kill, kill. Lu Ming roared and his strength erupted to the extreme. Now that he had activated the primordial divine blood, his strength was shocking and had reached the peak. In an instant, Lu Ming stabbed out more than a dozen spear lights and collided with the Sky Prides. More than a dozen terrifying explosions sounded, and more than a dozen Sky Prides retreated. However, there were two young men who only swayed slightly but didn't retreat. As for Lu Ming, he retreated rapidly and stepped on the surface of the lake. He was almost blasted into the lake. 4th level Divine Lord Realm. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly and revealed a solemn look. The 2 Sky Prides who didn't retreat were already 4th level Divine Lords. These 2 Sky Prides hadn't used their full strength previously, and pretended to be 3rd level Divine Lords. At this moment, they suddenly attacked and wanted to kill Lu Ming in one fell swoop. Therefore at this moment, the 2 of them were also very surprised. Lu Ming's combat strength was beyond their imagination. Chapter 36-31. The 2 4th level Divine Lord geniuses were also quite surprised. They had kept a low profile previously, and did not display outstanding strength. They wanted to suddenly erupt and kill Lu Ming in one fell swoop. They did not expect that under the siege of so many people, they would suddenly erupt and be blocked by Lu Ming. Amazing! A burly, dark-skinned young man exclaimed. The muscles all over his body bulged, filled with explosive power. This kid is too shocking. We have to get rid of him. The 2 of us will be the main attackers. You guys support from the side. The other 4th level Divine Lord youth wore a black robe and had a cold expression. When he looked at Lu Ming, he was full of seriousness. Don't worry. Attack as much as you want. I will block his soul attack. The Wu People youth held a stone bell in his hand and stared coldly at Lu Ming. Attack! The black-robed youth said coldly. His figure swayed and rushed toward Lu Ming like a gust of wind. Swoosh! His arm turned into a saber and slashed out. Demonic chi soared into the sky. Blade Demon Race. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. The Blade Demon Race was also a large race on the Primeval Universe's 10,000 races list. Moreover, it was ranked very high and had powerful talent. Boom! At the same time, the burly man also attacked. He stepped on the lake water like a cannonball. Every step crossed 100 meters as he rushed toward Lu Ming. Bind! The woman with the plant life form pressed her hands on the surface of the lake. A few vines appeared from the lake under Lu Ming's feet and wrapped around him. This attack method was very shocking. It seemed to ignore the distance between them and directly rushed out from under Lu Ming's feet. Lu Ming controlled the sun and suspended it around him, emitting thousands of rays of light. When the vines touched the rays of light, they burned fiercely. At the same time, the tyrant god spear shook and stabbed out 2 spear lights at the black-robed youth and the burly youth. Break for me! The burly youth roared. With a mace in his hand, he jumped up and smashed down with all his strength. The air exploded and the power was extremely shocking. The mace bore the brunt of the attack and collided with the spear light. At the same time, another spear light collided with the black-robed youth's saber light. 2 huge explosions rang out, and a terrifying force swept out in all directions, stirring up the lake water below to a height of 30 meters. Whoosh! 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 Both sides were slightly shaken. Lu Ming's figure swayed, and he took 3 steps back. However, the burly young man and the black-robed young man retreated more than a dozen steps. Even with the 2 of them working together, they were still at a disadvantage. Kill! The other experts also made their moves. All kinds of attacks blasted towards Lu Ming. The burly young man and the black-robed young man retreated. They stepped on the surface of the lake and charged toward Lu Ming. One terrifying attack after another enveloped Lu Ming. Each of these attacks was shockingly powerful. Lu Ming could not ignore them. If he was hit, even with his defensive power, his defenses would be broken. Wind Extinguishing Boots. Lu Ming cast the Wind Destroyer boots and integrated them with his feet. His speed increased tremendously. He ran on the surface of the lake like a phantom, dodging the attacks one by one. Although he was greatly restricted on the lake surface, and the power of the Wind Extinguishing Boots could not be fully unleashed, Lu Ming's speed increased sharply, and he was not so passive. However, there were more than a dozen people on the other side, and they were all monsters among monsters. They quickly formed a formation and attacked Lu Ming from all directions. At the same time, the black-robed youth and the burly young man were the main attackers, and they engaged in close combat with Lu Ming. To be honest, the black-robed youth and the burly young man were really strong. These 2 people were also monsters among monsters. If their cultivation was at the 3rd level of the Divine Lord realm, they would definitely not be weaker than the golden-winged man from before. There were not many of these monsters, even in the various large clans. In the entire primitive universe, their talents were top-notch. Although Lu Ming was powerful especially during this period of time, he had made great progress in all aspects. However, when he encountered such a demon, he did not have a great advantage. For a moment, Lu Ming could not do anything to them. The two sides exchanged dozens of blows, but there was no clear winner. If I want to win, I have to get rid of that guy from the Wu people first. Lu Ming glanced at the Wu people young man. The Wu people young man had offset the attack of his bell of evil. As long as he got rid of this Wu people young man, his soul attack would be effective on the others. In this way he would have the upper hand. The two sides exchanged a few more blows. Suddenly, Lu Ming's figure moved and he dashed in a certain direction. Of course, this was not the direction of the Wu people young man. Lu Ming was using a diversion tactic. As expected, those people were fooled. He wants to break out. Stop him! The burly young man roared, waving his mace and chasing after Lu Ming. The black-robed youth and several other youths also chased after Lu Ming, wanting to surround Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming suddenly turned around and used the wind-extinguishing boots to dodge the black-robed youth and the others. He charged at the Wu people young man. Oh no, his target is the witch medicine. The black-robed youth reacted the fastest. His expression changed and he turned around to chase after Lu Ming. However, he was still too slow. The Wu people young man's expression changed. He waved his hand, and a large number of puppets appeared and charged at Lu Ming. At the same time, his hands moved, and there seemed to be countless fluorescent lights spreading out from his hands. These were goo worms. They were very small and dense, and they charged at Lu Ming. Suppress! Lu Ming said coldly. The God's Gate flew out and floated in the air, suppressing heaven and earth. Lu Ming's body was covered in resplendent light as he pushed his divine power to the limit. The Tyrant God Spear in his hand continued to spin. Lu Ming gripped the Tyrant God Spear in the middle and made it spin, bringing with it a berserk energy that seemed to be able to cut through everything. Lu Ming charged past, and the puppets and goo worms instantly turned to dust. Not good. The Wu people young man wanted to retreat and flee, but he found that his speed was far slower than Lu Ming's. Lu Ming flashed a few times and caught up to the Wu people young man, crushing him with the Tyrant God Spear. The young man from the sorcerer tribe quickly summoned a scarecrow substitute and tried to escape. However, he realized in despair that there was a terrifying suction force acting on the area, enveloping the entire area within it. His scarecrow substitute couldn't be used at all. This time, he was really scared out of his wits. Save me! Save me! The young man from the sorcerer tribe screamed hysterically. He was so frightened that his face was contorted. However, even if the others wanted to save him, how could they make it in time? Boom! The Tyrant God Spear crushed down, and the Wu people young man screamed as his body exploded. His body and soul were destroyed. Come on! Lu Ming turned around and looked at the black-robed youth and the others who were rushing over with a cold smile. Ding-ling-ling! The heavenly evildoer bell kept ringing, forming invisible sound waves that spread out and enveloped the black-robed youth and the others. Chapter 36-32. The bell of evil's soul attack caused the black-robed youth and the others to tremble slightly. Their souls felt a sharp pain. The bell of evil had severed two shackles. Even if they had soul protection treasures, they could not completely block it. When their souls were attacked, their divine power would not be able to circulate smoothly. Naturally, their strength would be affected. Whoosh! Lu Ming rushed over and swept his spear towards the black-robed youth. The black-robed youth roared and slashed out with both his hands like knives. However, he was still affected. His combat strength was not at its peak. When he collided with the overbearing God's spear, his body shook violently and he was forced to retreat. Boom! Then Lu Ming struck out with his spear again. This time, his spear was aimed at the burly youth. The burly youth followed in the footsteps of the black-robed youth, and was forced to retreat. Lu Ming sent the two strongest people flying with one strike each. Then he continued to kill the rest of the people. Not good. Retreat. The other Sky Prides were shocked and retreated frantically. However, Lu Ming was now wearing the wind-extinguishing boots. How could their speed be as fast as Lu Ming's? He caught up with a black bull in a few steps and struck out with his overbearing god's spear. This black bull was very powerful, and was not weaker than the golden-winged man earlier. However, at this moment, Lu Ming had unleashed his full combat power. He could not resist at all. When the spear landed, all of Black Bull's attacks and defenses were in vain. His body directly exploded. Then, the overbearing god's spear was thrown out. It turned into a flash of lightning, and caught up with a vine. This vine was the plant life-form woman from before. She had transformed into her true form. The vines were like legs as she ran wildly on the surface of the lake. However, the tyrant god's spear rushed past and directly pierced through the vine's body. She let out an unwilling scream as her body exploded into vines that fell into the lake and disappeared. Lu Ming had killed 3 sky prides in a row. The remaining sky prides were scared out of their wits. Let's retreat first. The black-robed youth roared indignantly. He knew that without the masters of the Wu people holding back Lu Ming, they could no longer deal with Lu Ming. Only he and the burly young man could withstand Lu Ming's attacks in a head-on confrontation. The others could only be insta-killed by Lu Ming. A second-level Divine Lord person's combat strength was powerful to such an extent. It seriously made them alarmed. The black-robed young man spoke, and the others retreated madly, fleeing madly. I'll spare your lives this time. Lu Ming snorted coldly, but did not pursue. He had a plan in mind, so he did not plan to kill all of them. Soon, the black-robed young man and the others disappeared. Boom! Lu Ming turned around and charged towards the 7-layered giant waves. The power of the 7-layered giant waves was very shocking. It was much stronger than the 6-layered giant waves. However, in the end, it still couldn't stop Lu Ming. Lu Ming rushed over. After the 7th wave came the 8th wave. Apart from Lu Ming, there was no one else. It's the last wave. Lu Ming was slightly taken aback, because one could tell from the distance that this was the last wave. Passing through this wave would be that small island behind. Rumble. When Lu Ming approached, the 8-layered giant waves rushed towards Lu Ming frenziedly. Raging waves. The power was incomparably terrifying. Roar. Lu Ming let out a dragon roar. His body started transforming rapidly, turning into a divine dragon. The form of the primordial divine dragon. This was the primordial divine body. The tyrant god spear turned into a beam of light, flying into the dragon horn of the primordial divine dragon, fusing together with the dragon horn. Lu Ming gave a loud cry and rushed towards the 8-layered giant waves. The dragon horn shone, dragon claws stepping on the air, the giant waves exploding continuously. Very soon, a gap was opened up by Lu Ming. Lu Ming rushed through. 8-layered giant waves cleared. Huff. Huff. Lu Ming breathed heavily. The 8-layered giant waves were not that easy to pass. Just now, Lu Ming had used almost all of his strength to barely pass through. After the 8-layered giant waves, everything was calm. A small island stood there quietly. The center of the island was emitting a dazzling light. Divine power was constantly pouring into the measure character formula, replenishing the divine power that Lu Ming had just consumed. This allowed Lu Ming to maintain his peak state. What is here? Lu Ming showed curiosity and anticipation as he rushed towards the island. There was nothing special on the island. There were some plants growing very densely. Hey, divine herbs. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He saw a divine herb that was extremely rich in life energy. Lu Ming did not hesitate to pluck it and put it away. Then he started to wander around. This island was incomparably rich in divine energy, just like the Black Dragon Valley. After a while, Lu Ming found dozens of divine herbs and 6 Genesis grasses. This was a great harvest. In the end, Lu Ming came to the center of the island. The rays of light were emitted from the center of the island. As soon as he came to the center of the island, he saw a pool of water. The pool water was blood red, and there seemed to be small dragons swimming in it. A powerful dragon aura spread out from his body. This is a dragon pool? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Legend had it that the dragon race's mother planet would give birth to a dragon pool. For the dragon race, cultivating in it would be very beneficial. However, in the battle dozens of stellar years ago, many dragon pools were either destroyed or hidden. He did not expect to see one here. It is indeed an opportunity. Lu Ming smiled. The water in the dragon pool was extremely rich in energy. If he could absorb and refine it, it would be very beneficial. Without hesitation, Lu Ming jumped down into the pool water and then activated his cultivation technique. Roar. Immediately, the water in the pool seemed to be boiling. Dragon roars could be heard, following which, waves of energy transformed into tiny divine dragons and entered Lu Ming's pores. Moreover, as soon as these small dragons drilled into his pores, they rushed into Lu Ming's blood vessels and rushed toward his heart. Roar. In his heart, the 7 drops of primordial divine blood suddenly wriggled and turned into 7 divine dragons. They opened their mouths and swallowed these small dragons. Not long after, a new drop of primordial divine blood appeared. When this drop of primordial divine blood appeared, it was still very small. However, as energy was injected into it, it slowly grew. The water in the dragon pool can be transformed into primordial divine blood? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The more primordial divine blood he had, the stronger his combat power would be. No, it's not good to transform so much of the pool water into primordial divine blood. It's better to leave some for cultivation. With this thought, Lu Ming closed his eyes and activated the universe myriad Dao technique to compete with the primordial divine blood for energy and transform it into divine power. Time flew by quickly as Lu Ming cultivated. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. However, outside there was an uproar. Someone sent the video of the battle between Lu Ming and the black-robed youth to the illusory sacred jade, causing an uproar. Lu Ming's combat power was unexpectedly strong. He could counterattack and kill several geniuses under the siege of so many experts. Chapter 36-33. Especially the clans behind the slain sky prides. They were all furious, especially the Wu people and the Winged Men clan. A terrifying existence of the Winged Men clan even personally issued an order in the illusory heavenly jade, summoning all the sky prides of the Winged Men clan on the Dragon clan's mother planet to gather at the Tsonglang Lake. They must kill Lu Ming. For a time, all the sky prides of the Winged Men clan on the Dragon clan's mother planet gathered at the Tsonglang Lake. Not long after, someone spread the news that the golden winged man killed by Lu Ming was the son of a big shot in the Winged Men clan. The higher the cultivation, the harder it was to have children. Because the level of life was too high, it was very difficult to have children. That big shot from the Winged Men clan was already quite old. It was not easy for him to have a son. Naturally, he doted on him in every possible way. He sent him to the Dragon clan's mother planet with the intention of nurturing him well, not to send him to his death. Therefore, when the big shot of the Winged Men clan saw his son killed, he was furious and his killing intent shook the void. There were also rumors that the big shot of the Winged Men clan had already rushed over from the Winged Men clan's headquarters to the Dragon clan's mother planet. He also spread the news that he would reward whoever could kill Lu Ming with great treasures. For a time, the public area of the illusory heavenly jade was full of discussions about Lu Ming. Then, the sky prides of various clans on the soaring dragon continent gathered at the Tsonglang Lake. Half a month later, the number of people at the Tsonglang Lake increased by at least 10 times. There were more than 2 groups of people from the Winged Men clan. There were more than 100 people from the Wu people. There were the Heavenly Bull clan, the Black Horse clan, the Sky clan, the Flowerless clan, and so on. They were all famous clans on the list of 10,000 clans. Each clan had more than 100 sky prides. There are huge waves blocking the way at the Tsonglang Lake. How can we rush in and kill Lu Ming? That kid has probably rushed to the deepest part of the Tsonglang Lake and obtained the opportunity there. He is already strong. Will he become stronger now? Will he be more difficult to deal with? Someone spoke with a grave expression. After all, back then, more than a dozen facing top heaven's prides. There were even 2 4th-level Divine Lord monsters among them. So many people joining hands and could not do anything to Lu Ming. Instead, they had several people killed by Lu Ming consecutively. Some people were also unsure. Look at how timid you are. How many people do we have here? Even if I spit a mouthful of saliva, I can also drown him to death. Furthermore, I discovered that many terrifying monsters have come. Terrifying monsters at the 4th-level Divine Lord realm. There are no less than 10. There are even people who already broke through to the 5th-level Divine Lord realm. What? Someone already reached 5th level Divine Lord? Of course. There are many opportunities in the dragon race's mother planet. It's normal for some terrifying monsters to obtain some top-notch opportunities and improve their cultivation by leaps and bounds. This made many people green with envy. They entered the dragon clan's home planet. Just how long had it been, and someone already broke through to 5th level Divine Lord? When they entered, the highest was just 3rd level Divine Lord. Such a short time, entering 5th level Divine Lord. This kind of improvement speed truly made people envious. It's not difficult to break through the giant waves. As long as we form a battle formation and everyone works together, it won't be difficult to break through, a winged race prodigy said. This winged race prodigy looked very strange. Half of his body was golden yellow, and the other half was silver white. He was called Winged God. Those who knew Winged God all had somewhat solemn expressions. Among the winged race prodigies who entered this time, this person was the leader. He was a very terrifying existence. It was said that this person's bloodline had mutated. It was said that he was the son of a golden winged race prodigy and an angel. His strength was shockingly powerful. That's right. Moreover, after breaking through the giant waves, we can still form a battle formation and kill Lu Ming. No matter how strong Lu Ming is, there's only death for him. A young man from the Wu people said coldly. The expressions of the people from the Wu people were very ugly. Several hundred of them entered, but now, there were not many people left. At least 100 people could not be contacted. If they could not contact them, naturally they were doomed. Of course, they did not know that over 100 people had been killed by Lu Ming and Ao Guan in the Evil Soul Valley. If they knew, their desire to kill Lu Ming would probably be even stronger. In that case, let's break through the giant waves with each race as a unit. Let's do that. The voices continued to be heard. The people of different races began to gather and form different battle formations. After forming the battle formations, the power of these people could be gathered and twisted into a force, and their strength would increase exponentially. Attack. At least 100 races formed battle formations and rushed toward the center of the surging waves lake. The different battle formations turned into powerful attacks and attacked the giant waves. The first giant wave exploded. These people rushed through without any resistance. Then there were 2 giant waves. The battle formations formed by these people were too powerful. The giant waves could not be stopped at all. Moreover, there were terrifying monsters in each race. For example, the Fire Centipede race was only ranked 10,000 on the primordial 10,000 races list. The strongest among them, the red-haired young man, was not weak. The strongest sky prides of the other races were naturally stronger. 2 giant waves, 3 giant waves, 4 giant waves. They could not be stopped. Even the 7 giant waves at the back were the same. Only the 8 giant waves at the back had some effect on these people. A few races could not pass through the 8 giant waves even after forming battle formations. However, there were still more than 100 races who formed battle formations and rushed through the giant waves. Once they rushed through the giant waves, they flew toward the small island and surrounded it. Are they finally here? In the Dragon Lake, Lu Ming opened his eyes and soared into the sky, standing high in the sky. On this small island, the suppression seemed to have disappeared. One could fly in the air. Only on the lake water would one be suppressed. It's that kid from the dragon human race. He is indeed here. The light here is dim. He has taken all the opportunities. As soon as Lu Ming appeared, the people of the various races rushed toward Lu Ming. There were people on all sides of the small island, and they surrounded Lu Ming. That's right. After half a month of absorption and refinement, the lake water in the Dragon Lake had been completely absorbed and refined by Lu Ming. This time, Lu Ming had gained a lot. Most of the energy in the Dragon Lake had been converted into primordial divine blood. This time, Lu Ming had condensed a total of 11 drops of primordial divine blood. In addition to the 7 drops from before, Lu Ming had a total of 18 drops of primordial divine blood in his body. Lu Ming was not sure how powerful the 18 drops of primordial divine blood were when activated together. In addition, although most of the energy had been converted into primordial divine blood, a small portion was absorbed by Lu Ming and turned into divine power. This allowed Lu Ming's cultivation to have another breakthrough. He reached the 3rd-level Divine Lord realm in one go. With 11 more drops of primordial divine blood, and a breakthrough to the 3rd-level Divine Lord realm, Lu Ming's combat strength had undoubtedly risen to a terrifying level. Chapter 36-34. How lively! Lu Ming looked around and smiled faintly. He was not nervous at all. Kid, let's see how you'll die this time. A winged men prodigy shouted coldly with a ferocious look in his eyes. See how I'll die? Do you think the winged men can kill me? I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Lu Ming said with a hint of disdain in his voice. There are so many of us here. Killing you will be a piece of cake. The winged men prodigy sneered. So many of you want to kill me? Lu Ming pretended to be surprised. He looked around and said, if I remember correctly, I don't have any grudges with most of the people here. Why should they kill me? Kid, you're a native. How dare you be so arrogant and kill so many of our people? Some big shots have already ordered to kill you. Your fate is sealed. A young man from another race said. Ha ha ha. Lu Ming suddenly burst into laughter. Everyone was baffled by his laughter. Kid, what are you laughing at? Someone asked coldly. You're here to kill me for the rewards from the angels, the soul race, and the blood race, right? Lu Ming said loudly. Many people's eyes flashed with doubt. Someone asked, how do you know about this? The content was all mentioned in the illusory divine jade. How did a native know about it? It's simple. I'm not a native of the dragon race's mother planet. I'm a human from the outside. I also have the illusory divine jade. Of course I know. Lu Ming said. What? Many people couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock. Lu Ming was not a native, but an outsider like them? How was that possible? Didn't they say that Lu Ming was a native? Don't listen to his nonsense. If he wants to quibble, kill him first. The winged god from the winged men shouted coldly. If I'm not a native, you won't get any rewards even if you kill me. Lu Ming said loudly. Sure enough, many people hesitated and did not make a move. And you winged men clearly know me. You've seen me outside the dragon race's mother planet, but you didn't say anything. Instead, you slandered me by saying that I'm a native of the dragon race's mother planet. You're the ones with ulterior motives. Lu Ming shouted. As soon as he said this, many people's expressions changed. Some of them looked at the winged men in confusion. That was right, Lu Ming's identity. There were 100 clans present. Among these clans, there were some very powerful experts. If these people were to form a combat formation and join forces with so many people, even if Lu Ming had a major breakthrough, it would be very dangerous. He might perish here. Furthermore, Lu Ming did not want to offend so many clans at the same time. The best way. Why did these races want to kill him? They had no enmity with him. They were only after the rewards from the 3 races. However, if he was not a local, then there would be no reward for killing him. Therefore, as long as he revealed his identity, most of the races here would not attack him. Why would they offend a demon like Lu Ming if they had no enmity with him? Nonsense. Don't listen to his quibbling. It's not the winged men who said you're a native. It was the fire centipede race who said so. Moreover, we heard that you're very close to the dragon human race. The winged god shouted. Then let me answer you. Firstly, I'm very close to the local dragonborn, because I want to make use of them to help me search for treasures. Everyone does this. Previously, the fire centipede clan wanted to snatch the ruins that I occupied, so I fought with them. Therefore, it's normal for them to frame me. For example, I have a grudge with the winged clan outside, so you guys framed me. Lu Ming answered. His expression remained calm. You're still quibbling. You're clearly a dragon human race. You have the aura of a divine dragon. When you fight, you have dragon scales on your body. A winged man's supreme talent shouted. You have the aura of a divine dragon and dragon scales on your body when you fight. You're a dragon human race? Don't you know about the primordial divine body? The primordial divine body that I cultivate is related to dragons. Lu Ming explained calmly. Many people nodded. That was indeed the case. Dozens of stellar years ago, the divine dragon race was too powerful. Divine dragons could be found all over the universe. There were even legends of divine dragons in many small worlds. Therefore, all the major races had their own secret techniques related to the divine dragon race. Many secret techniques could be used to condense the form of a divine dragon to attack. For example, the divine dragon aspect technique. Of course, there were even more people who cultivated secret techniques related to the divine dragon race. For example, the famous snake race and python race in the universe loved to cultivate secret techniques related to the divine dragon race. It was normal for Lu Ming to cultivate the primordial divine dragon body. If you don't believe me, you can take a look at this. After saying that, Lu Ming's glabella lit up and the dreamy sacred jade appeared. I have the dreamy sacred jade. This proves that I'm not a native, right? Lu Ming said. It's really the dreamy sacred jade. He refined the dreamy sacred jade. It seems that what he said is true. He came from the outside just like us. So it was a mistake after all this time. Many people shook their heads in disappointment. Initially, if they killed Lu Ming, they would be rewarded by the 3 clans. Now it was proven that Lu Ming was the same as them. He came from the outside and was not a local. In that case, there would be no reward for killing Lu Ming. There was no reward, and there was no enmity between them and Lu Ming. Why would they kill him? So there was a mistake. Then the meteor race will not participate in this. The heavenly rock race will not participate either. We will not participate either. The experts of the various races shook their heads and retreated, indicating that they would not get involved in this mess. The faces of Yi Shun and the others turned ugly. Soon, only 10 of the 100 races did not retreat. Everyone, we have no enmity between us. If we fight, it won't be good for us. Lu Ming looked at the other races. There were a few races that had a good relationship with the winged men and the Wu people, but they were hesitating at the moment. Humph, even if it's just the winged men, we can still kill you. Yi Shun snorted. His face was gloomy and murderous. Count the Wu people in. A young man from the Wu people said coldly. More than 100 Wu people were emitting black qi. Count us in. Another race said. This was a plant race that was formed by vines. Lu Ming had killed one of their top prodigies, and they would eventually settle the score. Count us in. Another clan spoke. This was the Divine Bull clan. Previously, a top-notch demon from their clan had died in Lu Ming's hands. In the end, a total of 4 races made it clear that they wanted to kill Lu Ming. Chapter 36-35. There were a total of 4 races guarding the 4 directions. Each race had at least 100 people. Powerful auras gathered and pressed down on Lu Ming. The air was filled with oppressive pressure. Why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Just attack. A sky pride of the Wu people said in a harsh voice. Then, more than 100 young men of the Wu people formed a battle formation. Each of them took out a divine artifact, which was a sound wave type divine artifact. Dong 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 dong, all kinds of sounds were heard at the same time. Then they gathered together and rushed toward Lu Ming. So many people formed a battle formation and launched soul attacks at the same time. Even Lu Ming's expression changed. He didn't dare to be careless. With so many people attacking at the same time, even the wicked Bell would not be able to withstand it. Their souls would be shattered. Therefore, the moment the Wu people attacked, Lu Ming condensed the wind destroyer boots and merged them with his feet. There was no suppression in the sky above the island. The power of the wind destroyer boots could be fully displayed. With a step in the air, Lu Ming's figure disappeared from the spot with a swoosh. The next moment, he appeared behind the winged men, causing the wizard clan's soul attack to miss. Kill. The sky prides of the winged men roared. They formed a battle formation and launched their attacks. Their attacks converged into a vast sword light and slashed toward Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming naturally wouldn't fight with so many people. He flashed and dodged the attack. Get out of the way. Let us do it. The Wu people shouted. Now that Lu Ming was behind the winged men, the Wu people couldn't launch their soul attacks. Otherwise, the winged men would bear the brunt of the soul attacks, not Lu Ming. To the right. The god of wings shouted, and ordered the winged men to retreat to the right to make room for the sorcerer tribesmen. However, how could Lu Ming let them have their way? As soon as the winged men moved, he moved as well. He hid behind the winged men, not giving the Wu people an angle to attack. The winged men were furious. They launched attacks at Lu Ming. However, with their combined strength, they could only launch a single attack. With Lu Ming's speed, he easily dodged their attacks. There's no need to use soul attacks. We'll just surround him and crush him directly. A Heaven's Pride leader of the Divine Ox clan roared. He led the Divine Ox clan people to form a battle formation and rushed over from another direction to surround Lu Ming. Ring ring ring. Lu Ming manipulated the wicked bell, and his soul attack turned into sound waves that spread out, rushing toward the Winged Men clan and the Divine Ox clan. The people of the Wu people were in another direction. They were blocked by the people of the Winged Men clan. Naturally, they could not provide any support. Now that Lu Ming's cultivation had broken through to the third level of the Divine Lord realm, the power of the wicked bell was even more terrifying. Many people's bodies stiffened as they revealed expressions of pain. They felt as though their souls were being pierced by sharp swords. Ah! Someone screamed. Even if they formed a battle formation, they would not be able to withstand the soul attacks. Then let's kill. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. His cultivation of the third level of the Divine Lord realm erupted completely. Moreover, he had activated 8 drops of primordial divine blood. Lu Ming felt that his body was filled with explosive power. Swoosh! Lu Ming turned into a dazzling spear light and stabbed at a Winged Men clan's pride. However, the Winged Men clan's pride was not afraid because he was in a battle formation. Being in a battle formation, they were one. Slash! The Winged Men clan youth roared. His body glowed and the entire battle formation emitted a dazzling light. Then a battle sword slashed at Lu Ming. Boom! The battle sword collided with Lu Ming's spear light. The spear light shook violently and a terrifying force surged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body trembled and he retreated. What a powerful force! Lu Ming frowned. Although his current strength was shocking, the Winged Men clan's battle formation had gathered the strength of more than 200 people. The combined strength of more than 200 sky prides was too terrifying. Moo! A bull's roar came from behind. A giant bull roared and rushed toward Lu Ming. Its 2 horns were like 2 heavenly blades. This was the battle formation formed by the Divine Bull clan. It launched a terrifying attack. The energy gathered to form a heavenly bull. Its strength was shocking. Lu Ming naturally would not take it head-on. His figure flashed and he dodged the attack. Then the Winged Men clan, Divine Bull clan, and Vine Men clan continued to attack. However, Lu Ming had the support of the wind extinguishing boots and his speed was amazing. He dodged them one by one. The Wu people wanted to rush forward, but Lu Ming kept dodging the Wu people. He isolated the Wu people behind a certain race, so that they could not attack Lu Ming directly. The Wu people were furious. After dozens of attacks, the 4 races could not even touch the corner of Lu Ming's clothes. Damn it, kid. If you have the ability, don't dodge. Fight head-on. The Winged Men clan roared. You 4 races have surrounded me with hundreds of people and formed a battle formation. You want me to fight head-on? Is this the behavior of the major races on the list of primitive 10,000 races? You're really shameless. Fine, I'll fight you head-on. Come on, let's fight one-on-one. Lu Ming's mocking voice sounded. No one answered. Indeed, with so many people besieging Lu Ming was not allowed to dodge? How could this be? This can't go on. I have to think of a way to separate them. Lu Ming thought quickly. The 4 races had formed a battle formation. There were at least 100 people from each race, and their strength was connected. This force was too strong. Even if Lu Ming used his full strength, he would not be a match for them. He had to separate them. I'm not going to play with you anymore. Goodbye. Lu Ming's voice sounded, and then he suddenly rushed out. It seemed that he was going to leave this place. Don't let him escape. He's trying to escape. Chase him. Immediately, roars were heard. They thought that Lu Ming was going to escape. This time, all the major clans had gathered here to besiege Lu Ming, and they had even formed a battle formation. If Lu Ming were to escape, they would be utterly embarrassed. Especially the Winged Men clan. Kid, stay here. God of Wings of the Winged Men clan roared and chased after Lu Ming as fast as he could. A few other top experts of the Winged Men clan also chased after Lu Ming. In addition, the top geniuses of the Divine Ox clan, Wu people, and other clans did the same. If they formed a battle formation, their speed would be too slow and they would definitely not be able to catch up with Lu Ming. Therefore, some of the strongest geniuses left the battle formation and chased after Lu Ming. In this way, the battle formation of the major clans was suddenly broken. This is a good chance. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. His body suddenly stopped, and then he flickered a few times. His phantoms were all over the sky. He directly avoided God of Wings and the other strongest people, and rushed into the crowd of the Winged Men clan. Oh no! The faces of the Winged Men clan and the others changed drastically. Kill! Lu Ming roared and the Tyrant God's spear burst out. In an instant, at least a dozen terrifying spear lights stabbed in all directions. Chapter 36:36. Lu Ming was surrounded by members of the Winged Men clan. Because the Winged Men clan's formation was dispersed, Lu Ming seized the opportunity to rush into the crowd. Dozens of spear lights pierced toward dozens of members of the Winged Men clan. Most of the Winged Men clan's prodigies were third-level divine lords. Lu Ming was now on the same level as them. At the same level, Lu Ming's combat ability was much stronger than theirs. Even if it was scattered into dozens of streaks, the power of each spear light was enough to kill those third-level divine lords. Puff! 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 Blood splattered everywhere as screams rang out. In an instant, more than 30 Winged Men clan's prodigies were pierced by the spear light and died on the spot. Their corpses fell onto the small island. Ishan's eyes turned red when he saw this scene. Damn it! Retreat, retreat quickly! Ishan roared crazily. Retreat quickly! The Winged Men clan also panicked and retreated frantically. However, was there any way to retreat? The answer was no. Kill! Lu Ming roared as the Tyrant God spear stabbed and swept out continuously. The entire sky was filled with spear lights. This was a massacre. In a battle of the same level, those so-called prodigies were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered when facing Lu Ming. They couldn't withstand a single blow. Every move and every spear would kill a Winged Men clan's prodigy. In addition, Lu Ming's speed was too fast. These Winged Men clan's prodigies couldn't dodge at all. In an instant, dozens of people died in Lu Ming's hands. In just a short while, 60 to 70 Winged Men clan's prodigies were killed by Lu Ming. Die! Ishan finally rushed back. His eyes were filled with malevolent killing intent. One side of his body was silver white while the other side was golden yellow, emitting a dazzling radiance. He dashed toward Lu Ming. Two rays of dazzling sword gleams, one gold and one silver, slashed toward Lu Ming. Fifth-level divine lords. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. The Winged Men clan was well deserving of being a top major clan ranked 130 on the primeval 10,000 races list. The strongest person who came here this time, Wing God, actually already reached 5th-level Divine Lord. Although it looked like he had just broken through not long ago. Very good. No matter how many ordinary geniuses I kill, it's better to kill a top genius. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as he brandished the Overlord God Spear, and swept it towards Winged God. Boom! After two loud explosions, Ishan's body trembled violently as he retreated. Your power! Ishan roared in shock. He was somewhat in disbelief. He was the strongest prodigy of the Winged Men clan that entered this place this time. Moreover, he had already broken through to the 5th-level Divine Lord realm. His cultivation was one level higher than Lu Ming's. In a head-on confrontation, he was actually no match for Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming could not be bothered with Winged God. He continued to attack Winged God. Although Winged God was very strong, his cultivation just broke through to 5th-level Divine Lord not long ago. His foundation was not even stable yet. And Lu Ming had activated 8 drops of primordial divine blood just now. His power was already above Winged God's. Of course, it was still not enough. The moment he attacked, Lu Ming activated 2 more drops of primordial divine blood. Activating 10 drops of primordial divine blood made his power even more shocking. Boom! Lu Ming's long spear was like a dragon, several thousand meters long. It pressed down on Winged God like a mountain range. This was Winged God's origin secret technique. When the origin secret technique exploded, Winged God suffered a backlash. His body shook violently as he vomited blood wildly. Ding-ling-ling. The heavenly evil bell rang continuously. At the same time, Lu Ming became one with his spear and attacked Winged God. No! Winged God roared in despair. The next moment his body was penetrated by Lu Ming. His eyes were filled with disbelief and despair. He was unwilling to accept this. Following that, cracks appeared on his body. The next moment, his body directly exploded, and he died on the spot. The strongest prodigy of the winged men who had entered this place this time had died. All of this happened in an extremely short time. Even if the others wanted to save him, they wouldn't be able to. What a powerful battle strength. There were over 100 large races and countless prodigies in the surroundings. At this moment, they all gasped. Winged God had already broken through to the 5th level of the Divine Lord realm. His power was absolutely terrifying, but he couldn't stop Lu Ming. In just a few moves he was killed by Lu Ming. This was truly terrifying. He's from the human race, right? Yes, he's indeed from the human race. There's always a rumor that the human race is a special race. They're scattered throughout the universe. At first they're weak, but their potential is endless. Many terrifying existences have been born in history. That's right. There's even a taboo. Many people were discussing. After some people said the word taboo, they stopped abruptly and revealed a fearful expression. They didn't dare to say more. At this moment, the winged men around Lu Ming had already fled far away. They didn't dare to approach Lu Ming at all. The Wu people, the Divine Bull tribe, and the Vine tribe were even more shocked. They quickly gathered together and formed a battle formation. They didn't dare to disperse. Lu Ming waved his hand and put away the storage rings of the prodigies of the winged men he had just killed. Looks like there's no chance. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. After the killing just now, the remaining Wu people and the Divine Bull tribe wouldn't dare to disperse. If they didn't disperse, Lu Ming wouldn't have a chance to kill them. This isn't over yet. A ray of cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Without a battle formation, you won't be able to withstand a single blow. Lu Ming sneered and then rushed out of the small island. The Wu people and the Divine Bull tribe didn't dare to disperse at all. They could only watch as Lu Ming rushed out of the small island and disappeared in front of them. When he went out, the giant waves wouldn't attack him. Lu Ming easily got out of the Tsonglang Lake. After leaving the Tsonglang Lake, Lu Ming didn't leave. Instead, he found a secluded place to hide and observe the entire Tsonglang Lake. Even if they didn't chase after him, it didn't mean that Lu Ming would let it go. With so many people besieging him, Lu Ming didn't want to let it go. Anyway, he had offended the Wu people, the winged men, and the Divine Bull tribe. There was no room for reconciliation. So Lu Ming wouldn't let them have it easy. He wanted to kill them until they were terrified. After hiding, Lu Ming took out the illusory sacred jade and watched it. Sure enough, the illusory sacred jade was in an uproar. There were so many races and people. Naturally, someone had recorded everything with the illusory sacred jade. There were even videos from different angles. They could watch it however they wanted. This caused an uproar, whether it was inside or outside the Dragon Clan's mother planet. First, to everyone's surprise, Lu Ming wasn't a native of the Dragon Clan's mother planet. He was a human who came from outside. Therefore, most of the races didn't attack Lu Ming. Second, Lu Ming's strength was beyond everyone's expectations. The winged men suffered heavy losses. Even the strongest genius who entered the Dragon Clan's mother planet, the Winged God, was killed. The winged men were shocked. The winged men who were rushing over was furious. They swore to kill Lu Ming in the illusory sacred jade. But this time, the 3 major clans didn't say anything. After all, they wanted to kill a native, and Lu Ming wasn't a native of the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Even if he was strong, the 3 major clans wouldn't be interested. Chapter 36-37. The top 10 races in the universe were too powerful. Naturally, they were not to be underestimated. Since Lu Ming was not a native of the dragon race, even if he had some strength, he could not attract the interest of the 3 races. In terms of talent, there were countless talented geniuses in the 3 major clans. Although the Winged God was considered a top-notch monster in the Winged Men race, he was nothing in the top 10 races. He couldn't even be ranked. Lu Ming looked at it for a while, then put it away and waited. As expected, not long after, People could be seen walking out from the center of the Tsonglang Lake. Lu Ming had taken all the treasures on that island. There was no point for those people to stay there. Naturally, they would not stay for long. The Wu people are coming out too. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He saw that the people from the sorcerer tribe had also come out from a certain direction. Lu Ming walked along the lakeside and quietly headed in that direction. The Wu people were very cautious. They were still maintaining their formation. Obviously, they were afraid that Lu Ming would sneak up on them. However, when they left the lake and found that they were not attacked, many of them were slightly relieved. The prodigies of more than 100 races scattered and left in different directions. The sorcerer tribesmen also left in the same direction. Lu Ming concealed his aura and slowly chased after them. He did not make a move. Now was not the best time. Lu Ming followed them for a few hours. Sure enough, after a few hours, the Wu people were completely relaxed. They did not continue to maintain their formation, and flew forward casually. Now, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He stepped on the wind-extinguishing boots and rushed out suddenly. With a flash of light and shadow, Lu Ming dashed to the back of the sorcerer tribe's team. With a thought, the gate of domination flew out and became extremely huge, suppressing the void. Then, the Overlord spear appeared and stabbed out dozens of spear lights. Lu Ming's speed was too fast. These sorcerer tribesmen did not have time to react. The spear lights pierced through dozens of Wu people and killed them on the spot. It's Lu Ming. Damn it. Watch out. Form the formation. The Wu people shouted. However, Lu Ming would not give them the chance to do so. Once he attacked continuously. Dazzling spear gleams burst forth and more than 10 sorcerers were killed. More than 100 Wu people were killed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, many sorcerers launched their attacks. All kinds of soul attacks surged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming flashed rapidly to avoid the other party's soul attack. At the same time, he used the Bell of Heavenly Evil to offset the other party's soul attack. Kill. Lu Ming yelled. This time he unleashed all his energy. All 18 drops of primordial divine blood were unleashed. Lu Ming's power reached its peak. Boom. Lu Ming held the Overlord spear with both hands and swung it from top to bottom. The power was too strong. The space shook violently. The terrifying power had actually blasted the sorcerer tribe's soul attack away and destroyed it directly. It seems that the Wu people's soul attacks are not invincible. As long as one's power is strong enough, one can break their soul attacks. Lu Ming's heart stirred. After all, soul attacks were just a kind of energy. They were strange, but as long as they were energy, they could be broken. Otherwise, the Wu people would not be ranked in the top 100. Those races that were stronger than the Wu people were not afraid of the Wu people's soul attacks. At this moment, Lu Ming was valiant and invincible. He brandished his long spear and broke through the soul attack of the sorcerer tribe, charging forward. Every time he swung his spear, a Wu people elite was killed. With the gate of domination suppressing the void, the Wu people's elites could not even use scarecrows. To others, the prodigies of the sorcerer tribe might be very tricky and difficult to deal with. However, to Lu Ming, they were easier to kill than other prodigies. One spear strike, one or several. The Wu people's elites were killed one by one. It's you, kid. The Wu people will not let you go. How ruthless. The Wu people's elites will avenge us. The Wu people's elites roared, but in the next moment, they were all killed by Lu Ming's spear. There were also 4th-level divine lords in the sorcerer tribe. However, in the face of the current Lu Ming, they could not even escape and could not escape the fate of being killed. Towards the end, the sorcerer tribesmen had already started to flee in all directions. However, Lu Ming's speed was too fast. His 3rd-level divine lord divine power flowed into the wind destroyer boots, increasing his speed to the extreme. The Wu people could not escape at all. Half an hour later, Lu Ming stopped. More than 100 Wu people's elites had been killed by Lu Ming. Not a single one was left alive. After putting away the Wu people's elite storage rings, Lu Ming left and headed for the Black Dragon Valley. Now that his strength had increased by a lot, he could go deeper into the Black Dragon Valley. Not long after Lu Ming left, a few figures appeared on the battlefield where Lu Ming and the Wu people's elites had been fighting. These figures were the elites who had been in the vicinity. They had heard the sounds of the battle. However, They had not dared to come over at first. They had only dared to approach after the battle had ended, and the sounds had disappeared. Then, as soon as they arrived, they were shocked. Corpses were strewn all over the ground, and some of them had even exploded. The smell of blood filled their nostrils. From the situation at the scene, they could see the horror of the battle. The Wu people. These are the elites of the Wu people. The young men's faces were pale as they trembled uncontrollably. They were from a small race that was not even ranked on the primitive 10,000 races list. The Wu people were definitely a powerful race that they could not reach. But now these powerful Wu people's elites were all dead. Who is it that can kill so many geniuses of the sorcerer tribe? It must be someone stronger than the Wu people, right? The young men discussed fervently. Not necessarily. You have seen the situation in the dreamy divine jade previously. Lu Ming alone killed so many elites from the Wing clan despite being surrounded by the 4 major clans. Perhaps it is him? It's hard to say. It's obvious that Lu Ming has a deep grudge against the Wu people. Let's record it and send it to the dreamy heavenly jade. Immediately, the young men took out their dreamy heavenly jades to record the scene and send it to the dreamy heavenly jade. The dreamy heavenly jade was shaken. More than 100 Wu people's elites had been killed not long after they had left. Who could it be? Everyone immediately thought of Lu Ming. Many people looked at each other in shock. The more they thought about it, the more likely it was. Soon Lu Ming's name spread across the universe. When the Wu people's elites saw the news, they were furious. It was said that some of the Wu people's elites had rushed over from the Wu people's headquarters. Of course, Lu Ming saw everything as well. He sneered and was not bothered. Chapter 36-38. After returning to the Black Dragon Valley, Lu Ming did not enter the Black Dragon Valley immediately. Instead, he began to cultivate. He still had some Genesis grass in his hands. After refining it, his strength would increase a little. It would not be too late to enter the Black Dragon Valley then. 10 days later, Lu Ming refined all the Genesis grass in his hands. Lu Ming had another 2 types of divine powers that had undergone 5 awakenings. In this way, Lu Ming had a total of 7 types of divine powers that had undergone 5 awakenings. His overall strength had increased by a little again. After that, Lu Ming entered the Black Dragon Valley and explored it. This time, Lu Ming had greatly improved. With his current battle strength, even if he was suppressed, killing a 5th-level Divine Lord was a piece of cake. He could even kill a 6th-level Divine Lord. Therefore, Lu Ming had greatly improved this time, and obtained a large amount of divine herbs. Inside, there were a total of 9 stalks of Genesis grass. In addition, he obtained several hundred stalks of various divine herbs. There were even a few stalks of divine herbs that were of very high grade. They were extremely helpful to divine emperors. It was a pity that Lu Ming could not refine divine herbs of this grade. Even if he gave the measure formula, the refining speed would not be that fast. Lu Ming had already given the measure formula a stock of such divine herb previously. Although energy was refined and poured into Lu Ming's body every day, it was impossible for Lu Ming's cultivation to skyrocket all of a sudden. It only increased Lu Ming's cultivation speed. Lu Ming was already very satisfied. In the primitive universe, monarch pills were the currency of the Divine Lord realm. However, the divine herbs here were much more effective than monarch pills. If he refined all of these, it would greatly increase Lu Ming's cultivation speed. However, Lu Ming did not intend to refine these divine herbs, because his cultivation had skyrocketed during this period of time. It had only been a few months and his cultivation had skyrocketed from 1st-level Divine Lord realm to 3rd-level Divine Lord realm. He had to stop and polish his foundation. Once his foundation was incomparably stable, he would continue to improve. However, the life origin grass could be refined. When Lu Ming left the Black Dragon Valley and returned to the Black Dragon family, he suddenly sensed that someone was sending him a message from the Dream God Jade. Lu Ming was slightly taken aback. There was only one person who knew the name of his illusory godly jade, and that was Man Ning, who came from the Sacred Fire Saber sect with him. When Lu Ming had rushed into the Dragon Clan's mother planet, he had been attacked by 10,000 dragon seals. He had thrown Man Ning away. During this time he hadn't heard any news from Man Ning. Originally, Lu Ming had thought that Man Ning had encountered a mishap. After all, it wasn't safe on the dragon race's home planet either. The prodigies of various races were secretly killing each other. He's nearby. According to Manning's message, he was not far away. Lu Ming replied to Man Ning's message, and then rushed towards the message sent by Man Ning. Not long after, Lu Ming saw Man Ning on a mountain peak. "Miss Manning, how have you been?" Lu Ming smiled and sized up Man Ning. He discovered that her cultivation was still at the 3rd level Divine Lord realm. Brother Lu is now limitless and famous all over the world. Man Ning admires you. Man Ning smiled faintly. When she looked at Lu Ming, her eyes were extremely complicated. Lu Ming was merely the same as her, from the sacred Fire Saber sect. Furthermore, Lu Ming was not even a disciple of the sacred Fire Saber sect. Clearly, his background was even worse than hers. But not long after entering the dragon race's home planet, Lu Ming had already soared to the sky, even making those major races on the Chaos 10,000 races list fearful. And now, Lu Ming's cultivation was even more unfathomable by Man Ning. She was envious and helpless in her heart. Perhaps this was the difference between people. What limitless? I'm being hunted down every day now. My head hurts. Lu Ming laughed bitterly and said again, "Oh right, how has Miss Man Ning been recently?" Man Ning sighed and told him about her situation during this period of time. Back then, when she was thrown away by Lu Ming, she did not suffer the attack of the 10,000 dragon seals. Therefore, she was not injured and maintained her peak condition. Therefore, she quickly occupied a ruin. In the beginning, she obtained quite a number of opportunities. Unfortunately, good times did not last long. As those prodigies of the major races rapidly recovered, the ruin she occupied was snatched away by other major races. She was forced to flee. After a period of time, she wandered everywhere. However, there were figures of major races everywhere. She alone had no competitiveness at all. In fact, it was not just her. Those races and factions that were not on the Chaos 10,000 races list also did not have much competitiveness. Firstly, they had fewer people. Secondly, their combat strength was still very far from those major races. The stronger the race, the greater the gap between them. Under such circumstances, these small races and factions might not even have a chance to drink soup. Therefore, these small races and factions all joined forces and occupied some small ruins with their advantage in numbers. As for Man Ning, he had joined such an organization. Lu Ming nodded. Although the dragon race's mother planet was very big, the number of ruins and cultivation sacred grounds was limited. Almost all the major races and factions in the entire primitive universe except for the top 100 had come. One could imagine how fierce the competition was. The ruins and sacred grounds on the dragon race's mother planet were not enough to be distributed. Without strength, one could not obtain many resources at all. There were very few people like Lu Ming who occupied several ruins alone. "Miss Man Ning, why are you looking for me?" Lu Ming asked. "Lu Ming, I heard some things from others. The remaining winged men, Wu people, and other races do not intend to let you go. In addition, I also heard that some of the winged men entered the dragon race's mother planet more than 30 years ago." Man Ning said. "More than 30 years ago?" Lu Ming frowned slightly. His face was a little solemn. More than 30 years ago, it was also a weak period of the 10,000 dragon seals. There was a group of people who broke through the 18 weak points. But even if it was a weak period at that time, it was still very dangerous. Most of the geniuses who broke through the weak points died. But who could guarantee that no one succeeded in breaking in? Lu Ming suspected that most people had succeeded in breaking in. These people had entered 33 years earlier than Lu Ming and the others. Even if they were seriously injured when they entered, their injuries must have healed long ago after so many years. Moreover, they had cultivated on the dragon race's mother planet for so many years. How strong would their cultivation be? It was probably very shocking. The only thing that made Lu Ming feel a little relieved was that the 10,000 dragon seals had a stronger repulsion towards those with higher cultivation. For example, when Lu Ming and the others entered, only 3rd-level Divine Lords were allowed to enter. If 4th-level Divine Lords forced their way in, they would definitely die. Of course, as time passed, the repulsion of the 10,000 dragon seals weakened. During the next week period, it might allow 4th-level divine lords or even those with higher cultivation to enter here. However, more than 30 years ago, it seemed that the repulsion towards 3rd-level divine lords was also very strong. Therefore, those who entered at that time were likely 2nd-level or 1st-level divine lords. Therefore, even if they entered a few decades earlier, their cultivation should not be too exaggerated. Thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Chapter 36-39. Brother Lu, I heard that the winged men have gone to invite this prodigy who entered more than 30 years ago. I'm afraid it won't be long before he arrives. You have to be careful. Man Ning said. Thank you for your reminder. Lu Ming cupped his fists. It's just a small matter. Brother Lu, you don't have to thank me. If it wasn't for you back then, I would have died under the 10,000 dragon seals. Alright, I've brought the news. I won't disturb Brother Lu's cultivation anymore. Man Ning cupped her fists and was about to leave. Miss Man Ning, this is for you. Lu Ming waved his hand and a storage ring flew to Man Ning. Man Ning subconsciously caught it and scanned it with her spiritual consciousness. She was pleasantly surprised. There were 9 stalks of divine herbs in the storage ring. Brother Lu, this is... Man Ning looked at Lu Ming. Nothing much. Thank you for your news. Lu Ming smiled and returned to the Black Dragon family. He didn't let Man Ning stay. With one more person, he would be distracted. It was most comfortable to be alone. Watching Lu Ming walk into the Black Dragon family, Man Ning took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in her heart. 9 stalks of divine herbs. This was a huge harvest. Now some of the smaller clans and factions had gathered together. Although they had occupied the ruins, they had too many people. It was too difficult for them to get a stalk of divine herb. Apart from the time when Man Ning had just entered the dragon race's mother planet and obtained some divine herbs, she rarely obtained any after that. With these 9 stalks of divine herbs, and the ones I have, I can break through to the 4th-level divine lord realm in one go. Man Ning's eyes flashed with a wisp of light. Once she broke through to the 4th-level divine lord realm, she would have more say in the organization she was in. Man Ning carefully kept the 9 stalks of divine herbs and turned to leave. Black Dragon family. I entered the dragon race's mother planet more than 30 years ago. What realm has my cultivation reached now? Lu Ming pondered. Forget it. I'll improve myself first. Lu Ming shook his head. He took out the Genesis grass and began refining it. The Genesis grass was the fastest way to improve one's strength. As Lu Ming began to refine the Genesis grass, a storm was brewing in the outside world. This was because in this period of time, the number of local dragons and mystical dragons had increased. From time to time, they would appear to hunt down the geniuses of the outsiders. During this period of time, battles were raging all over the Dragon Clan's mother planet. There was also a legend that the prodigy who had entered the Dragon Clan's mother planet more than 30 years ago was about to come out. After coming out of seclusion, he would personally hunt down these Dragon Clan natives. For a moment, there were those who were looking forward to it, while there were also those who were feeling heavy-hearted. Because those who entered the mother planet of the Dragon Clan more than 30 years ago had cultivated for such a long time. How strong were those people? Among the group of people who had recently entered the Dragon Clan's mother planet, there probably weren't many who could match up to them, right? Also, how many people had managed to break into the Dragon Clan's home planet more than 30 years ago? Time passed day by day. Not long after, the winged men released a message in the dreamy heavenly jade. More than 30 years ago, someone from the Winged Men clan had successfully entered the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Now they were about to end their seclusion and go kill Lu Ming. For a time, it attracted the attention of all parties. As for Lu Ming, he had been speeding up his cultivation. The Genesis grass was refined one by one, and Lu Ming's divine power of origin factor was also constantly breaking through. Previously, he had a total of 7 types of divine power, which had achieved 5 awakenings. After he had refined all 9 Genesis grass, he had a total of 10 types of divine power, which had achieved 5 awakenings. This had increased Lu Ming's combat strength by a few points. Is it coming? Lu Ming looked at the message in the dreamy heavenly jade. Then let's fight. Lu Ming whispered. Then he entered the dreamy heavenly jade and began to speak. I am Lu Ming. Lu Ming's first sentence caused an uproar in the dreamy heavenly jade. Countless people replied to his one sentence. Of course, this also confirmed that Lu Ming was not a local, but an outsider. Bastards of the winged men. I will wait for you at the surging waves peak beside the surging waves lake. I will cut off your heads. This was Lu Ming's second sentence, which caused an even greater commotion. Lu Ming was challenging the winged men. At first, the winged men said that they would invite their prodigy who had entered the Dragon Clan's mother planet more than 30 years ago to kill Lu Ming. Now, Lu Ming had directly challenged the winged men. The winged men had quickly announced that they would kill Lu Ming at the surging waves peak. Let's go to the surging waves peak. That Lu Ming's combat strength is strong, but the winged men's prodigy who had entered the Dragon Clan more than 30 years ago. I wonder what his cultivation level is? Don't miss it. It will definitely be exciting. Many people were curious and went to the surging waves lake. For a time, the surging waves lake became lively again. However, Lu Ming did not go to the surging waves lake immediately. He still had important things to do. He did not forget to look for Xian Yinqing and Autumn Moon. Now he only had people from the Black Dragon Clan, the Blood Dragon Hall, and the Golden Dragon Clan to inquire about Xian Yinqing and Autumn Moon. But there were too few of them. Lu Ming took action and gathered the people from the local forces nearby. As for the outsiders, they were all killed by Lu Ming at lightning speed. Slowly, Lu Ming gathered more than a dozen local forces of the Dragon Human Clan to help Lu Ming inquire about Xian Yinqing and Autumn Moon. Then Lu Ming rushed to the Surging Waves Lake. During this time, countless people had gathered at the Surging Waves Peak beside the Surging Waves Lake. They were all prodigies from various clans. The winged men are here. Someone shouted. Sure enough, streams of light flew over from a direction. They were all prodigies of the Winged Men clan. The person in the lead was a young man in a green robe. All the prodigies of the Winged Men clan were slightly behind this young man. When they looked at him, their eyes were full of respect. He's here. This man in green robe is the prodigy of the Winged Men clan who entered the Dragon Clan's mother planet 33 years ago, right? Many people's eyes fell on the young man in green robe. This person was handsome and his eyes were sharp. When he opened and closed his eyes, it was as if two sharp swords burst out. Can you see this person's cultivation level? I can't. This person's aura is strong and unfathomable. At least, it's above mine. If it's above yours, wouldn't it be at least a 5th level Divine Lord? Not far away, a few young men were secretly talking. These young men were top prodigies from several large clans. Their cultivation levels had already reached the 5th level Divine Lord. However, they couldn't see through the young man in green robe's cultivation level. At least, it meant that the young man in green robe's cultivation level was above theirs. They came in a few decades earlier than us. Even if their cultivation levels weren't as high as ours when they came in back then, they have cultivated for so many years. How many resources have they obtained over these years? I'm afraid it's no small matter. These people were previously in seclusion in different sacred grounds. Now that they are going to come out, our good days may be coming to an end. These prodigies were secretly discussing, feeling a little unhappy.